I woke up to the sound of crying. Sister, I'm scared. Xiaoxue, don't be afraid. I'm here. If he dares lay a finger on you, I'll fight him to the death. I opened my eyes. My head throbbed like someone had swung a hammer at it, and I sucked in a sharp breath through the pain. Right after, a flood of memories that weren't mine came pouring into my mind. Fine. So I've crossed over into another world. My name is Lin Feng, 18 years old, the 18th year of the great Xia dynasty, a man of Three Mountains Village. And what kind of person was the original owner of this body? One word says it all. The number one wastrel in the whole village. His mother died giving birth to him, and his elderly father, having a son so late in life, spoiled him rotten. While his older brother worked himself to the bone in the fields, he strutted around the village, hanging out with a pack of good-for-nothings, master of every vice, drinking, gambling, and chasing women. For a while, with the old man hunting and the older brother farming, the family could just barely afford to keep this little emperor fed. But not this year. Disaster struck. The autumn harvest brought in almost nothing, and the whole village couldn't scrape together enough grain to survive the winter. On top of that, the old man broke his leg up in the mountains. They'd spent a pile of money, and it still hadn't healed, leaving him hobbling around on a crutch. The family couldn't even put food on the table, so what did this fool do? Yesterday, he went to town with his father, and while the old man was haggling with the apothecary, he swiped most of their silver and headed straight for the brothel. The madam lit up the moment she saw him. She said they'd picked up two sisters, refugees found in the mountains, and that they were fine goods, untouched. The second he heard it was a pair of sisters, his eyes turned green with greed. He slapped his silver down on the table and bought them both. And then, he got so worked up he passed out in the cart on the way home. So here I am, opening my eyes to this whole mess. Two young women stood by the bed, their clothes torn to rags, so much pale skin on display, it went straight to my eyes. And when I looked up at their faces, at those features, they were stunning. My back straightened right up, and I couldn't pry my eyes away. It took a real effort to finally pull my gaze back. One of the girls saw the state I was in. She bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment, then suddenly crawled toward me. Her waist swayed, her figure moving like a white serpent. She came right up close, not daring to look at me, tilting her head away, her voice trembling. You hold our contracts. I know there's no running. I only beg you, young master, treat the two of us sisters well, and I. She didn't finish. She stripped away what little was left covering her and threw herself into my arms. A scorching hot body pressed against me, and my mind went blank with a roar. A pale blue panel popped up right before my eyes. A message appeared, detecting the surrender of Su Yingxue, daughter of the fallen and exiled Su clan. The 100 Beauties system is now online. Another line followed. Warning. Your sister-in-law, Lu Yuanyang, intends to resell the sisters' contracts to Old Chun in the village. Host is about to lose two beautiful women. Then, beginner quest. Stop the resale. Reward. 1 daily compass trial card. I stared at the panel for a long moment, unable to process it. A cheat ability? Standard issue for anyone who crosses over? This was incredible. I'd been worried sick, thinking I'd been dealt a terrible hand right out of the gate. And here was a golden cheat, slapped right onto my face. But in my arms, Su Yingxue started to panic. Why had he gone stiff? Had he changed his mind? She had just heard her sister-in-law arguing with the old man next door. If I didn't want them either, then they really would be sold off to that half-dead old Chun. At that thought, she threw modesty aside. She steeled herself, hooked both arms around my neck, flushed red, and kissed me. Me? What? What? The soft, wet sensation yanked me back to reality. I looked at the 2 tear tracks on her face, then remembered the system's warning about the sister-in-law, and my brow furrowed at once. Just then, a heavy pounding came at the courtyard gate. Is old man Lin home? We've got business with you. The voice was rough and aggressive. A memory clicked into place in my mind at once. Li Dashin. My expression changed. Now I remembered. Not long ago, the original owner had been set up in a rigged bet by this pack of thugs and had run up a huge debt. And the fool hadn't cared at all, figuring he gambled every year. So what was losing a few taels of silver? It wasn't like he had to pay it back himself anyway. The problem was, today was collection day. The family was this poor. What would the sister-in-law used to pay? Of course, she'd hand over the Su sisters' contracts to settle it. This was the back end of nowhere. Where else would I find women worthy of the system's attention? If these two were gone, my one path to turning things around would be sealed off completely. No, not happening. I pulled myself out of Su Yingshue's arms. She froze for a moment, and her face went ashen. It's over. It's all over. Lin Feng was at least 18, in the prime of his youth. Being married off to him, she could accept. But sold to that old man, and her whole life would be finished. Su Xiaoxue, in the corner, understood too, and began to sob quietly. I reached out and patted Su Yingxue on the shoulder. She lifted her head, gray as ash, and her eyes met mine. Yingxue, right? I said, one word at a time. Don't you worry. You and your sister, I'm keeping you both. That's a promise. Her eyes reddened, but she still shook her head and let out a sigh. I understood what she meant. Winning me over meant nothing. What mattered were the sister-in-law, Lu Yuanyang, and the old man, Lin Chongshan. Without a nod from those two, all of it was pointless. I said no more. I turned and pushed the door open, heading for the main room. Behind me came Su Xiaoxue's small, thin voice. Sister, can we really stay? Su Yingxue stared at my retreating back and murmured a single reply. I hope so. Over in the main room, my sister-in-law Lu Yuanyang had already opened the courtyard gate. Li Dashin had a gang of underlings at his back, and a ring of villagers had gathered outside to watch the show. See that? Lin the scoundrel went gambling again this year, and he's dragged Li Dashin all the way here to collect. That worthless spendthrift, throwing money away when he ought to look at the state his family's fallen into. If I had a son like that, I'd have knocked my own head against a wall long ago. Li Dashin pulled a crumpled IOU from his coat, spread it out, and handed it to Lu Yuanyang with a face full of fake sincerity. Sister-in-law, we're all like family here, so I feel bad about this. But it's come due, so I've got no choice but to come to you. His words were polite, but his eyes were all smiles. Once he had those 3 taels of silver, he could go live it up in town again. His underlings jeered behind him. Brother Lin's a stand-up guy? He knew we brothers had nothing to eat. So he made a point of bringing us money. Once the boss has had his fun, he'll treat us to a feast too. That's right, this is great. Brother Lin's the best. Lu Yuanyang's face was dark enough to drip water. The fury over Lin Feng stealing silver to buy wives hadn't even cooled, and now this crowd was pouring oil on the fire. She couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a shout. Enough. I get it. Everyone flinched and went quiet. Nobody wanted to provoke this shrew. After the shout, all the strength seemed to drain out of her, and she wilted. Fine, Li Dashin. Come inside. I'll pay your debt. Li Dashin gave a cold laugh and followed her in. The creditor holds all the cards. What's a shrew worth against that? She'd hand the money over like a good girl. She said she'd pay the debt, but what she really meant was to settle it with the Su sisters' contracts. She'd bought them for 4 taels, but Li Dashin and his lot might not accept them, and then she'd have to grovel and beg. That 1 tael she'd never see again. But even if it worked, once the money from Old Chin came in, the family would be out of food. She sighed inwardly. Truly, it never rains, but it pours. Inside, she picked up the 2 sheets of yellow paper from the table and waved them, wearing the look of someone who'd given up entirely. This is the only thing of value our whole family has left. The Su sisters' contracts, just bought from the brothel, cost 4 taels. Take them or leave them. Li Dashin whistled and drawled in a mocking tone. Oh ho, a pair of sisters? Brother Lin really knows how to enjoy himself. Anyone who'd slap down 4 taels in one go, they've got to be real beauties. I'll take them. And he reached out to take them. Just then, I came out after settling the sisters down and walked right into the scene. My pupils shrank. Hold on. Lu Yuanyang and Li Dashin both froze and turned to look at me. The moment Li Dashin saw it was me, he broke into a grin. Good little brother. Leaving 2 juicy ones for your big brother, you're too kind. I ignored him completely and snatched the yellow papers out of my sister-in-law's hand. The instant they touched my hand, the system chimed. A message. Congratulations, host. You have stopped the resale. Reward. 1 daily compass trial card. Then, main quest. Win over the 2 Su sisters. Reward. The daily compass. A weight lifted off my chest. Finally, a tool to turn things around. Lu Yuanyang snapped out of it too, and could have kicked herself. What was she standing there dazed for? She'd let this wastrel beat her to it. Her vision went black and she nearly couldn't stay on her feet. She pleaded, her voice near tears. You scoundrel. Isn't there enough trouble in this house already? Give the contracts back to Li Dashin right now. I paid her no mind. I quietly opened the system and used the trial card. I had no idea what this compass did, but for now it was all I could count on. The next moment, a compass interface appeared before my eyes, spinning fast, then stopping, and 4 lines of text popped out. Fate Star, Mountain Dweller. Minor fortune. In the dense forest on the south side of Little Peak Mountain, a wild rabbit is trapped in a pit. Go before late afternoon and you will find something. Middle misfortune. On the south summit of Little Peak Mountain, a wild roe deer is foraging. Bring a bough and the harvest will be plentiful. Great misfortune. In the Great Black Mountains, a wild boar is foraging. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. Fate star? Mountain dweller? I had no time to puzzle over it. Just looking at those 3 pieces of prey information, I felt reassured. The hardest part of hunting is finding the game, and now the system was feeding me the locations directly. All that was left was figuring out how to take them down. I closed the panel first. I had real business to handle. Once I'd sent these people off, I could take my time choosing. I turned to Lee Dashin, who was waiting for the show, and held up 3 fingers. Lee Dashin, let's get paid. That's only right. Your methods weren't clean, but I'll own it. Give me 3 more days, and I'll pay you 3 taels and 500 coppers. I sighed. There was no way around it. The IOU was real. I couldn't deny it, and if I didn't offer a little extra, this crowd wouldn't let go. Deal. Lee Dashin agreed in a flash, afraid I'd change my mind. For taels of silver. Enough for several trips to the brothel. What woman couldn't he have? What were 2 measly sisters worth? So what if he waited a few days? Maybe Lu Yuanyang was hiding something else. He'd plant himself in the Lin household and make a loud scene. And given how much Lin Feng cared about saving face, if they couldn't squeeze it out of him, they could always force him to steal it himself. Lu Yuanyang heard the 2 of us settle the matter in a few short sentences, and her legs went weak. She nearly collapsed to the ground. Trembling, she pointed at me, full of grief and rage. You wastrel. The last words came out almost as a scream. After the outburst, she sat down hard on the floor, wiping her tears, forcing herself to calm down, though her lips still trembled. Second brother, listen to your sister-in-law. Stop this. The family truly can't support you anymore. Give the contracts back to Lee Dashin, all right? Then she turned to look at Lee Dashin, her eyes earnest. That was all just nonsense from the second brother. Don't take it seriously. I'll have him return the contracts right now, all right? The shrew everyone feared on any ordinary day had been reduced to such groveling. Lee Dashin felt deeply pleased, but he still shook his head. Lee Dashin gave a cold laugh and shook his head to refuse. Sister-in-law, it's not that I won't agree. It's just that Brother Lin and I already have a deal. I can hardly go and disrespect him, can I? Nonsense. 3 taels and 500 coppers. And he thought 2 worthless contracts would be enough to buy me off? Were those 2 sisters fairies descended from heaven? Only a fool would make that trade. That was the curse running through his mind, though he kept a polite face on the outside. Hearing this, Lu Yuanyang's heart sank straight into an icy pit. Lee Dashin looked at her slumped on the floor in despair, sneered, and turned to leave. Sister-in-law. I reached out to help her up. She shoved me away with one slap, her emotions collapsing on the spot as she screamed. This is all your fault. It's all ruined. Old Chin only offered 2 taels, and that miser Chung the Dark can barely manage 1. The debt can't be paid, and now there are 2 more mouths in the house. You want the whole family to starve to death together, is that it? I said nothing, but inwardly I cursed the original owner up and down, lower than an animal, to reduce a perfectly good family to this sorry state, rotten to the core. Once she'd finished crying and cursing and gotten a hold of herself, I walked over, reached out to help her again, and offered some comfort as I did. Sister-in-law, I'm going up the mountain to hunt right now. You just wait to eat meat. She shot me a glance and sighed, but still took my hand. I braced myself and pulled her up. Dream on, she said, shaking her head. You really think hunting is something you just decide to do and it happens? Like it's child's play. What she meant was, even that old hunter, your father, often came back empty-handed. And you, Lin Feng, on a sudden whim, think you'll carry game home? Keep dreaming. She held out no hope at all. She'd already made her plans. Tonight, after they finished the millet porridge, she'd take the contracts to Old Chin's house, then go pick up some sewing work herself. Otherwise the debt couldn't be paid, and tomorrow there wouldn't even be porridge to eat. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Who could know I had a compass? Coming back empty-handed would be the normal outcome. I couldn't explain it, so all I could do was slap the facts in her face. I started digging through the house for hunting gear. I searched for a good while and found nothing. Frowning, I turned and asked, Sister-in-law, where's our hunting equipment? She ignored me and kept hauling firewood into the kitchen, head down. I got it instantly. She thought I was trying to steal something to sell again. By now she didn't even have the energy to curse me. She'd given up entirely. As long as I didn't steal from the house, I could do whatever I wanted. Fine. The original owner's reputation was so foul, I could talk myself hoarse and it would still be for nothing. I gave a bitter smile, shook my head, and figured it out on my own. turning the place upside down. In the end, all I dug up was a few hemp ropes and a burlap sack. Looking at this pitiful setup, I sighed. It would have to do. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open. Lin Changshan was back. A hatchet in his hand, a bundle of firewood strapped to his back. He shuffled over to the table and sat down, limping. Lu Yuanyang hurried over with water and forced out a smile. How'd it go? The old man's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He shook his head. No good. My leg hurt like crazy before I'd gone far. I nearly couldn't make it back down the mountain. Lu Yuanyang was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. Scoundrel, put that knife down. By then I had the burlap sack tied to my waist and the hatchet in hand, already at the door. I turned back and grinned at her. Wait for me, sister-in-law. I'm bringing game home right now. Before the words had even landed, I was already gone without a trace. Lu Yuanyang panicked and wanted to chase after me, but the old man stopped her. Enough, let him go. He's finally showing a bit of ambition. Don't go snuffing it out. Besides, you're a woman. Chasing him would be pointless. Lu Yuanyang gazed at the battered doorframe and let out a long sigh. I just hope he can catch something. I reached the foot of Little Peak Mountain right at late afternoon. One glance around, and my heart sank halfway. Snow covered the ground. More was still falling, and every trace of the animals was buried beneath it. Hunting in the mountains at a time like this? Pure misery. Luckily, I had the compass. I summoned the system and looked at the 3 lines of information. A rabbit trapped in a pit. Isn't that just meat delivered right to my mouth? The corner of my mouth curled up. If things went smoothly, I'd be eating meat tonight. I looked at the second line. A roe deer on the south summit? If I could really hunt it, tonight would mean fragrant roe venison. And the antlers and hide were all worth money. But right now I had no gear at all. If I couldn't catch it and only spooked it off, where would I go looking for it then? The third line was the wild boar, and I skipped right over it. With a build like mine, going after it would just make me a chew toy. Rally the villagers to go together? In a famine year, given how this crowd behaved, once there was a crowd it would surely slip away, and I might not even land a bite of pork. Forget it. That could wait. I hesitated, not daring to select too much, and chose minor fortune first. The compass hadn't said how many I could take. If I got greedy and picked the boar, and everything else vanished, I'd be searching that snowfield for a rabbit like a needle in a haystack. Not worth it. Play it safe. Sure enough, the moment my finger touched minor fortune, the rest of the blue light scattered in an instant, and the compass turned into a beam of light that bored into my body. The next moment, an image surfaced in my mind. Behind a hidden thicket in the southern dense forest, a wild rabbit lay at its last breath in a deep pit. The location was crystal clear. This was locked in. As a boy, the original owner had often been taken up the mountain by the old man, and he knew this stretch of Little Peak Mountain like the back of his hand. Drawing on his memory to get my bearings, I headed straight for the southern dense forest. Before long, I found my way to that thicket. The moment the familiar scene came into view, all the exhaustion from trekking through the wind and snow vanished in a flash. I knew that beneath this blanket of white lay one, maybe several, snow pits, just waiting for me to step right into them. And in one of those pits lay my target for the day. I didn't rush in. First I ran over to the foot of a nearby tree, picked out the longest broken branch, crouched down, and started probing forward, poking as I went. These snow pits looked harmless enough, but stepping into one was no joke. Take the one that trapped the rabbit. Over a meter deep. One wrong step, one twisted ankle, and at best you'd sprain it, at worst break a bone. No villagers came to this godforsaken place normally, so if you really got hurt, you'd have to drag your broken leg back on your own. The mountain path was rough, injury piled on injury, and the whole leg would be finished. So I didn't dare get careless. Even if probing inch by inch with a branch took forever, I had to do it. Sure enough, I poked out several pits along the way, all buried right in the middle of the path. Without this branch, I'd have pitched right into one. One of them was a good 2 meters deep. Just thinking about it now gives me chills. If I'd fallen in, I'd be dead or half crippled, and I couldn't have climbed out of that pit alone. Spooked by those pits, I probed even more carefully. Before I realized it, I'd reached the center of the thicket, and the branch sank in with a soft plunge. I felt neither alarm nor joy. I'd poked out 3 or 4 pits by now and had gone numb to it. But surprises tend to show up right at moments like this. I stuck my head over the pit and looked down. Wait, that's not right. Against the snow-white bottom of the pit, 2 pairs of small pink paws and 2 long pink rabbit ears stood out. Found it. I set the hatchet down on the snow, leapt into the pit, grabbed the rabbit by the ears, and turned it over to inspect it. A layer of white frost had formed on the rabbit's body, its fur frozen stiff. It looked like it had been trapped for a while. I hefted it. About 5 catties. Enough for the whole family to eat for a meal or two. I tossed the rabbit up out of the pit, braced my hands, and climbed out. I pulled out a hemp rope, tied the rabbit to my waist, and secured the hatchet again. I clapped my hands, but I didn't leave. I remembered that rabbits live in groups. If one was trapped here, there was a good chance a burrow was nearby. Even if it had been chased here by a predator, a look around couldn't hurt. Maybe I'd get lucky. I swept the branch carefully around the area, and sure enough, behind a thicket deep in the forest, hidden away, was a nest lined with broken twigs and rotted leaves. There really was one. My eyes lit up, but I held back my excitement and observed quietly. Holding my breath, I crept closer step by step. The scene inside the nest slowly came into view. 3 rabbits, a size smaller than the one I'd just caught. Clearly one family. So then, was there a big one that hadn't come back yet? A jolt of excitement. I'd missed one. Then I'd wait. See if the head of the household came home. I steadied my pounding heart and kept up my stakeout. A family, after all, should leave together. Before long, a rabbit noticeably several sizes bigger came hopping over, a grass root in its mouth. Here it comes. I locked my eyes on it, the burlap sack already gripped tight at my waist, just waiting for the chance to take the whole lot in one go. The big rabbit hopped to the edge of the nest and tossed the grass root up, and the little rabbits immediately pounced and buried their heads to gnaw at it. The big rabbit crouched beside them, quietly watching them eat. Now, I'd already shifted to the best angle. I lunged forward, and the sack came down with a whoosh. Clamping the opening shut, I scooped hard, and the whole family tumbled into the bottom of the sack. My face twisted fierce with effort. Putting my whole body into it, I swung the sack up and slammed it hard against the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. I kept slamming until I was panting like an ox and my arms had gone numb before I stopped. The violent thrashing inside the sack had gone still. Only then did I let out a breath. I pulled out a hemp rope, tied the mouth of the sack shut tight, planted my hands on my hips, and nodded in satisfaction. After resting a bit, I heaved the sack onto my shoulder with effort and headed happily down the mountain. 3 small ones, 2 big ones. Enough for the whole family to feast for several meals. I'd barely gone a few steps when a man a few years older than me came toward me, his face covered in dark moles. The moment he saw me, he paused, then teased in a mocking tone. "Oh ho, did the sun rise in the west today? Our brother Lin actually went hunting in the mountains? What a rare sight." I frowned. Zhang the pockmarked. He'd had a hand in the scam that trapped the original owner a couple of years back. Same breed as the original owner, one of the village good-for-nothings. Parasites like this, I looked down on from the bottom of my heart. Ruining family fortunes, ruining the village. The world would be cleaner with them all dead. I gave a flat reply and walked around him. Left hanging like that, Zhang the pockmarked's face darkened. Huh. One trip up the mountain and he thinks he's not the scoundrel he used to be? Look how full of yourself you are. Your father's an old hunter, but you, a good-for-nothing who spends all day messing around with us, you couldn't catch a thing. A wasted trip, plain and simple. Halfway through his silent grumbling, his gaze swept over the bulging sack on my shoulder, and he froze. The sack was stuffed full. Clearly no small haul. Zhang the pockmarked's eyes went hot. Whether it was firewood in the sack or something else, first make Lin Feng open it and take a look. What if it really was game? We're all brothers, so splitting it in half wasn't too much to ask, was it? The more Zhang the pockmarked thought about it, the less he could sit still. He darted around to block my path. My steps halted and my brow furrowed. It was obvious. He was after my sack. Sure enough, he sidled up wearing a grin. "Brother Lin, that sack of yours looks pretty full. You didn't catch some game, did you? Eating alone isn't right, you know. Don't forget your brothers." Polite words, but his hand was already reaching over to grab it. My eyes went cold. This took me a huge amount of effort to bring back, and you think you can take it just by flapping your lips? Dream on. I dropped the sack onto the snow, and with a sharp ring, the hatchet came out of its sheath. Zhang the pockmarked stumbled back several steps in fright, waving his hands and yelling, "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" I hefted the blade and asked back with a smile. "You tell me." His face went white, and that little scheme of his instantly turned to ice. His hands were empty. If it really came to blows, he'd be the one to suffer. He glanced at the sack on the ground, his face full of reluctance. There had to be good stuff inside, but he couldn't take it. He could only swallow his crooked intentions and force a smile. "Brother Lin, calm down. I was just talking. If you don't want me to look, I won't look, all right? No need to pull a knife." I gave a cold snort and left him with one line. "Block me again, and I'll feed you the knife." With that, I hoisted the sack onto my shoulder and headed down the mountain under his resentful gaze. As I walked, something suddenly struck me. The direction Zhang the Pockmarked had come from just now, wasn't that the southern dense forest? Which meant, if I hadn't gotten there first, this nest of rabbits would sooner or later have fallen into his hands. And now it wasn't just one. I'd taken the whole nest in one sweep. Wasn't this exactly what you'd call justice served? I felt fantastic about it. That's what you get for loving to cheat people. This time it's your turn to stare helplessly. After resting a few times, I finally made it back to the foot of the mountain. I ran right into a group of villagers who'd just come down. Winter had arrived. The ground was frozen and couldn't be planted. But to scrape together grain for the winter, the villagers were working harder than ever, all rushing up the mountain to find game. And the result? Every one of them was empty-handed, with nothing but a bundle of firewood on their backs. No game caught, so all they could do was gather some firewood to take home for warmth and cooking. I scanned the crowd, spotted a few old neighbors who were usually friendly, and greeted them warmly. Auntie Moo, Uncle Sue, they'd been feeling gloomy, but the greetings softened their faces a little. Then they turned and saw clearly it was me. Like they'd seen a bad omen, their smiles vanished in an instant, and they took off running toward the village. "Hurry, hurry, don't let this scoundrel latch onto us." No kidding. Last time I finally got lucky and found a rabbit, and they cornered me and took everything. Me? Great. All the original owner's sins were dumped on my head. How unfair. No, the original owner was a scoundrel, but since I'm here now, I've got to win that reputation back. I stopped, set the sack on the ground, and casually lifted my shirt, exposing the wild rabbit at my waist. Someone happened to glance back at me just then, and their eyes locked onto the rabbit at once. They cried out in shock. A wild rabbit. The whole crowd stopped in unison and turned to look, every eye going wide. Good heavens, this scoundrel's luck is truly cursed. He hits a wild rabbit on his very first trip up the mountain. Someone grew indignant on the spot and shouted at the top of their lungs. Why isn't it me? I've been up 8 times. Forget a rabbit. I haven't seen a single strand of rabbit fur. Then someone pointed at my bulging sack, faces full of disbelief. Lin the second son, what's in your sack? It couldn't be rabbits too, could it? At those words, the whole place broke into an uproar, and the way they looked at me turned strange. Their stares gave me goosebumps all over. No good. I had to tamp this down. I laughed it off. Rabbits? Hardly. It's all firewood, just packed full. Finding even one rabbit is heaven's blessing. How could I find a whole pile at once? That makes no sense. Hearing this, the crowd felt much more at ease and let out a collective sigh of relief. That's true. If this scoundrel really had his ancestors' graves smoking blessings and found a pile of rabbits, that'd be seeing a ghost. Right? One rabbit is the absolute limit. A whole nest? Nonsense. Watching them look so relieved, I chuckled to myself. Sorry about that. The sack really is full of rabbits. If I weren't afraid you'd get jealous and try to grab them, I'd love to dump them all out and wave them in your faces, make you green with envy. I lifted my head and headed home, delighted. The sky was growing darker and colder. You all just stand here and gawk. This master's going home to eat meat. Only after I stepped through the courtyard gate did I truly relax. I might have played it cool the whole way, but if someone had really lost control and grabbed at me, tearing the sack open and exposing that nest of rabbits, it would have been big trouble. Inside, I set down the sack and planted my hands on my hips. Finally home. I'm worn out. Just then, a 9-year-old girl sat by the table, looking sickly. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she looked me over from head to toe. She looked for a good while, but aside from the sack on my shoulder, she didn't see a scrap of game on me, and her little face fell at once. In her mind, given how much her uncle loved to save face, if he'd really caught game, he'd have hung it all over himself to show off. She pouted and complained, "Big liar. Where's the meat you promised? Xiaoya wants meat." But my eyes lit up. "You're better?" "This is my niece, Lin Xiaoya. She'd been running a fever and bedridden. I'd actually been planning to take a few rabbits to town tomorrow to trade for money and buy medicine. Her being well was perfect timing. It saved the medicine money, and I still had to feed her up properly to make up for everything she'd lost while sick. This meal of rabbit meat couldn't have come at a better time. At the other end of the table, the old man Lin Chanshan wore an "I knew it" expression. With his decades of hunting experience, he knew winter was the hardest time to bring anything home, so Lin Feng returning empty-handed was completely normal. But he couldn't go up the mountain himself, not with a bad leg, and counting on Lin Feng was hopeless, and the family was carrying such a huge debt. The more the old man thought about it, the more anxious he grew. and he let out a bitter sigh. Right then, I sidled up to the table looking smug. First I lifted my shirt and dropped the rabbit at my waist onto the table. Then I turned and pulled open the mouth of the sack, letting a corner of the rabbit's inside show. The old man was shaking his head and sighing when he caught sight of the rabbit, and his eyes went still. Then he looked at the sack, shot to his feet, hobbled over on his bad leg, reached a trembling hand inside, and his face filled with shock. The sack is full of rabbits? And they're all in pairs. He flipped the sack over, and out tumbled the wild rabbits one by one. A full 5 of them. Lu Yuanyang and the others, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, and looking at the plump white rabbits scattered across the floor, they all covered their mouths. Tonight, I'm treating you all to rabbit meat, I declared with a grand sweep of my arm. But Lu Yuanyang looked suspicious. Hunting? You didn't, along with that gang of scoundrels, rob some villager who'd just come back from hunting, did you? My smile froze, and I was about to argue. Where'd you find this dead rabbit? Even you got lucky enough to stumble on a bargain. The old man came to his senses, stared at the rabbit on the table, and understood at once. This one was completely different from the ones in the sack. Its fur was frosted over, meaning it had misstepped, fallen into a snow pit, and frozen to death. As for where the other few came from, there was no need to ask. He stroked the rabbit, his heart at ease. Though this trip had relied on luck, in the end the boy had gotten onto the right path. I told you I'd bring game home, and you didn't believe me. I crossed my arms, pleased with myself. Eat meat? Better to save them to pay the debt. Lu Yuanyang immediately urged. Don't forget, you still owe Li Dashin 3 taels and 500 coppers. In her calculations, selling off the Su sisters and picking up some sewing work would wipe out the debt. I shook my head. I caught the meat, so how it's handled is my call. You just listen. Seeing the scheming look on her face, I knew she was still fixated on selling people. I thumped my chest. I'll handle the debt. You all just eat your meat in peace and don't worry about the rest. Lu Yuanyang's face darkened and she snorted coldly. Handle it how? Don't think that stumbling onto a nest of rabbits by luck means you can pay off the debt by hunting. There's no such easy thing in this world. I frowned, a headache coming on. I couldn't say anything about the compass. Once I'd won over the Sioux sisters, with the compass and archery, I could hunt a roe deer, and paying off the debt would be more than enough. But how could I ever put that into words? Enough. Seeing the argument about to flare up again, the old man cut in with a dark face. Since Little Feng says he has a way, we'll go with him. Worst case, I'll sell my hunting knife and cover the debt. Lu Yuanyang pursed her lips sourly. Fine, you go ahead and spoil him. I'm washing my hands of this. Let him do as he pleases. With that, she called the Sioux sisters over to gather the rabbits off the floor and headed for the kitchen. I trotted along eagerly behind them, watching with hungry eyes. That afternoon's trip had worn me out badly, and I'd long been starving, stomach stuck to my back, just waiting for this bite. The sisters quickly skinned the rabbits and put them in the pot, poured in the last bit of salt the family had, and put on the lid. One crouched at the base of the stove feeding firewood. The other helped Lu Yuanyang. Before long, the smell of meat crept out of the pot, drifting farther and farther, right out of the house. The neighbors, catching the scent, all came over, the crowd growing bigger and bigger, and a ring soon formed at the courtyard gate. What's going on? We're all scraping by. So how is the Lin family eating meat? The Lin boy got lucky and found a rabbit up the mountain. What? Lin Dahai is back? The pest fighting squad is back. It's Lin the scoundrel. I'm hoping the pest fighting squad comes back too, but there's been no word at all so far. In no time, the news of Lin Feng finding rabbits spread through 3 Mountains village. The villagers were envious and full of regret, beating their chests, cursing themselves for not having such dumb luck. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family's main room, the air was full of fragrance and everyone was in high spirits. Lu Yuanyang carried a big steaming pot to the table, planted her hands on her hips, and complained. This nest of rabbits was such a pain to clean. I'm worn out. But her face was beaming, without a trace of tiredness. I'd long been drooling from the smell, and the moment the meat hit the table my chopsticks were moving. A piece of meat, a mouthful of millet porridge. Bliss, pure bliss through and through. Seeing me eat with such relish, the others swallowed their drool and grabbed their chopsticks too, scrambling for the meat. Only Lu Yuanyang, drooling with craving, forced herself not to look at the pot of meat and buried her head in the millet porridge. Watching her wanting to eat but too proud to give in, I chuckled inwardly. My sister-in-law had backed herself into a corner with what she'd said earlier and couldn't find a way out. I watched her and played dumb. Sister-in-law, why aren't you eating? Doesn't the meat smell good? Lu Yuanyang sighed, knowing she couldn't avoid it. She lifted her head, about to put up a stubborn front. I simply picked up the clay bowl piled with rabbit meat in one hand, grabbed a big piece with the other, and thrust it in front of her. Enough. I already said I'm treating you all, so stop dawdling. Startled by my sudden move, she leaned back, but looking at the steam still rising off the meat, her throat moved on its own. Awkwardly, she said, Seeing her still hesitate, I clicked my tongue, leaned over, and dropped the meat right into her bowl. Come on, just eat it. The moment the meat landed in her bowl, the aroma hit harder. With my urging, what little pride she had left collapsed completely. The second brother had given her a way out, so she could hardly refuse to eat. Could she? Lu Yuanyang looked down at the meat in her bowl, found herself a good excuse, and picked it up to eat. She gave a satisfied hum. I nodded, pleased. Looking around, the old man and Lin Xiaoya were both eating with grease all over their mouths, cheeks stuffed full, and the sense of accomplishment in my heart was hard to describe. As we ate, I noticed something was off. Why hadn't the Su sisters come to the table? I frowned and asked Lu Yuanyang, sister-in-law, where's Ying Xue and her sister? Why aren't they coming to eat? In the kitchen, they said millet porridge is enough, that they don't dare ask for too much, so I let them be. My brow furrowed deeper, and I got up to go to the kitchen. The two sisters were crouched by the stove drinking porridge, and both froze when they saw me come in. Su Xiaoxua looked like she'd been starving, a bit of broth-soaked millet still stuck at the corner of her mouth. I sighed, walked over, first wiped that bit of millet from the corner of her mouth and popped it into my own mouth, which turned the little girl's face red. Then I pulled the two of them up, took one by each hand, Su Yingxue on the left, Su Xiaoxue on the right, and led them straight to the table. I worried that Xiaoxue's frail little frame couldn't handle it, and it would be trouble if something really happened. Then again, she's my wife. She isn't going anywhere, so there was no rush. That could wait for later. I glanced back at Su Yingxue's worn-out sleeping face and couldn't help but smile. Last night, I wasn't the only one who'd had it rough. Next up was finding a way to win Su Yingxue over completely, and ideally get her to cling to me. Both sisters were mine anyway, so the sooner Xiaoxue accepted it too, the sooner I could get my hands on the system rewards. Plan settled, I got up and pushed open the door to head to the main room. I caught my sister-in-law just as she set 2 bowls of hot millet porridge on the table. Behind her came Su Xiaoxue, carrying a big bowl of rabbit meat. The moment Su Xiaoxue saw me, she immediately craned her neck to look behind me, and not seeing her sister, asked with puffed-up cheeks, Brother, what did you do last night? Why hasn't my sister come out yet? That single word, brother, made me laugh. Xiaoxue didn't have much of a mind of her own. Her attitude toward me mostly followed her sister's lead. That one word gave it all away. I'd known this already and didn't mind. I looked her over. After yesterday's meal, her complexion had a bit more color, but she still carried a sickly air. Then I glanced at my sister-in-law, meaning to look away, but let out an oh. Lu Yuanyang had 2 dark circles under her eyes. I gave a start. Sister-in-law, did you two not sleep well last night either? We hadn't slept well because we'd been busy with such enthusiasm. But why you two hadn't slept well puzzled me. My older brother wasn't even back. Seeing the culprit look so innocent and even sidle up to ask, Lu Yuanyang couldn't hold it in and snapped. You've got the nerve to ask. Sleeping this late again and you can forget about lunch. When it came to the point where she'd have to spell it out, she couldn't get the words out, so she could only take shots at me over other things. I looked baffled. We went to bed late. So how did that get in the way of your sleep? Lu Yuanyang couldn't be bothered with me and buried her head in her food. With no opening here, I turned my aim to Su Xiaoxue. But the girl thought I was bullying her sister and sulked, ignoring me, eating quietly with her head down. I rubbed my head, inexplicably given the cold shoulder by both of them at once. Forget it. I sighed, sat down, and focused on eating. I polished off the meat porridge in a few bites, then stuck out my tongue at the end to sweep the grains of rice from the corner of my mouth into my mouth. Looking up, I saw Su Yingxue following behind my sister-in-law, each holding an empty bowl to go wash. I quickly grabbed my own bowl and chopsticks and followed into the kitchen, set them down, and patted Su Yingxue on the shoulder. She turned, a pair of watery eyes. Brother, what is it? Seeing how obedient she looked, I couldn't resist bending down to ruffle her hair, and asked in a serious tone, Do you want to go hunting in the mountains with me? That nest of badgers, I might not be able to take on my own, so bringing her along to lend a hand would make the work go twice as fast. Besides, watching me come back from a hunt and going along to hunt herself were 2 different things. Letting her taste the hardship of hunting, understand how hard it was, would make it easier for her to grow quietly dependent on me. Su Xiaoxue had no idea about these little calculations of mine and was thrilled on the spot. Really? I nodded, and she immediately turned and urged, "Then let's go quick." I laughed. I'd gotten a rough read on these two sisters' temperaments. The older sister, Su Yingxue, shouldered everything herself, carried a lot on her mind, and had to be treated like a little adult. The younger, Xiaoxue, was simple and lively and had walked right into my trap. I took her small hand and was about to leave the kitchen. "Wait!" A voice edged with anger. I turned to see Lu Yuanyang holding a bowl of stove ash, rushing to stop me. "Second brother, this is outrageous. Going up the mountain to gamble on luck and suffer for nothing is one thing. But why are you dragging Xiaoxue along to suffer with you?" I gave a slight smile and said calmly, "Whether I'm gambling on luck or not, you'll understand in time. You keep the household running well. The mountain business doesn't need your worry." Lu Yuanyang hadn't expected me to talk back to her and was stunned for a moment, saying nothing for a good while. I couldn't be bothered to say more and led Xiaoxue out of the kitchen. There was no explaining the compass. Once I was hauling game home every day, no matter how absurd it seemed, she'd have to accept it. Lu Yuanyang gazed at our retreating backs, shook her head, and muttered, "Nonsense. And this Su Xiaoxue still hasn't outgrown her playful streak, treating hunting like a children's game. Well, let her taste some hardship. Maybe after that she'll be willing to stay home and behave." Out the courtyard gate, we ran into one villager after another along the way, and I was about to warmly introduce Xiaoxue to them. Awkward. The villagers, without exception, gave us a wide berth, as if afraid I'd remember their faces. Helpless, I could only keep holding Xiaoxue's fair little hand and head for Little Peak Mountain. But the looks those people cast our way were complicated. Envy and jealousy, with a bit of fear mixed in. I knew the reason perfectly well. It was simply the beauty added to my side. Back when the old man had ransomed the Sioux sisters' home, he'd driven the donkey cart straight to our own door to unload them, then drove the cart to the village chief's house to settle up. So the villagers had never gotten a clear look at the two lovely girls Lin Feng had ransomed, and now they'd all erupted. Good heavens, what's going on? When did the Lin family come up with a beauty this lovely? How did I not know? Isn't the Lin family so poor they can barely put food on the table? Where'd they get the money to take a wife? I looked closely down at Xiaoxue. Though her features were young, that fair little round face with a bit of baby fat had an indescribable cuteness to it. Whether from going hungry on the road or just her nature, the lines of Xiaoxue's figure carried a delicate, frail kind of beauty. When she'd heard we were going hunting, she'd cheered and looked mischievous, but now, walking out here, she was another way entirely. Following obediently behind me, gentle and petite, stirring pity. Someone stared, transfixed, and sighed. TSK, this fair, tender girl. I doubt even those few famous households in town could match her. But I frowned. Xiaoxue's skin was naturally fair, yet looking closely, she wasn't starting to grow rosy the way her sister Su Yingxue was. Her complexion was still pale. Could it be that she was young and recovering slowly? I stroked my chin and mulled it over for a while, then set it aside for now. She'd only enjoyed one day of good living at home. I'd observe a while longer, and maybe she'd gradually get better. The pressing matter was to hunt the badgers quickly and give the sisters a good feeding. With that thought, my steps quickened a little. At the foot of the mountain, the villagers had long gathered in twos and threes, preparing to head up and try their luck. The moment they saw me leading a beauty out, they all froze in place. Fixed under those scorching stares, Xiaoxue's pretty face flushed red. She lowered her head and leaned toward me. As that bit of softness pressed against me, my heart stirred. Xiaoxue was young, but she wasn't entirely without figure. Like her sister, she had potential. Sentiment aside, I hadn't forgotten her embarrassment in that moment. I looked back at her flustered, bashfully lip-biting little face, so pitiably delicate. I reached out to ruffle her hair and softly reassured her. "It's all right. I'm here, don't be afraid." Seeing us so close, the crowd caught on, faces full of astonishment, and then their eyes went red with envy. Bringing a wife up the mountain was rare, but not unheard of. Usually it was because someone knew they couldn't handle the mountain haul alone, so they brought a helper. But they'd never imagined Lin Feng's wife would be a beauty utterly unlike anything a farming village could produce. Everyone knew full well. Given Lin Feng's skill after just one day of hunting, aside from dumb luck landing a rabbit, how could he possibly catch anything else? For that kind of luck to come twice in a row would be downright uncanny. So most likely, he brought her out to show off. In his place, they wouldn't have been able to resist showing off and reveling in it a little either. Someone gritted their teeth. How is this fair? Lin Feng, a scoundrel and a good-for-nothing. How did he buy a wife this gorgeous? It's so unfair. Exactly. I've been going into town all these years and never seen one this pretty. And it goes to him of all people. Someone else, unwilling to accept it, forced themselves to look away and gave a cold snort. Tisk, bringing his wife up the mountain. So impressive. We'll see if he's still smiling when he comes back down today. Thinks one round of luck means he's got skill? Let's see what he catches today. Amid all the sour talk, Li Dashan, mixed in with the crowd, stared at Xiao Xue's retreating back and fell silent. He'd brought a gang of underlings today, waiting to corner Lin Feng up the mountain, and had been in a great mood. But this move of Lin Feng's looked like a deliberate show, a slap to his face. It stung. His underlings behind him said nothing, but without turning around he knew every one of them was feeling sorry for him. The more Li Dashan thought about it, the worse he felt. His face darkened, and he clutched his chest, full of regret. If I'd known she was such a beauty, 3 taels and 500 coppers, I wouldn't have traded even for that. He remembered that Lin Feng had ransomed 2 sisters. A wife this pretty, and he had 2 of them. If the younger one was this fine, how much worse could the older be? At the thought, his heart ached even more, and he sighed again and again. But then again, in 2 days Lin Feng wouldn't be able to pay the debt, and wouldn't these 2 sisters have to be handed over to him to settle it? They'd just be second-hand goods. But hadn't he had his fun at the brothel plenty of times? It didn't matter. Even if he was fuming now, once they were in his hands, he'd collect it all back with interest. At that thought, Li Dashan stared at Xiao Xue's petite, fair little body, and the heat rose in his chest again. One of the underlings behind him, a scar on his face, saw the boss had recovered his spirits, and a flash of greed lit his eyes. Seizing the moment, he chimed in. Boss, what good fortune. In 3 days that little beauty will be yours, to play with however you like. This little brother is green with envy. As he spoke, he winked at Li Dashan with a you-know-how-it-is look. The 2 exchanged a grin, and Li Dashan pointed at him. You little rascal. The surrounding underlings joined the jeering. Boss, once you're done playing, you've got to let us brothers have some fun too. That's right, boss enjoying the blessings of many beauties. We're so jealous. Li Dashan looked pleased and waved his hand grandly. Fine. When the time comes, everyone gets a share. Nobody comes for nothing. He wasn't being that generous, of course. He'd already worked it out. He'd tire of them eventually, and then he'd turn around and sell them to old Chun, making full use of them while cementing his own standing among the local circles. 2 birds with 1 stone. The contracts weren't even in his hands yet, and Li Dashan had already fallen into his lovely dream, as if the 2 sisters were already in his arms. All that commotion stirred the village entrance into an uproar, and I smiled as I slipped away, taking Xiao Xue up the mountain. Away from the crowd, Xiao Xue finally dared to lift her head, slowly recovered, and looked around again with a curious face. She let go of my hand, ran to the side excitedly to touch the plants, crouched to peer into cracks in the rocks, finding everything on the mountain endlessly fresh and new. I'd been anxious at first, afraid someone would beat me to the badgers. But after walking this stretch and seeing no one heading the same direction, I figured no one was competing with me, and the string of tension in my heart loosened. I let her have her fun, and we'd get moving once she'd played enough. Before long, I led her onto the path toward the north summit. Following the route in my head for an hour or 2, we reached a snow-covered dense forest. Xiao Xue was young and couldn't walk fast, so I could only slow down to keep pace with her. It didn't matter. The intel had no time limit, which meant no one was competing with me, and the kind of thing that happened yesterday, being targeted by someone, wouldn't happen. We could take it slow. I had to admit, the routes the compass gave were genuinely safe. Whether it was thanks to that middle fortune or not, the whole way went smoothly. Xiao Xue tilted her head up, blinking her bright, clear eyes. Brother, what are we hunting today? Another brother, and my expression turned odd. She was already my wife, yet she still called me that. But looking at her petite little frame, I figured she still didn't understand these matters between men and women, and shook my head to toss the strange thought aside. Seeing her look so full of anticipation, I kept her in suspense. You'll know when the time comes. I took her hand and led her deeper in. Once inside the dense forest, the route was basically useless. I had to rely on the image the system gave to pinpoint the location. As I walked, I compared it against the surrounding terrain, ruling out spot after spot, and pressed on deeper. I chatted with her along the way, but my eyes kept scanning the environment. I let go of her hand, ruffled her soft hair, and smiled as I fished for a reaction. Xiaoxua, once your sister marries me, what should you call me? That'd be brother-in-law, of course. She answered without thinking, then saw my half-smile and paused. Brother-in-law, why are you asking this? Brother-in-law. I laughed, but didn't respond, muttering inwardly, what brother-in-law? You and your sister are both mine, so what brother-in-law? Just call me husband. My eyes still swept the surroundings as my mouth kept going. Don't you think brother-in-law isn't quite right? You should switch to something else. Saying that, I looked at her full of anticipation, unsure whether she'd catch on. Xiaoxua stroked her chin, pretending to ponder, glancing at me now and then, testing. Brother-in-law? Great. She hadn't gotten it. I shook my head and pinched her plump cheek. You and your sister are both my wives, so what do you think you should call me? Realization dawned on Xiaoxua, and she blurted out. Then I should call you husband, of course. But the words were barely out when it hit her, and her face flushed crimson. She stammered in a panic. Us. Husband is what you say after the wedding night, isn't it? Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua hasn't reached that step with you yet. With that she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. There was another line she held back, unspoken in her heart. And besides, Xiaoxua isn't ready either. Seeing her blush like this, I laughed out loud and was about to keep teasing when something caught my eye. It was as if I'd spotted something, and I grabbed her and jogged over. A sudden force on her wrist, and Xiaoxua jerked her head up. Seeing me looking so excited, as if I'd found prey, she grew tense too. Lin. She was about to call out that familiar name when she remembered what I'd just said, and forced it back down, the blush that had just faded creeping back up. She thought it over. Sold to the Lin family. Lin Feng really could do whatever he wanted, but somehow her sister had said something that spared her from yesterday's ordeal. Recalling the sounds from last night, she was a little afraid of this somewhat burly man, and had some resistance to acknowledging him as her husband. But her sister had also urged her not to defy him, and everyone they'd met along the way called him that. So after struggling with it for a while, she finally went along with her sister's wishes and timidly changed her words. Husband, did you find game? Where is it? I turned back, glanced at her with a bit of surprise, and explained with a smile. I just spotted a badger. Watch your husband's skill. Tonight, we'll eat our fill. Hearing there really was game, Xiaoxua's eyes lit up and her spirits lifted. She turned to search all around, but seeing nothing, she pursed her lips and pouted in disappointment. Husband's lying. There's no badger anywhere. Are you picking on Xiaoxua because I'm easy to bully? Watching her puff up with anger, blush still on her face, she was charmingly cute. I smiled and made a shushing gesture, lowering my voice. Don't rush. You stay right here, don't wander off. I'll be back. Saying that, I drew the hatchet from my waist, crouched low, and crept toward the thicket ahead. According to the intel, badgers were active in this area, so the other badgers should be nearby too. As I analyzed, I parted the bushes and looked out. That badger was standing pressed against a big tree, its body rigid, with a few piles of worm droppings beneath its rear. Clearly it was relieving itself. I didn't disturb it. I quietly circled around, crouched low, and moved into a thicket even closer to it, then waited patiently. The moment it let its guard down, I'd pounce at once. I crouched in the thicket, holding my breath, my eyes glued to the badger, terrified of missing my chance. Before long, it seemed to have finished relieving itself and stood up with a contented look, about to leave. The chance had come. I snatched up the sack and rushed out. Before the badger could react, I grabbed it, and before it could even struggle, I stuffed it into the sack. Then came the same old routine, slamming it hard against the ground, until the strength inside the sack faded bit by bit and went still. Only then did I stop, panting. Xiaoxua, watching from her spot in the distance, saw me succeed and ran over cheering. Husband, open it quick, I want to see what a badger looks like. I waved her off, and only after confirming it was truly knocked out did I unhurriedly untie the mouth of the sack. Xiaoxua couldn't wait to poke her head in, and the moment she saw the limp gray-white shape, her eyes went round. She leaned in closer, examining it curiously. The badger was completely out cold, bruised purple all over, blood at the corner of its mouth. Its internal injuries no small matter. I'd been a bit too heavy-handed. I muttered to myself, but Xiaoxua bounced with excitement. Wonderful, meat to eat again. I patted her head and smiled. This is nothing. One badger, and you're this happy. Wait till I catch a whole den. Won't you go crazy with joy? A whole den, she started, then urged. Then hurry and hunt them. Husband, Xiaoxua can't wait. I poked her forehead. Look at you, rushing again. The badger den doesn't have legs. It isn't going anywhere. Even as I said it, I turned and started searching the area. Just then, a startled cry came from behind me. I turned to see Xiao Xue, who'd been helping me look for badgers, had missed her step and fallen into a snow pit. Half her body was sunk in, and she thrashed about, calling for help. Husband, husband, save Xiao Xue. I frowned, not because I resented her causing trouble. On the contrary, it served as a reminder. Though the intel was marked middle fortune and hadn't mentioned snow pits, that didn't mean the whole trip would be smooth sailing. I had to be more careful. Warning myself, I stepped forward and pulled her up. Luckily, the pit wasn't deep, and her little frame hadn't even sunk past her waist before hitting bottom. So aside from a fright, she was fine. Husband, she hugged my waist, murmuring with lingering fear, a sob in her voice. I chuckled and soothed her a few times before she recovered. That scare settled Xiao Xue down. She no longer ran off on her own and followed obediently behind me, afraid something would happen again and I wouldn't reach her in time. I took off the knife's sheath and gently probed ahead the whole way, guarding against stepping into another pit. Feeling my way along so carefully, dodging 3 or 4 snow pits and trying 3 or 4 directions, I finally found the badger's den in the southeast. But once I saw the situation clearly, I was stumped. I'd guessed right. The badgers really were gathered in one place, but unlike the rabbits, they hadn't built their nest out in the open. They'd dug a burrow into a small hillside. Looking at that earthen burrow half hidden by dead grass and snow, I frowned and calculated. Xiao Xue suddenly spoke up. Husband, why don't we make a snare trap? Hide well, and snag them one by one as they come out. Something clicked in my mind, and I quickly asked, you know how? Seeing me place my hopes on her, Xiao Xue lifted her head proudly. I did plenty of handiwork back home. This snare trap, the materials are simple. It's no problem at all. I was overjoyed. Then what do you need? How far can you take it? Just rope. She pointed at the coil of rope at my waist. Find a sturdy big tree to anchor it, and tie a slip knot on the other end at the burrow mouth. When a badger comes out, the slip knot catches its head or leg, and the more it struggles, the tighter it gets, so it can't break free. I nodded to myself. Good idea. I set to it at once. Soon, several snare loops hung at the burrow mouth. I held the sack and stood guard by the trap. Any that slipped through, I grabbed by hand and knock out the same way. I nodded to Xiao Xue. She dropped her smile, set her little face firm, crouched down, picked up pebbles, and tossed them into the burrow. Before long, 2 of the larger badgers darted out, and before they could react, they hit the snares, one caught by the head, one tangled by the leg, hauled up and thrashing wildly, the ropes only cinching tighter. Listening to their panicked howls, I let out a breath and was about to step forward to deal with them when 2 more small badgers shot out. There were few snare loops left, and by luck the 2 of them ran out free. No way I'd let them go. I lunged and pinned one down, snatched up the other and stuffed it into the sack, gripped the mouth tight, felt the fierce resistance inside, scooped it out, slammed it down, and pounded it hard against the ground. That one was slammed dizzy, but its will to survive was too strong, and it staggered woozily and still made to escape. Xiao Xue rushed over to help. I handed her the sack and instructed, do it the way I just did. Knock it out. I chased after it without looking back, leaving Xiao Xue alone holding the sack, dazed. Maybe from that earlier pin and slam, the badger's limbs were hurt, and it ran a good deal slower. I caught up quickly, pinned it down, and grabbed a stone to smash it. A few blows and the stone came away red, and the little badger, at its last gasp, passed out. I turned to head back, only to find Xiao Xue with her eyes shut, swinging the sack and slamming it wildly against the ground, muttering as she went. Die? Die already. What a ridiculous sight. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurried over to take the sack. I opened it and looked. The earlier badger had already stopped breathing entirely, and the other small one was letting out more breath than it took in, clearly not going to make it. Goodness, this girl was ruthless. Seeing that the ones who'd fled had all been recaptured, I knocked out the 2 big badgers still hanging in the snares and gathered them all into the sack. I clapped the dust off my hands, planted them on my hips, and said smugly, see? I told you we'd eat meat to our heart's content today. I didn't lie, did I? Husband is the most amazing. Xiao Xue nodded again and again, full of agreement, delighted beyond measure. I hefted the bulging sack. Today's goal was fully met, so I threw it over my shoulder to head down the mountain. Come on, down we go. Xiao Xue nodded obediently and skipped along behind me. Along the way, she kept glancing at the sack on my shoulder, her eyes bright, though her tone was dismissive. Husband, this badger is way better than a wild rabbit. Rabbit meat is tough. There's hardly any of it, and it's not satisfying. Badgers have lots of fat and meat. Once sister-in-law stews it in the pot, that flavor. As she spoke, she smacked her lips and swallowed. Talk of badgers sent Xiaoshua's thoughts drifting back to the past, and she suddenly grew wistful. Back when the family had money to spare on festivals, her father had once bought half a side of badger meat home. Cooked with seasonings, the aroma filled the air, rich but not greasy, and everyone praised it to no end. The more she thought about it, the more her appetite stirred, but then her parents' faces surfaced in her mind, her eyes reddened, and she began to choke up. Xiaoxua wasn't as careful-minded as her sister. She was young and straightforward, and didn't hide it from me, so I saw the signs at a glance and asked gently, "Missing home?" She nodded quietly, her voice low. I thought for a moment, stopped walking, set the sack down, crouched, and pulled her into my arms, patting her back to comfort her. Whatever happened to your family before, I couldn't do anything about that. But now, you two are my wives, we're one family. As long as I, Lin Feng, have a bite of meat to eat, there'll always be a share for you too. Xiaoxua looked up, and seeing how earnest my eyes were, warmth filled her heart. She burst into tears, buried her face in my chest, and said in a trembling voice, We held each other quietly for a while before she calmed down. Reluctantly, she lifted her head, wiped her tears, and smiled. Let's go home. I nodded, patted her shoulder, hoisted the sack, and continued down the mountain. Stopping and starting for an hour or two, we finally reached the foot of the mountain, the village's outline already in sight. I was just letting out a breath of relief when a lazy voice drifted out from the bushes by the roadside. Hey, you there, hold it right there. The voice was somewhat familiar. I frowned. Following the sound, I saw 2 or 3 men crawl out of the grass, staring at the sack on my shoulder, eyes gleaming as they closed in. But when they saw my face clearly, they all paused, then broke into grins. Oh ho, if it isn't Brother Lin. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've picked up skills, hauling game home day after day. Someone beside him immediately scoffed. What skill? Just dumb luck. I could do it too. Right, we know all about Brother Lin's hunting hand. Never touched it. Gambling. Now that's where he's a marvel. The mockery drew a burst of laughter from the group. Seeing how vicious this crowd looked, Xiaoxua got a little scared, clutched my clothes tightly with her small hands, and hid behind me. Husband, Xiaoxua is scared. That movement of hers caught the eye of their leader, Zhang Erpo. He whistled. Oh ho, and such a tender little woman too. Brother Lin, what good fortune. Just don't know if you'll be able to pay off Brother Dashan's debt. Be a shame if in the end you could only settle it with this woman. Another round of laughter. My anger surged straight up, my face darkened, but I forced it back down, my mind racing for a plan. Scoundrels like Zhang Erpo loved to run in packs, often staking out this road at the foot of the mountain to intercept villagers coming down. They dressed it up as borrowing a little for emergencies, to be returned later, but it was plain robbery. The original owner had done plenty of the same in the past, so I knew it well. Seeing my grim face, Zhang Erpo actually thought I was truly worried about the debt, and an underling beside him looked surprised. No way. Brother Feng's really troubled over a gambling debt? Where'd that Brother Feng who threw money around so grandly back in the day go? Zhang Erpo sneered, his eyes rolling. How about this? Since this woman is going toward the debt in 2 days anyway, why not let us brothers have some fun with her first, enjoy ourselves a bit? We're all brothers, so I'll put in a good word with Brother Dashan afterward and get your debt waived. Wouldn't that be great? The underling immediately chimed in. Right. And what's in your sack has got to be game too. Just hand it all over. Before the words were even finished, Zhang Erpo reached out to grab Xiaoxua, who was clinging to my waist. I dropped the act. The fury I'd been holding down exploded with a roar. With a sharp ring, the hatchet came out of its sheath, and I brought it down on that outstretched hand of his. A splitting sound, and a gash opened on Zhang Erpo's arm, blood spraying out. He let out a scream, clutched his arm, and stumbled back again and again, his face full of disbelief. You dare cut me? Then he turned savage and roared at his underlings. Damn it. He dares lay hands on me. Forgetting we're brothers, is that it? Get up there and deal with him. But the 2 or 3 scoundrels exchanged a glance and, by some silent understanding, didn't move. Lin Feng looked like a fool, agreeing to anything with a bit of flattery, and over these past years he'd handled things for the brothers by squandering his family's fortune, building up quite a network. Really coming to blows with him would make an enemy of him for good. Helping him pay his debt was out of the question, but when it came to rounding up people to block the road, he had plenty of say. Besides, looking at the blood pouring from Zhang Erpo's arm, the few of them felt uneasy too. They'd only meant to coax and grab a little advantage, and hadn't expected me to strike so ruthlessly. The scene went dead still. Shocked as they were unwilling to leave. Eyeing the sack greedily, they couldn't budge. One of them stepped forward, changed his tune, and threatened, "How about this? We're all brothers, so let's not make it too ugly. Split what's in your sack with us brothers, and we'll call it even. How's that?" Zhang Erpo was the first to jump. "What are you doing? I'm the one in charge here. He wounded me like this. We can't just let it go." The few of them acted as if they hadn't heard, only staring at me, waiting for a reply. I gave a cold smile, gripped the blade, my eyes like ice. "Then let's see how sharp this hatchet is. The three of you are unarmed, and I'd like to see just how capable you are. You really want to sour things this badly? Believe it or not, we'll round up people to block you every single day from now on." Another one softened his attitude, sighed, and put on a helpless face. "Brother Lin, it's not that your big brothers won't give you face. It's just, watching you eat meat so richly makes us crave it. Share one bite. Let your big brothers get a taste of some meat too." Watching this crowd go back and forth, unwilling to fight to the death, I sneered inwardly. These scoundrels were, at the end of the day, a pack of cowards who feared death, bullied the weak, feared the strong, and only threw their weight around among their own. Having seen through them, I felt sure of myself and said indifferently, "Then come. If a feud is struck, so be it. Today you block me, tomorrow I'll block you back." I shrugged and added a line. "And I'll tell you the truth. There's nothing in this sack but 2 wild rabbits. It's bulging because I stuffed it with firewood." The meaning was clear. To take a single thing from my hands, they'd have to weigh the cost. The two exchanged a look and sighed helplessly. Fight me to the death over game that might not even be worth it, and make an enemy of me for good? They wouldn't do it. This crowd only dared to bully with numbers behind them. Really fighting to the death, they turned coward. But the words already spoken had backed them into a corner, and with me standing firm, Zhang Erpo couldn't climb down, unwilling to lose face, and the scene locked in a standoff. Zhang Erpo kept urging and wailing off to the side, but he too had been scared out of his wits by that one strike, and simply didn't dare come forward. The others stayed silent, facing off against me. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the deadlock. Everyone turned. A villager in tattered hemp clothes, hair graying at the temples, was coming down the mountain. There were many mountain trails, but only a few paths down, so running into someone wasn't unusual. He'd been happily admiring the wild rabbit in his hands, but the moment he looked up and saw 3 or 4 gazes fixed on him, his smile froze. Coming closer and seeing it was us, he realized at once things were bad, turned, and ran. The two of them weren't about to pass up this heaven-sent way out, and took off in pursuit. That left only Zhang Erpo, glaring at me with venom. Killing intent flashed in my eyes as I raised the hatchet, a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "What? Want another taste of my blade?" Looking at the bloodstained knife, Zhang Erpo's face turned ugly, sick with regret. If only he'd done like Lin Feng and brought a hatchet up the mountain too, he wouldn't be pinned down at knife point like this. Watching how humiliated he looked, most of my irritation faded. In truth, it wasn't the old villagers' fault for not being on guard. These villagers were all spineless. The moment a crowd swarmed up, they were scared witless, and one threat later they'd hand over anything, never daring to resist. Afterward, they'd only regret taking that path and blame their own bad luck. Over time, the roadblockers had grown complacent, and back in the day the original owner, just like Zhang Erpo, hadn't even carried a weapon when blocking people. One squeeze, take the goods, and off down the mountain to have his fun. In the end, Zhang Erpo could only grit his teeth and leave a few vicious words behind as he fled after the other two. "You just wait. The day you can't pay Brother Dashin's debt, I'll bring people myself and finish you." Watching his sorry retreating figure, my eyes went cold. If killing didn't mean being hauled before the magistrate by the village chief and sentenced, I'd have chopped these vermin down long ago, sparing the village some burden. Unfortunately, my ability wasn't enough for now. I shook my head with regret, and my longing for that hunter's archery grew a shade deeper. If I could shoot a bow, why waste breath with this crowd? A few arrows to drop them, toss them in some ravine, and be done with it. I looked back at Xiaoxue, still frightened behind me, sighed, crouched down, and stroked her head, saying gently, "It's over. Your husband chased all the bad people away. Let's go home." Xiaoxue nodded her little head and answered sweetly, Okay. Then she took my hand, and we walked toward the foot of the mountain. Soon we were back down, and the moment the crowd saw the bulging sack on my shoulder, they erupted again. Good heavens, has Lin the scound, has Lin the second son really caught the mountain god's favor? His sack is bulging like that again today. Clearly no small haul. Right, this luck is uncanny. Seeing them stare fixedly at the sack, my heart tightened, and I quickly laughed it off. It's all firewood. Where would the mountain get so much game? I don't have that kind of luck. But no one believed it anymore. Yesterday, I'd at least had a rabbit hanging at my waist, so the line held a little water. Today, the same excuse. And who'd take it seriously? Plainly, I was covering up, afraid they'd get jealous and grab. Winter was setting in, and every household was scraping by. Now, seeing me return fully loaded with a beauty at my side, every one of them was green with envy, their eyes glazing, and their thoughts began to churn. Seeing that greedy look, I frowned, set the sack on the ground, and slapped my hand against the hatchet at my waist, a crisp clang ringing out. The crowd looked over in unison, the meaning unspoken. The moment they saw that blood-still-stained blade, their faces changed. Not long ago Zhang Erpo had fled down the mountain clutching a bloody arm, and it might well have been this fierce fellow's doing. Best not to court bad luck. For a moment, the crowd's thoughts scattered every which way. Some backed off to watch the show, arms folded. Some cautiously turned and left, afraid of getting caught up in trouble. But most still swept reluctant gazes back and forth between me and the sack, unwilling to give up. And a few shifty-eyed ones stole glances at Xiaoxua, which made my brow furrow and tightened my grip on the knife a shade more. They eyed one another, all hoping someone else would stick their neck out first, so they could swarm in and grab a share in the chaos. But after waiting a good while, not one dared move first. The crowd sighed with regret and reluctantly stifled that bit of greed. I quietly let out a breath, hoisted the sack, and headed home. The people ringing me around instinctively opened a path. Behind me someone said wistfully, "What a shame, this scoundrel's really struck it big. These past few days, game and a beauty both. TSK tisk." Someone beside him immediately fumed. "No kidding. Hasn't this scoundrel done enough wrong all this time? How does he get to live so comfortably? Heaven has no justice." The crowd sighed again. "Comparing yourself to others will be the death of you." On the way back to the Lin house, Xiaoxua grew excited, tilting her head up full of anticipation. "Husband, what do you think sister-in-law and the others will do when they see you caught game again today?" I stroked my chin. "What else? Same as those villagers. Chalk it up to my good luck." Saying that, I suddenly paused and looked down at her. "Xiaoxua, do you think I catch game by dumb luck too?" Xiaoxua was taken aback. Those bright, clear eyes rolled, and she said softly, "I think husband is more than just lucky. If it were me, catching that lone badger would have made me so happy I couldn't think straight, let alone pay attention to where its den was." She glanced at the sack and smiled. "Good thing husband is careful and experienced, and knew to scout around nearby, or we really would have missed that good chance." I didn't let the kind words go to my head and rubbed my nose. Being able to understand these game animals' habits was all thanks to the old man's teachings when the original owner was a child. It seemed I still had much to learn from him. At the thought that even Xiaoxua chalked it up to my luck, I felt a bit speechless. But then again, the compass business was too absurd. Saying it out loud would strain anyone's grasp of reality, so chalking it up to luck was only reasonable. Chatting and laughing the whole way, we arrived home before we knew it. Stepping through the courtyard gate, the string that had been taut in my heart finally slackened, and exhaustion washed over me. Home was better after all. No need to fret over that pack of unruly folk outside. The moment Xiaoxua entered the courtyard, she called out eagerly, "Sister-in-law, come out quick. Husband brought good things back from the mountain." As expected, Lu Yuanyang strolled out unhurriedly and said calmly, "I just hope the second brother didn't sell the household goods to trade for meat." But the instant she looked up and saw the sack in the courtyard, her eyes went wide. "This is—" She rushed over and untied the mouth of the sack, and looking at the badgers inside, her face filled with shock. The old man hobbled out too, and the moment he saw the scene, he was overjoyed. Suing Xue had been meaning to watch the porridge in the pot, and had held back the eager Lin Xiaoya, telling her to keep an eye on it, before coming out under the little girl's resentful gaze. She let out a gasp, her face full of disbelief. Lu Yuanyang snapped out of it, turned to the old man, and said excitedly, "Father, how much can these badgers sell for?" The old man stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. "Too big, too small, sold together, about 5 taels of silver." Seeing him hold up 5 fingers, Lu Yuanyang was thrilled. 5 tails. She calmed her emotions a bit and grinned from ear to ear. Wonderful. Sell them all, and Lee Dashin's debt is no worry at all, with 2 tails left over. The moment she said she'd sell them all, I wasn't having it. Sell them all? I hunted the game, and you're making the decision for me. Lu Yuanyang shot me a look, sour-faced. You cause trouble for this family day after day, and you finally stumble onto some luck and earn a bit. So quit messing around. Listen to me, sell them. I frowned, pulled the sack back, and repeated flatly, same as before. This is my call. Selling's fine, but not all of them. The rabbit meat was nearly gone after these 2 days, and who knew if tomorrow's intel would even be game? What if it was medicinal herbs? Then wouldn't I be stuck gnawing on millet porridge? At the thought of that throat-choking texture, my face fell. Lu Yuanyang got heated too, planted her hands on her hips, and scolded. Second brother, don't be so selfish. Still thinking of relying on the family to sell off its goods to pay your debt. Those are father's livelihood tools. Seeing I wouldn't budge, she sighed, softened her tone, and pleaded, just stop making a fuss, all right? Pay off the debt, trade the rest for millet, and at least stretch it 2 or 3 months. Isn't that good? I said helplessly. I can go up the mountain and hunt. There's no need to. On luck, how many times can you catch anything? She cut in. Can't you think about the future? My head ached, and I steeled myself. It's settled. Sell the small ones. Keep the big ones to stew. You? Lu Yuanyang shook with anger, pointing at me, speechless, until at last she deflated all at once and waved a hand in surrender. Fine, fine, do as you please. When this family can't even get millet porridge, let's see what tricks you've got. Seeing her give in, I let out a breath and thumped my chest. Rest easy, sister-in-law. I've got my ways. Beside us, the old man wore a complicated expression. He'd actually been on Lu Yuanyang's side, wanting to sell the badgers, but at the thought that a hunter can't have others decide what to do with his own game. He understood that grievance too. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't get a word out. Enough. We'll do it your way. We eat badger. Lu Yuanyang said, resigned, and carried it to the kitchen together with Suing Shua. Before long, one big badger was cleaned and ready. Lu Yuanyang came out carrying a basin of stewed badger meat, the 2 sisters following with millet porridge. A few trips later, the table held 1 bowl of rabbit meat and 5 bowls of meat porridge. The moment that basin of meat hit the table, its rich aroma spread everywhere, whetting my appetite. I swallowed and eagerly picked up a piece. 1 bite through it, and I nodded again and again as I chewed. Badger meat lived up to its name. Rich, but not greasy, so much better than that tough, stringy rabbit meat. Lin Xiaoya cheered too. Wow, uncle is amazing. This badger meat is so good today. Of course. Look at who your uncle is. A mere badger, easy pickings. I smiled smugly. Lu Yuanyang snorted coldly, still unwilling to let it drop. Today you got lucky and happened on a badger den. What about the future? I brushed her off casually. You'll know when the time comes. Leave it all to me. Hearing this flippant answer, she looked speechless and lowered her head to ponder other ways out. Su Ingshua ate her meat, but the look in her eyes as she watched me was thoughtful. She'd asked Xiaoshua privately and learned the whole story of what I'd done on the mountain. My skill at finding the badger burrow, my ruthlessness in drawing a blade on the scoundrels outright, all of it had changed her view of me. With this backbone and ability, even with bad luck, as long as I stopped fooling around, gaining a foothold in this village would be no trouble at all. At that thought, her attitude shifted, and she began to consider having Xiaoshua stay too. She'd have to find a chance to have a good talk with Xiaoshua. That girl had no mind of her own and needed careful guidance. After the meal, I bathed, but instead of returning to my room, I went straight to the old man's. Seeing me come, he was a bit surprised. You, why aren't you back cozying up to your wife? What do you want with this useless old man? I said seriously, what useless old man? Father is clearly in the prime of his life. The old man paused, then laughed and scolded, silver-tongued. Out with it, what is it? It's like this. I recounted the whole badger hunt on the mountain, down to the last detail. He listened quietly, then knit his brow. That trap of yours was crudely made, but for catching badgers it was serviceable enough. I nodded. That's exactly why I came, to ask you for pointers on the ways of hunting. The old man was deeply gratified, his eyes even growing a little moist. The boy had grown up, finally showing some sense. Father and son fell into a good long talk. I raised questions from time to time, and he patiently answered each one. We talked for a long while, and I gained a great deal, coming to a deeper understanding of hunting. But cramming in so much at once left my head spinning a little, so I got up to take my leave. On the way back to my room, I mulled it over as I walked and suddenly paused. Most of what the old man had covered was how to find game, with relatively little on anything else. Could it be that the hardest part of going up the mountain is the finding? The thought sparked, and I immediately thought of the compass, my heart stirring. It seemed this compass was truly no small thing. With this intel advantage, hunting was no challenge at all for me. A few more days of learning from the old man, and I might even surpass him. Sentiment aside, I pushed open my door, warmth rising in my chest. I'd taken in plenty. Time to put some out. The door opened, and Suing Shue was lying on her side. Hearing the sound, her lovely form gave a shiver. Then she forced herself calm and lay perfectly still. Those little movements of hers, I caught them all with a glance toward the bedding the moment I stepped in and chuckled to myself. The bed seemed already warmed by her, and the instant I slipped in, heat rose against my body. I turned her over, my gaze sweeping up and down, lingering long on her face. With better meals these 2 days, Su Ingshue's complexion had grown more and more rosy, no longer pale and sickly as when she'd first arrived. Stared at like this, she grew uneasy, lowered her head, a blush rising on her face, and pouted charmingly. "Husband, why do you keep staring? It's embarrassing." I chuckled softly and stroked her soft hair. "What? My own wife's a beauty, and I'm not even allowed to look." "Husband," her voice trembled. I teased. "What, feeling unwell today?" "No, it's just." She glanced at my build, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Recalling last night's frenzy, she felt a faint ache somewhere on her body. Are all farming men as fierce? She grumbled inwardly. "Well, since you're fine, then let's continue our fine exchange." I rubbed my hands together with a low chuckle. Not waiting for her answer, I pounced. She barely had time for a startled cry before the lamp went out. At that same moment, the two next door were in for another ordeal. Listening to that even more intense commotion, Lu Yuanyang and Xiao Xue both tensed at once. "Here we go again." Lu Yuanyang cursed with a dark face. "Does this brat really not understand my hints?" Infuriating. She clawed at her hair in agitation. Life was getting more and more unlivable. Xiao Xue, meanwhile, puffed up her cheeks and pouted. "Husband is bullying my sister again. This is too much." But she couldn't figure it out. Her sister had clearly said sister-in-law disliked them. So why was sister-in-law getting so angry on her sister's behalf? She tapped her lips with a small hand, frowned, and puzzled over it a good while, but came up with nothing. Never mind. Things she couldn't work out, she'd leave to her sister. She needn't rack her brains over this. With her sister not by her side right now, she found herself missing her a little. Since there was no solving it, could she at least hide from it? Xiao Xue puckered her little mouth, shrank into the old quilt, and shut her eyes to feign sleep. But listening to the growing commotion next door, her small hands clenched nervously into fists, her face full of worry. She recalled the strange way her sister had moved about during the day and grew concerned for her. Sister really is something. No matter how I ask, she won't say, just turns red, and I can't even guess. She's always like this, bottling everything up when something's wrong, shouldering it alone. Amid her grumbling, doubt rose again. This doesn't add up either. Husband protects sister so much during the day, so why does he bully her the moment night falls and make such a big commotion? The noise next door went on and on without stopping, and Lu Yuanyang grew more and more irritated, her face turning downright resentful. Xiao Xue happened to glance over to check, and startled by that expression, quickly rolled over and played dead. The next day, around noon, I woke refreshed and clear-headed, sat up, stretched, and felt wonderful all over. 18 truly was a fine age, brimming with vigor. Last night hadn't been as green and quick to end as the first time. This round I'd fought harder the longer it went, battling till the world turned dark, until Su Ingxue was begging for mercy again and again. But I hadn't gone easy, pushing my limits the whole way, only stopping once I'd achieved that string of victories, then falling into a deep sleep. Probably my stretching had been too vigorous and woke her. She lay motionless, languidly turned away from me, hair disheveled, the slipped quilt exposing a stretch of snow-white skin, red marks still on it. Dark tresses draped across the rise and fall of her waist, a charm all its own. Disturbed by me, she gave a few displeased whimpers, her face full of exhaustion. I gently patted her back and said softly, "You had it rough last night. Rest well." She let out a soft moan, and recalling all of last night, was full of regret, which tugged at a certain spot and made her little face wince. If she'd known Lin Feng was this capable, she never should have made an excuse to send Xiao Xue away. Now she had to shoulder it all alone. Truly miserable. While Su Yingxue was regretting her choices, I'd already risen and dressed and called up the system. Watching the spinning compass, my thoughts churned, unsure what it would be this time. If it was another simple job like badger hunting, it'd be perfect to bring Xiaoxue along again. Yesterday, I'd meant to finish the quest along the way and get the archery to hunt the roe deer, but the system hadn't popped any complete notice at all, and I didn't know why. I puzzled over it. Could it be Xiaoxue was too young, her heart not yet awakened, not understanding matters between men and women? Recalling how she'd shown no reaction when Zhang Erpo had harassed her yesterday, I figured that was most likely it. I'd have to talk to Su Yingxue and have her give Xiaoxue some supplementary lessons. Soon the compass stopped, and 4 lines of blue text surfaced. Fate Star, Mountain Dweller. Middle Fortune. At the summit of Little Peak Mountain, 3 10-year-old stalks of Solomon's seal have matured. Now is the time to harvest them. Middle Misfortune. On the south summit of Little Peak Mountain, a wild roe deer is foraging. Hunt with a bow and the harvest will be plentiful. Great Misfortune. In the Great Black Mountains, a wild boar is foraging. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. 3 10-year-old stalks of Solomon's seal. The moment I saw the first line, I was overjoyed. Medicinal herbs of this age, a single stalk went for at least a tael of silver, let alone 3. Harvest them all, and Li Dashan's debt would essentially be cleared. Then I moved my gaze to the last 2 lines. Still the same familiar 2 lines. It seemed that as long as I didn't accept it, the information would keep taking up a slot on the compass. Having grasped the pattern, I still found myself in a bind. The wild boar went without saying. I had no ability to touch it for now. As for the roe deer, only if I could win Su Yingxue over would I get the beginner archery, and only then could I try to hunt it. Otherwise, in my current state, taking the old man's bow or not made no difference, so I might as well not take it. As for Xiaoxue, I had a guess in my heart too. Most likely it was because sister-in-law brought up the contract and old Chun every single day, and with the debt still unpaid, Xiaoxue had no security and feared she'd be sold off in the end, so she wouldn't truly commit to me. But once I had these 3 10-year-old stalks of Solomon's seal today, Li Dashan's debt could be cleared, and Xiaoxue should be able to settle her heart too. The only tricky part was the location in the first line. Winter had set in, snow was flying thick at the summit, and in these tattered hemp clothes, I'd likely fall ill from the cold before even reaching the top. Just as I was fretting, I suddenly remembered the old man had a wolf hide coat. Borrowing it would solve the problem nicely. It just came down to whether he'd lend it. But that meant I couldn't bring Xiaoxue along. At the thought of losing my little helper, I couldn't help sighing. With my plan set, I tapped the first line. An image and a herb-gathering route immediately surfaced in my mind. At the summit of Little Peak Mountain, 3 10-year-old stalks of Solomon's seal grew steadily beside a few big trees, a layer of frost on their leaves, each one plump, clearly worth a good price. It was the best time to harvest them at maturity. My heart burned hot, and I pushed the door open to go borrow the coat from the old man. I'd just stepped to the threshold when I paused, remembering that other matter, and turned to run back to the bedside, gently patting Su Yingxue's shoulder. Yingxue. She opened her eyes groggily, woken by me twice now, her face full of resentment. Husband, what is it? Meeting that resentful gaze, my words caught in my throat, and I felt a bit sheepish. It's just the matter with Xiaoxue. Take extra care of it. There are too many people in the village eyeing her, and there are things she doesn't understand. It's dangerous. This wasn't easy to say outright, and I didn't know if she'd catch my hint. At the word Xiaoxue, Su Yingxue's drowsiness vanished entirely, but she misunderstood, thinking I'd noticed she'd used her time of the month to put me off 2 days ago, and hurriedly answered, "Yes, I'll definitely make things clear to Xiaoxue. I'll never let outsiders take advantage of her." With that, she gave a quiet sigh and grew wistful. How on earth was she to broach the subject of love and intimacy? As the older sister, she'd always taken everything on herself, which had left Xiaoxue simple and innocent, a blank sheet of paper, probably knowing only the surface of what marriage even meant. Never mind that Xiaoxue had come back from the mountain trip calling me husband at every turn. She likely still didn't grasp what the title meant, that it meant staying together for a lifetime. But on a matter like this, she was at a loss for now, and since Xiaoxue followed her lead in everything, it amounted to her alone making this decision for her little sister. She thought about it a long while without settling on anything, sighed with a headache, and could only hope Xiaoxue wouldn't blame her, the older sister, in days to come. Seeing the matter more or less handed off, I nodded, my thoughts long since drifting to the old man, wondering how he'd react. Carrying a bit of unease, I strode quickly to the main room. I arrived just as sister-in-law set 2 bowls of hot millet porridge on the table, Xiaoxue following behind with the rabbit meat. The moment Xiaoxue saw me, she lowered her head. I looked at her pale, haggard little face, then at sister-in-law's pair of dark circles, and asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, did you two not sleep well last night either?" We hadn't slept well because we'd been busy with such enthusiasm. But why you two hadn't slept well puzzled me. My older brother wasn't even back. Seeing the culprit look so innocent and even sidle up, Lu Yuanyang couldn't hold it in. You've got the nerve to ask. Sleeping this late again, and you can forget about lunch. When it came to the point where she'd have to spell it out, she couldn't get the words out, so she could only take shots at me over other things. I looked baffled. We went to bed late. So how did that get in the way of your sleep? She couldn't be bothered with me and buried her head in her food. With no opening from sister-in-law, I turned my gaze to Xiaoxue. But Xiaoxue avoided me, head down, eating quietly. Just then, the old man came out of his room leaning on his cane. The moment I saw him, my eyes lit up. I went to meet him and reached out my hand at once. "Father, where's that wolf hide coat of yours? I want to go up to the summit today to take a look." The old man paused, then knit his brow. "The summit? Don't just do whatever pops into your head. Whoever heard of hunting up there? Game doesn't stay at the summit at all. Going there is a wasted trip." I was momentarily at a loss for words and forced out an excuse. "Father, yesterday I saw a wild road deer being chased by Lin Ergu toward the summit, and I followed behind hoping to snag it. But it got too cold later, and both Lin Ergu and I were in hemp clothes. Our bodies froze stiff, and we lost track of it. Today I want to borrow your coat and go up for another look." A wild road deer. At those 3 words, the old man immediately perked up. To old hunters like them, a wild roe deer was silver delivered right to your door. With proper preparation, it would most likely end up in the bag. But at the thought of his own injured leg, the light in his eyes dimmed again. Such a pity. This leg couldn't climb the mountain anymore. That boy Lin Feng was still green. Only a few days into hunting, and relying on luck to catch a few small animals would probably run its course soon, yet he preened over it every day. If only he'd followed me from childhood and learned this craft, how could things have come to this state? A mere roe deer would be easy pickings. At that thought, the old man sighed inwardly, clenched his fist, his face full of regret. If I'd known, I wouldn't have spoiled him so. Now that I've come to my senses, it's too late. By the time he learns to shoot a bow, that roe deer will have long fled back to the great Black Mountains, missed for nothing. When all was said and done, it was all his own doing. After stewing in frustration for a while, the old man looked up, saw me staring at him longingly, and sighed again. He stroked his chin and thought for a good while, but in the end lost out to that hopeful look in my eyes, and though reluctant, gave a nod. "Fine, I suppose." Who knew whether Lin Feng, once he'd tasted some hardship, might turn back into that scoundrel and good for nothing. At the thought of all the disasters this boy had brought down on the family in the past, a chill ran up the old man's back, and his scalp prickled. The family couldn't withstand the slightest blow anymore. In the old days, they could still clean up his spendthrift messes with a thick family fortune. Now, with another Li Dashin coming to collect a debt, or the boy getting caught stealing something from the village, they couldn't even put together the pay up and apologize package anymore, and instead had to depend on this boy to feed them. He'd finally set foot on the right path, and it wouldn't do to chill his heart over a few reluctant hunting tools. If his drive were really stamped out, and then some other blow came along, he might well grow disheartened and go crooked again. That would truly be dropping the melon to pick up a sesame seed. A terrible loss. The more he thought, the more alarmed he grew, cold sweat beading on his back, yet his gaze turned all the more resolute, one thought growing all the more certain. Now was not the time to cling to worn-out trinkets. Not only would he give the coat, he'd hand over everything to the boy and back him with full support. Seeing the old man relent, I quietly let out a breath. There was no help for it. I could only spin a lie first. I could hardly say I had a compass, after all. As for the Lin Ergu I'd mentioned, I hadn't made him up. Ever since the tigers stopped causing trouble, this fellow had been the most diligent of the villagers going up the mountain. Only he wasn't skilled, coming back rebuffed every time, still with nothing to show, and instead was mocked by those who went up occasionally and got hauls by luck. The old man had an impression of this, so he believed it somewhat. After all, he could hardly strangle his own son's drive to improve with his own hands, could he? For now, with this boy busy climbing the mountain and not fooling around in the village, He was already thanking heaven. Eat first. I'll go tidy things up and hand it all to you shortly. With that, he didn't even eat and hobbled out to the courtyard. I sat down and to the sound of digging outside, picked up the meat porridge and ate. Halfway through, the old man came back dusty and disheveled, carrying a bulging tattered cloth bundle, and set it before me with a clunk. These are all old companions that have been with me for years. Treat them well. His face was full of wistfulness. I set down my bowl and eagerly opened the tattered bundle, poking my head in for a look. Inside were a hunting knife, a large bow, and a quiver holding several arrows. Most importantly, pressed at the very bottom, was the wolf-hide coat I'd longed for. My eyes lit up. I carefully took the items out one by one, and first threw on the wolf-hide coat. In no time, warmth spread through me. Plainly, these were the whole of the Lin family's fortune. Seeing the old man lay it all out without holding anything back, Lu Yuanyang immediately changed color and said anxiously, "Father, this is no laughing matter. The second brother's only been out once. Who knows if he's changed his ways? You'd hand it all over this easily." The old man waved a hand and gave me an instruction with a serious face. "Fenger, take the hunting knife and the hide coat, so you've got something to work with if you really run into that roe deer. As for the bow, giving it to you would be pointless since you can't shoot. Don't take it for now." I nodded. I hadn't planned to take the bow anyway. I eagerly drew out the hunting knife for a closer look. About 2.5 feet, narrow and long, with a broad edge, just right for chopping and butchering game. Amid sister-in-law's sighs, I threaded the rope through and tied the sheath to my waist. Everything squared away, I polished off the rest of the food in a few bites and got up to head out. I'm going up the mountain. Lin Xiaoya at the table was full of anticipation. "Uncle, can you catch meat again today?" I smiled with a meaningful air. "Not necessarily, but if luck's good, I might run into something else up there, who knows." With that, I strode out of the courtyard. Watching my retreating back, Lu Yuanyang finally couldn't hold it in. "Father, one den of rabbits, and you're this taken in. What if the second brother takes the hunting knife and wolf-hide coat out to sell? See if you're crying then, and might run into something else. This season you've come back empty-handed several times yourself. Let's see what he can haul back." Saying that, she pinched Lin Xiaoya's ear as if in reproach. "And you? What are you egging him on for? You backed him into a corner. Who doesn't know he cares most about face? Isn't this shoving him into a fire pit?" The old man sighed and reasoned helplessly. "Yuanyang, you're too stubborn. What's the harm in giving Fenger one more chance? We've still got the big bow, and come spring hunting, we'll win back all the hardship we suffered this winter." Lu Yuanyang said sourly, "You'd best first figure out how to heal that leg of yours. You can't even get down the mountain, so what hunting are you going to do?" The old man, choked by this, fell silent on the spot. Along the way, I ran into quite a few villagers wanting to go up the mountain, and without exception they gave me a wide berth, terrified I'd come near. I shook my head helplessly. Nothing to be done. My reputation was too good, deeply rooted in their minds. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the villagers stopped behind me one after another and began talking. "I really can't figure it out. Why isn't Lin Feng going up? Several groups already went up this morning. If he doesn't move soon, the good spots will be picked clean. Right? What's he sighing about over there? Does he really think catching one rabbit by luck means he can walk on air? What's he so smug about?" Listening to these gripes, I felt a bit stifled. Did they really think I couldn't see through their petty little schemes? They were plainly needling me to my face, urging me to hurry up the mountain. After yesterday's blade drawing episode, they didn't dare confront me head-on anymore, so they'd resorted to this poor plan. Wait for me to leave, mark the direction I went, and then all avoid my path and take others. I gave a wry smile and sighed to myself. How is it that catching games several days running got my name out there, yet somehow it's swung to the other extreme? I shook off the stray thoughts. Practicality came first. Forget it. Hurry up and gather herbs to make money. Li Dashan's debt is still hanging over my head, pressing. I turned and, under the crowd's expectant gazes, headed up the mountain along the route the system had planned. Before long, faint sounds of excitement came from behind me, and my expression turned odd. This herb-gathering route was the one the system had picked for me, the safest of all. Following it, you'd run into no game the whole way and get no haul, but it won on one point: safety. For those villagers who only wanted to gather firewood, that was enough. As long as they didn't get in the way of my business, I couldn't be bothered with them. The likes of Zhang Erpo had brought it entirely on themselves, no fault of mine. For different people, I naturally had a different face. Normally I was quite kind, even greeting people first. In the end, they not only wouldn't follow, but treated me as a thing to rule out and steered clear. All I could say was they had no eye for it. There were countless paths up the mountain, and most people went up mainly to gather firewood, trying their luck on the side. Never mind those rarely trodden wild trails of unknown danger. Even the paths everyone usually walked had probably sprouted quite a few new hazards these past days. Especially natural traps like snow pits, the kind that leave the deepest impression. At the thought of the sorry sight of them stepping into pits, I couldn't help laughing, and my steps grew all the lighter. I deliberately left deep and shallow footprints around the snow pits and strolled leisurely upward through a stretch of dense forest and a span of snow. Just as I'd expected, the higher I climbed, the colder it got, until at last I was shivering, unable to resist rubbing my hands for what little warmth there was. Luckily, I had the old man's wolf-hide coat to hold it off, and gritting my teeth, making it to the summit was no problem. I soon reached the top, and the moment I saw those few familiar big trees, my spirits lifted. I quickly recalled the image and ran toward the spot that best matched. This godforsaken place. I didn't want to linger a moment longer. I bent down for a close look, scanning the vast white snow, and my gaze was soon snagged by a patch of yellow. I walked over and swept aside the snow blocking my view, and segments of Solomon's seal came into view. Seeing one stalk reveal itself so easily, I grew excited at once and used the sack to sweep the whole patch clear. In no time the weeds showed, and sure enough, mixed among them were the other two stalks. I stepped up and carefully dug up all three, soil and all, put them in the sack, and tied the mouth shut. Target in hand, I turned to head down the mountain. Winter was hard for hunting to begin with, but who told me I had a compass? Finding medicinal herbs was this easy. Reaching the mountainside, I stopped in a stretch of dense forest and, looking at the broken branches on the ground, calculated. Yesterday's den of rabbits was too heavy and I hadn't gotten to gathering firewood. Today's herbs weighed only a few caddies on my shoulder, so it was a good chance to bring back a bundle of firewood. The only pity was that the authorities had explicitly forbidden felling trees and carrying them down for fires without permission, and the village chief and the others watched closely. Bring cutwood down today, and tomorrow I'd probably be seeing them at the yamen. Otherwise it'd be convenient and save me all this trouble. I spent a bit of effort gathering good firewood, bound it into a bundle with rope, hoisted it onto my back, hefted it, patted off the dust with satisfaction, and headed down fully loaded. Nearly at the foot of the mountain, out of nowhere, Zhang the pockmarked darted out of the bushes to the side, grinning wickedly. "Ha, running into your master, Zhang. Count yourself unlucky, boy." I frowned. Plainly, another roadblocking. The original owner had done this a few times too, leading people. As long as you were fast and few saw it, grab the goods and leave no evidence. The village chief knew this full well, but this gang of scoundrels, along with their boss Li Dashin, were all black gloves the village chief could order about. So naturally, he turned a blind eye, at most occasionally reining them in and tamping down their arrogance. Only today, it was Zhang the pockmarked alone. It seemed the bond among this gang of scoundrels wasn't all that solid either. But seeing clearly it was me, Zhang the pockmarked froze too, and the fierce look he'd just worked up vanished from his face. He lifted his eyes to glance at the sack on my shoulder, then immediately smiled. "Oh ho, if it isn't Brother Lin. Catch something good again today. Any of your business?" I said expressionlessly. "Aya, do you really not know your brothers anymore? Back when you wanted to lead people to block folks on the mountain, I even helped you. Never thought that now your ancestors' graves are smoking blessings and you've got game every day, you'd turn your face and disown people. It's truly chilling for this little brother." Seeing me cold, Zhang the pockmarked played the sentiment card, thumping his chest with a face full of heartache. At this, my face turned darker. How many black pots had I carried for the original owner? How much grievance had I borne? Normally I didn't much mind, but now, with old matters dredged up, every line struck home, and his mouth didn't stop, speaking with animated glee, growing more and more worked up, as if recounting some glorious history. I couldn't be bothered to waste more time, and skirted around him to head down, thinking coldly. I'd made my stance clear yesterday. If Zhang the pockmarked dared cling on, he couldn't blame me for being ruthless. But this fellow, seeing I hadn't drawn my knife to drive him off like last time, instead got emboldened, shamelessly latching on again, following relentlessly and rattling on about his glory days. My steps didn't stop, but Zhang the pockmarked still clung on relentlessly. It seemed that without something real, he wouldn't quit. I glanced at him. This fellow had been pouring out talk the whole way, long since sunk into his own world and unable to climb out, not even noticing my increasingly livid face. I cursed inwardly. This fellow's like a dogskin plaster. Without some force, there's really no shaking him off. However heroically Zhang the Pockmarked spun his brotherhood, I knew perfectly well. All this breath spent hammering on brothers was just to cozy up, so he could split some mountain haul from me, or was greedy at the sight of me eating meat every meal. This routine might have worked on the original owner. By his account, the bond between him and the original owner's crew of unsavory friends really did run deep, and the original owner might well have thumped his chest and generously handed him a stalk of Solomon's seal. But things were different now. Since I was in charge, I'd never let him take advantage for free. I gave a cold snort and whipped out the hunting knife, pointing it at him. Get lost. Keep buzzing beside me like a mosquito, and I'll make sure you never open your mouth again. Zhang the Pockmarked was so startled by the drawn blade that he stumbled back again and again. A moment ago he'd moved himself with his own speech, his whole body ablaze with a fervor called righteousness, full of drive. But the instant he saw that cold glint, it was like a basin of water dumped over his head, and he wilted, backing away while waving his hands, forcing a smile. I am my lord. Why are you like this again? Seeing him about to prattle on endlessly again, my head ached, and I raised the knife in a chopping motion. Forced like this, Zhang the Pockmarked didn't dare say more and hurriedly dodged. But how could he dodge this sudden strike? Though he flinched aside, blood was still drawn. Counted his luck that his hand only gained a savage-looking wound, which seemed frightful but wasn't deep, no bone showing. Seeing me act in earnest, Zhang the Pockmarked clutched his wound, turned, and ran up the mountain. Now he was tamed, not a word said, scrambling on all fours. I frowned, sheathed the knife, and couldn't be bothered to chase. No sense stepping into a trap along the way and losing more than I'd gain. Still, I couldn't resist grumbling to myself. Truly won't shed a tear till he sees the coffin. Has to take a hard hit before he understands human speech. I shook my head, hoisted the sack again, and headed down. But Zhang the Pockmarked hadn't gone far. He stopped in place, the sting in his hand coming in waves, and drew a sharp breath, then quietly followed again. Gazing at my leisurely retreating back, he was jealous to the extreme, roaring in unwilling frustration inside. We're both scoundrels, so how is it that in a few short days you live this comfortably, and won't even spare your brother a mouthful of meat broth? With that sting, he looked down at his bloody left hand, and the venom pent up for so long exploded with a roar. We're old acquaintances at least, and you ignore and drive me off time and again. Do you really take me for a pushover? Let me just see what's in your sack. He shot me a hateful glare, quickened his steps, and reached out to snatch the sack. Hearing footsteps behind me, my face went cold and I whipped around, but it was too late to dodge. Zhang the Pockmarked sneered and shoved hard, knocking me to the ground. The sack hit the ground with a thud. He crouched, not even looking at me, and went straight for the rope. The next moment, his expression jolted violently, and he cried out in shock. Solomon's seal, 3 stalks even. My heart lurched, and I inwardly cursed my luck. I really hadn't expected that after taking a blade he'd still dare come and make a move. I'd only meant to drive him off, and now it was ruined. I'd let him see it. Before these 3 stalks of Solomon's seal made it home, it wasn't settled who they belonged to. They had to make it back behind the house to be safely out in the open. If he ran back, in less than a quarter hour the news would spread through the whole village, and by then it wouldn't be just those few scoundrels in the gang wanting to grab them. The more I thought, the more alarmed I grew. My expression turned cold. I threw open the wolf-hide coat and drew the hunting knife, thinking to myself, no good. It seems I really do have to kill. This isn't on me. You brought it on yourself. I didn't want to invite this whole heap of trouble. But circumstances forced the hand, and not striking wasn't an option. As it happened, Zhang the Pockmarked hadn't yet come to his senses. He turned around with a face full of delighted surprise and a fawning smile. But before the words left his mouth, he ran headlong into this terrifying sight, blanched, and blurted out in a panicked shriek. Brother Lin, what are you doing? I rose and chopped down with the motion. A flash of the blade, and his left hand fell clean to the ground, blood spraying. Zhang the Pockmarked stared blankly at his severed hand. Then the searing pain hit. He dropped to his knees with a thud, clutching his stump and letting out a shrill, wretched scream. Having already made my move, I ought to pull the weed up by the roots. Leaving him would just add an enemy for nothing and make trouble for myself. I lifted the knife and stepped toward him, one step at a time. Don't kill me. Heedless of his wound, he begged again and again, sitting on the ground and inching backward. I kept my face stern, unmoved by his wretched state, and sneered as I advanced. If I'd known, I'd have marveled that you dared come lay hands on me without even bringing a weapon to defend yourself. I see you're truly lazy and truly bold. At the words, lay hands, Zhang Erpo's affair flashed through my mind. Looking at it now, he was a hidden danger too. Only a pity that at the time he'd had a gang with him, making it hard to silence. Looking at Zhang the pockmarked's ashen face, I seemed to recall something, narrowed my eyes, and abruptly halted my hand. You want me to let you go? Then you'll have to trade something for that life of yours. I patted my hand with the back of the hunting knife, a look of amusement on my face. Lin Feng, don't get too pleased with yourself. Even if you really dare kill me, it'll be traced, and the village chief will come after you first. Zhang the pockmarked put on a fierce front to mask his fear, forcing out a threat. I scoffed. Traced? I kill you, toss you in some ravine, and you think they'll find you? And if they do, will you be in one piece? Probably long since gnawed clean by wild beasts. Never mind traces, there'll be nothing at all. Now that things had come to this, having made up my mind to deal with this trouble, I was in no hurry and reasoned with him in a flat tone. The words came out light as air, but Zhang the pockmarked shook all over, his face deathly pale, his voice halting. I was wrong. Spare me, I'll never dare again. His eyes darted, and at last he gritted his teeth. I've got 300 coppers on me, and everything else I have. Take whatever you want. Seeing I couldn't squeeze anything useful out of him, the man being this dirt poor, my patience was utterly spent, and I struck horizontally with the blade. A line of blood appeared at once on Zhang the pockmarked's neck. His eyes flew wide, staring at me in disbelief. He clutched his throat, but the blood surged unstoppably, and before long his body slumped weakly to the ground. I looked at the corpse and sighed, shaking my head. Kill you, and everything on you becomes mine too. I searched 300 copper coins off him, and nothing else. Truly, one squeeze and it all comes out. I'd been mentally prepared for this. This gang of scoundrels, when they had money they'd gorge and carouse at brothels, and when they were broke they'd take their brother's gambling and stealing, and failing that, they'd egg on some soft-eared brother to steal from his own home and sell it off. I stowed the money, hid the sack in the grass nearby, marked it, fixed the spot in my memory, then turned and dragged the corpse up the mountain. Before long, I reached a steep slope. I heaved with both hands and threw him down, watching the body slide down the sheer wall. I quietly let out a breath. Luckily, I hadn't run into anyone the whole way, or I'd have had to spend more effort silencing them too. I stood at the top and reflected a moment, then headed down. Before making my move, I'd already worked it out. There were so many gullies on the mountain, so toss him anywhere, and once the smell of blood spread, wild beasts would follow the scent. In a few days, the body would be gnawed beyond recognition. Even with bad luck, if the village chief really found it, what could that mangled corpse trace back to me? What proof that a person killed him? Saying he'd slipped and fallen into the ravine would do. As long as I hurried back to clean the scene, I could rest easy. I wasn't the least bit worried. I raced back along the original path to where we'd met, and after a careful check, the bloodstains on the snow had long been covered by fresh snow, a fresh blanket of white again. I was pleased. Now I was even spared the cleaning. Heaven itself was covering for me. All was well. I found my marker, ducked into the bushes to retrieve the sack, hoisted it onto my shoulder, and continued down. Before long, I was back in the village. Gathering the Solomon seal hadn't taken much time, but dealing with the aftermath had delayed me quite a bit, so I ran right into the peak of villagers coming down. Seeing me fully loaded like this, the crowd erupted again. A haul once or twice was acceptable. Dumb luck, everyone's hit it once or twice. But getting a haul on the mountain every day, that frequency was absurd. The villager from before was the first to cry out. Good heavens, could I really have called it? Are this scoundrel Lin Feng's ancestors' graves really smoking blessings? Someone beside him immediately chimed in. TSK, this luck is too uncanny. Why doesn't this kind of good thing ever come to me? They talked it over a long while without making sense of it, and could only lump it all under monstrous luck. Some who'd never come across anything on the mountain stood in place, sour. How is this fair? This scoundrel doesn't even do anything good. So how does good fortune chase him every day? Right, it's so unfair. Listening to these sour remarks, I gave a low chuckle. But afraid they'd really get carried away, I quickly laughed it off with a lie. My luck's not that good. Yesterday, I ran into a frozen rabbit, remember, so today I made a point of circling around that area. Pity I didn't find a rabbit den, just caught one wild rabbit, and it took a huge effort to catch it. Hearing that my haul came from following yesterday's approach. The crowd felt much better. Those who'd also picked up Frozen game promptly beat their chests and wailed. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Maybe if I'd searched more back, then I'd have found the den. Someone sighed. Ah, who told us we aren't seasoned hunters? When it comes to experience, how can we match old man Lin? That's right. Once this scoundrel went back yesterday and mentioned picking up the frozen rabbit, old man Lin surely caught on and told him to circle that area more today. Even as they consoled themselves aloud, their faces were still full of resentment. Watching how full of regret they were, I smiled and shook my head and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lin the scound. Brother Lin, where did you pick it up? Can you tell me? My steps paused, and I turned to look. The one asking was none other than that hapless fellow Lin Ergu, whom I'd mentioned earlier in front of the old man. Seeing him ask with a forced smile, the sorry sight of his knitted brows each time he came down the mountain surfaced in my mind. Meeting his hopeful eyes, I thought about it, and in the end couldn't bring myself to send him off for nothing, so I earnestly advised him. I already told you. I searched several times and didn't find it. The rabbit den's most likely long gone. You're better off not going. But in Lin Ergu's eyes, this was me stalling, wanting to hog the rabbit den for myself. Maybe the den was somewhere near where I'd searched and I'd missed it. That wasn't impossible either. Thinking this way, seeing me put on a looking out for him act, he instead chuckled inwardly. Once I find the rabbit den and clean it out, I'll have to show it off properly. And look at Lin Feng. Only 2 rabbits caught in 2 whole days. He'll be the one full of regret then. He was soon lost in the sweet dream of wiping out a den of rabbits and eagerly pressed closer to keep asking. It's fine. I've got patience. Don't worry about the rest. Fine. Good words can't save a fool bent on dying. If he wants to go, let him. I put away my sympathy, shook my head, and not wanting to waste more time, casually told him the location. Having warned him once, I'd call my conscience clear. The moment he heard the spot, Lin Ergu turned excitedly and, without so much as a thank you, hurried up the mountain. Watching his retreating back, I was speechless. What rabbit den would still be there? I'd already emptied it, so going was pointless. At the thought of how hard he'd worked before with nothing to show for it, this time he'd probably come back empty-handed again. What expression would his face wear then? My interest was piqued, and the scene of him standing at the foot of the mountain in the past, watching others succeed with envious eyes, surfaced in my mind, making me chuckle. I shook my head to toss off the stray thoughts and turned to head home. Entering the courtyard, I set down the firewood and carried the sack inside. Lin Xiaoya was wiping the table with a rag, and the moment she saw me back, she tossed the rag on the table and ran over. Uncle, you're back. What did you catch today? I stroked her head and smiled. Didn't I say earlier, maybe it's not game? Lin Xiaoya let out an ah and pouted in disappointment. Not something to eat then. Hearing the commotion, sister-in-law and the others came out of the kitchen, and the old man followed close behind out of his room. Lu Yuanyang tugged Lin Xiaoya's ear and scolded with a laugh. You girl, all day long you think about nothing but eating. The old man glanced at the sack on my shoulder, then at my pleased look, and knew I'd surely picked up something good today. The corner of his mouth couldn't help lifting. Fenger, what's the situation today? I smiled, set the sack gently on the ground, and was about to untie it. A lazy voice suddenly rang out at the courtyard gate. Brother Lin, open up quick, your brother Dashin is here. Outside the gate came a faint din, clearly a crowd with numbers on their side. My hand on the rope paused, and I frowned. I knew this voice. No, wasn't this Zhang Erpo, the one I'd made an enemy of yesterday? Lu Yuanyang's face changed abruptly, and she grew tense. Bad news. This must be about repaying the debt tomorrow. Li Dashin's brought people to give early notice. The old man's brow knit tightly too, his beard trembling with anger. He stamped his cane hard against the ground with thumping sounds and cursed furiously. What are they trying to pull? Bringing people to block my gate again and again, showing no regard for me at all. Where am I to put this old face of mine? Lin Xiaoya shrank back in fear and looked up at Lu Yuanyang. Mother, what's going on? It wasn't like this before. It's all because our family's fallen on hard times. They're certain we can't repay, which is why they're using such low tactics. Lu Yuanyang snorted coldly and shot me a glance, gritting her teeth. If not for this bastard, how would they have been driven to this point? Enough? Things being what they are, hurry and open the gate. Don't let others laugh at our family. The old man sighed helplessly. Lu Yuanyang nodded with an ugly expression, stepped forward, and opened the gate. A whole pack blocked the doorway, and at the front was none other than Li Dashin, chin held high. The moment he saw me, his face turned amused. Brother Lin, You've been quite impressive these past days, catching game every single day. It truly makes your brothers envious. But hiding it like this, not sharing a bit with your brothers, really wounds us. The gang of underlings behind him immediately waved and jeered. Right, Brother Lin's too unkind, catching game without a thought to share a mouthful with his brothers, hoarding it all instead. Selfish to the core. Brother Lin indeed. A petty man like this doesn't deserve to be our brother at all. Listening to this routine, I was so angry I laughed. Li Dashin's crowd spoke so high and mightily, but they were a pack of bloodsuckers who'd sucked plenty of blood from us villagers over the years. And now they even claimed the moral high ground, standing on righteousness to curse me. Their gall was truly boundless. I swept a glance outside. Li Dashin's crew blocked the doorway with menacing force, and a little farther off a large crowd of villagers had gathered to watch the spectacle, pointing and murmuring, the scene loud and chaotic. Li Dashin looked back at the array behind him, nodded with satisfaction, and thought to himself, I've called out enough people for Lin Feng and applied plenty of pressure. Tomorrow, when I formally collect the debt, I should get to see old Lin Changshan's hunting gear. But seeing that today I hadn't used my game to win back face over being humiliated, he frowned slightly. Then again, tomorrow was the day to repay the debt, and whether Lin Feng liked it or not, he'd have to honestly hand over the game he'd caught these days. No need to overthink it. What do you want? Though Lu Yuanyang had her guesses, she couldn't help demanding. Li Dashin glanced at her figure, still holding its charm, and a flicker of lust crossed his eyes. Though she was the village's famously sharp-tongued wife, the kind some people got a headache just seeing, with that proud figure and a face of distinctive charm, she'd held the title of village flower steadily these past years. Only a pity she was already another man's wife. But today he hadn't come for her. Li Dashin sighed a bit, shook his head to cast off the stray thoughts, and paying her no more mind, walked straight into the courtyard. The gang of underlings then swarmed into the courtyard, and Lu Yuanyang couldn't stop them however she tried, could only stamp her feet in anxiety. The moment Li Dashin spotted Su Xiaoxue in the courtyard, his eyes lit up, and then he grew rueful. If only I'd known there was such a beauty. I should have taken those 2 contracts back then. Though this girl was young and not as full-figured as Lu Yuanyang, she carried a fresh, unripe charm all her own, deeply alluring. If the younger sister was already like this, the older sister surely couldn't be far off. At that thought, he grew resentful of the brothel. How could a beauty like this be worth only 3 taels of silver, making him realize so late, letting Lin Feng have her cheaply and enjoy himself for 2 or 3 days? Infuriating. Luckily, Su Yingxue was in the kitchen watching the pot and hadn't come out, or it would have pained him even more. He'd originally had no expectation the Lin family could repay, only wanting to force Lin Feng to sell the old man's livelihood tools so he could report back to the village chief. But now, having seen the 2 sisters, he didn't even care for the hunting gear anymore. He just wanted these 2, and to eat a few more meals of game. Wouldn't that be a joy? At the thought, Li Dashin swallowed and grinned from ear to ear. Come for what? Zhang Erpo cut in first. To remind Brother Lin to remember to repay the money, of course. Scrape it together soon, so that when we come to collect tomorrow you can actually produce it, and don't make it ugly for the brothers. Finally seizing a chance to needle Lin Feng and vent back that blade he'd taken yesterday, Zhang Erpo was so gratified he nearly laughed out loud, only holding it in because the people around were watching and out of regard for brotherhood. A scar-faced man behind Li Dashin chimed in too. Right, if you've got the money, repay it early, so Brother Dashin doesn't have to bring the brothers on another trip tomorrow and make such a big scene again. We're all brothers, and I don't want to see you embarrassed either. Putting on a show of looking out for Lin Feng, he set the underlings jeering. Just hand it over now, why not? Dragging it out. Are you a brother or not? If you ask me, he can't produce the money, which is why he keeps stalling, still dreaming of the day his ancestors' graves smoke blessings, and he pulls off a big haul on the mountain. Seeing the mood heat up more and more, the scar-faced man instead fell silent, folded his arms, and struck a mocking pose to watch the show. He was certain Lin Feng couldn't produce it, and this was just to push him into deeper embarrassment. By tomorrow's formal collection, Lin Feng would most likely, as the boss said, hand over old man Lin's gear to settle the debt. The scar-faced man exchanged a glance with Li Dashin, and seeing the approving look on the other's face, knew he'd earned merit this time. Li Dashin was pleased too, and his gaze drifted unconsciously back to stick on Su Xiaoxue as he sighed inwardly. Truly a tender white blossom, just to my liking. Stared at by those fixed eyes, Su Xiaoxue's heart tightened, and she hid behind Lin Feng, saying timidly, "Husband." That one with the fleshy face keeps staring at Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua is scared. Li Dashan's face darkened, and he sneered. "Oh, so you dare curse me too? Don't you know your husband's going to sell you two to me? Once you're handed over tomorrow to settle the debt, see if I don't set you straight." Su Xiaoshua's hand gripping Lin Feng's clothes tightened a shade more. Looking at Li Dashan's smug, arrogant face, my eyes turned all the colder, and I seethed inwardly. "Fine, Li Dashan, you'd best pray I never catch you alone on the mountain, or else." The old man, however, wore a helpless look and sighed to himself. "Looks like I'll have to hand over that Baotu tomorrow. Hunting after this will be hard." I looked at sister-in-law and the others, their faces full of worry, then at Li Dashan's certain of victory air, and gave a calm smile. "Who said I couldn't repay?" Li Dashan was taken aback, as if he'd heard a joke, and scoffed. "You still want to repay? That's over 3 taels of silver. Did climbing the mountain these 2 days addle your brain? With that hunting skill of yours, you probably can't even draw a bow. What decent game are you going to repay with?" Zhang Erpo took the cue to jeer. "Right, I've already asked around. With that one den of wild rabbits of yours, you probably can't even fetch a tael of silver. What are you going to repay with?" The villagers outside the gate shook their heads and sighed softly. Lin Feng's luck really is good. Only 3 taels of silver is too much. There's just no way. Someone lamented for him and immediately drew ridicule. He got rich and had meat to eat. But did he think of us? And you're still standing up for him? I say he's got it coming. So what if he's lucky? Catching game every day, but who knows if he can repay the money? They'd long resented me eating meat every meal, and now, seeing the Lin family fallen on hard times, naturally gloated one after another. My face calm, I bent down, untied the mouth of the sack, and swiftly opened it. Everyone's gaze snapped onto the sack, holding their breath unconsciously, one thought rising in all their minds at once. Could he really have caught something extraordinary? The next moment, segments of soil-covered yellow herb came into view. Medicinal herbs. Judging by how composed Lin Feng was, he clearly had something to rely on, and its value was probably no small sum. The old man's eyes went wide in an instant. Breathing quickly, he crouched down and leaned in for a close look. The old man wiped away the soil with trembling hands, and looking at that coarse yellow skin, prepared as he was, still cried out involuntarily. "It's Solomon's seal, and of no small age." Lu Yuanyang's face lit with joy. She didn't know how much Solomon's seal was worth, but judging by the old man's expression, however little, it couldn't be that little. The heart she'd held suspended finally settled. The debt had a way out. Li Dashan's smile froze, and he knit his brow. Zhang Erpo beside him was stunned too, and sighed inwardly. This Lin Feng really has good fortune. Lifting his head, he ran into the sight of Lin Feng's corner of his mouth, suppressed yet still faintly turned up, and the blade from 2 days ago surfaced in his mind, the freshly scabbed wound on his arm aching dully again. He clenched his teeth, and the same thought rose in him and in most of those present. How is it fair? As he glared venomously at Lin Feng, out of the corner of his eye he caught something off in Li Dashan's expression and asked in confusion, "Boss, Lin Feng gathered herbs and can repay the debt, so why are you unhappy instead?" Seeing the good things spoiled, Li Dashan was already irritated, and this question only added fuel. Zhang Erpo wasn't a trusted confidant and didn't know the real purpose of this trip, so asking was natural enough. But Li Dashan was used to throwing his weight around in the gang, and why should he swallow this? He vented it all on Zhang Erpo, glaring and cursing. "Idiot! I've got eyes." Berated dumbfounded, Zhang Erpo was full of grievance but didn't dare ask more, and could only swallow the resentment back down and shrink sheepishly behind Li Dashan. Having yelled at someone, Li Dashan's mood eased a bit. He looked at Lin Feng with unwillingness and sighed inwardly. He'd meant to use this gambling debt to take the old man's livelihood tools along with it, and the Lin family would have been finished. After all, even if Lin Feng got lucky for a while and ate meat every meal, he couldn't stay this fortunate forever. Without hunting gear, even selling meat to trade for millet to scrape through this winter, he'd have no way to earn from spring hunting come spring. At that point, to hunt at all, there'd be only one road left: mortgaging the land deed, which would neatly complete the task the village chief had assigned. Not to mention, with their meager grain stores now, if Lin Feng kept refusing to sell meat, he probably couldn't even make it through this winter. But now this scheme to hollow out the Lin family through debt had come to nothing. From here on, whether Lu Yuanyang or the old man, they'd all keep an eye on Lin Feng, and he'd probably find it hard to gamble again. The surface courtesies still had to be kept. However resentfully Dashin felt inside, he still put on a smile and offered congratulations. Brother Lin really has good fortune. Your luck's been through the roof these days. Looks like the debt's no problem for you. I'll send someone to collect the money tomorrow. Seeing Lin Feng could repay, he lost the interest to keep pestering and sighed, turning to leave. But a wasted trip really was hard to accept, and the leg he'd just stepped out drew back. He turned to stare at Lin Feng, calculating whether he could scrape anything off him. Seeing the boss deep in thought, the crowd didn't dare disturb him and stopped to chatter among themselves. Meanwhile, the villagers in the distance who'd been gloating a moment ago had changed their tune entirely, their eyes gone red. Those were medicinal herbs. Something worth more than 3 taels of silver. How could it not stir the heart? This isn't fair. How is it that Lin Feng's so lucky, gathering herbs this valuable, while we can only pick up small stuff like wild rabbits? Someone, his composure broken, cursed loudly. They'd known all along that Lin Feng couldn't have just picked up the den of wild rabbits he'd claimed on the surface, that there was surely something good hidden inside. Only, not having seen it with their own eyes, they'd consoled themselves that he, like everyone, had only gotten some small game. Who'd have thought Li Dashin's pushing would force out such a big surprise? Seeing these bizarre things happen to Lin Feng one after another, someone grew even more superstitious. If you ask me, this scoundrel's been favored by the mountain god. How else to explain him succeeding day after day these past days? There were actually people nodding along in agreement. Brother Lin, climbing the mountain these days hasn't been easy, has it? Why not rest a few days and come to the ruined temple to play with the brothers? Li Dashin suddenly leaned into Lin Feng's ear with the invitation. I turned toward the voice, sneering inwardly. What play? Plainly, seeing there was still an advantage to be had, he wanted to set up a scheme to cheat me of my money. The so-called ruined temple was where this gang of scoundrels gathered to gamble, and in Li Dashin's eyes it was a sure-win den for raking in wealth. The moment Lu Yuanyang heard it, her face changed dramatically, and she cried out, "No!" Her voice was so loud it made both me and Li Dashin turn to look. I frowned, swallowed the perfunctory reply I'd meant to give, sighed, and feigning difficulty, gave a wry smile. Brother Dashin, you know how it is. The family's struggling and still has to rely on me to make ends meet. So I'm afraid. Before I finished, Li Dashin caught my meaning and waved a hand helplessly. Fine, I understand. He was puzzled how Lin Feng had changed so much in a few short days, but to complete the village chief's task, he'd have to find another way. At the thought that if Lin Feng were this driven to better himself, with luck this good, the Lin family might really rise again, Li Dashin got a headache. Lin Feng had been the easiest of the lot to manipulate. Did he really have to switch to someone else? The gang of underlings, however, couldn't accept his shift for the moment and clamored in disbelief. What's gotten into Brother Lin? Why won't he run with us anymore? If you ask me, he made some money these days and it's gone to his head, starting to disown his brothers. Having cursed Lin Feng for being unloyal, the underlings caught on too, and one after another shook their heads and sighed. What a shame, They'd been counting on scooping some benefit off Lin Feng down the line, and now that looked hopeless. Li Dashin turned and left with a dark face, and the crowd followed him out of the Lin family courtyard. The neighbors watching outside the gate, hearing this, erupted at once. Among them were more than a few who'd been blocked by Lin Feng's gang, and their faces filled with disbelief. Is it true? This menace turned over a new leaf that easily. The wives and farmers who had scoundrel sons of their own were even more shocked. How is it possible? My boy's been taught for years, and not only won't he listen, he's getting more unruly. What method did old man Lin use to make Lin Feng mend his ways in a few days? Right, if old man Lin and his family hadn't just been harassed by Li Dashin's crew, I'd honestly love to go ask for the secret right now. The crowd turned their gazes toward the old man, which caught him quite off guard. Leaning in to listen, he finally understood what was going on. The old man stroked his beard, feigning composure, but those slightly trembling hands gave away the excitement filling his heart. Just then Lu Yuanyang stepped forward, put on a smile, and said warmly, "Neighbors, the second brother just came back from the mountain and is probably exhausted, so we won't disturb his rest." The words were courteous, but her hand was anything but. Not waiting for a reply, she slammed the gate shut with a thud. The crowd outside, met with a closed door, sighed with regret for a while, then dispersed one by one. "Aya, Yuanyang, what are you doing? What's the rush?" The praise outside cut off abruptly, and the old man's grinning mouth froze in an instant. Opening his eyes, he began to wail. "Enough, father. Any later, and we'll miss the mealtime." Lu Yuanyang pressed her forehead, then turned to Lin Feng and asked with a face full of anticipation, "These herbs, shall father and I take them to town to sell tomorrow?" Given the situation, it was a foregone conclusion, but recalling how Lin Feng had flared up over selling the badgers yesterday, she decided to ask him first. Seeing that she no longer decided on her own about what I brought back from the mountain, my heart warmed, and I nodded with a smile. "Sure, we'll do as you say." Lu Yuanyang let out a breath of relief, having feared he'd pull another disregard the future and insist on eating the herbs stunt. Then the look in her eyes as she watched me turned complicated. Could he really have changed? Thinking of all his past sneaking around to block people, his good-for-nothing squandering, and comparing it to the completely different conduct of these 2 days. She thought it over and still shook her head. She didn't believe he could truly turn good. When it came down to it, all this was just luck. For now, he wasn't running with that gang of scoundrels, seemed to have cut ties, but who knew whether it was an act put on for her, while they still schemed together behind her back. With Li Dashin's crew gone, Lin Xiaya finally poked her head out of the room and crept over on tiptoe. Seeing the adults this excited, she followed their gazes to those 3 yellow things, but her heart was set on only one thing. "Solomon's seal? Can you eat it?" The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and reached out to press her forehead. You, all you know is eating." Father," Lin Xiaoya yelped in pain, covering her reddened forehead, puffing her cheeks, and pouting resentfully. "I'm your own granddaughter. How can you treat me like this, and not even go easy?" Su Xiaoxua burst out laughing and teased her. "You little glutton, once you stop thinking only about food, you won't earn these knocks." Lu Yuanyang couldn't bear to move her gaze from the 3 stalks of Solomon's seal, and proposed, "Father, take them to town to sell tomorrow. This stuff is valuable, and 3 stalks at that. Li Dashin, that wretch, came to press the debt today, so when he comes to collect tomorrow, we can repay him." The old man nodded, but sighed inwardly. Who'd have thought that one day this gambling debt could be repaid by our own family? Though it was by luck, at least things were moving in a good direction. Only, such a pity about Dashin. He'd probably never see him again. At the thought of the tiger hunting party the village had organized a few weeks ago, the old man was overcome with regret and self-blame. The rampaging tiger had been dealt with, but his eldest son, Lin Dashin, had stayed in those mountains forever, and his own leg had been crippled that same time. If not for not wanting to spoil this rare good mood, which he was forcing himself to hold in, he'd probably have broken into old tears on the spot. They'd figured that with numbers on their side and a few professional hunters anchoring the group, even if they really ran into the tiger, if they couldn't fight it, retreating would be no problem. But who'd have thought that party of a dozen or so, marching valiantly into the Great Black Mountains, would have not a single one return, with no word of them to this day? Utterly uncanny. The more the old man thought, the worse he felt inside, and he murmured, "How could it be? No living person to see, no dead body to find." The things that had happened in the courtyard just now, Su Shua had heard clearly from the kitchen, but to watch the fire she'd had to push down her thoughts, feeling stifled. Now that the porridge was done, she immediately ran out eager to see how things stood, and the moment she came out she heard the good news. The debt could be repaid, and she was thrilled at once. "So that means we don't have to be sold to old Chun." Lu Yuanyang nodded, genuinely happy too. Now she wouldn't have to take on needlework at Chung Laohei's place anymore. The knot lodged in her chest for days finally came undone, and she let out a long breath, relaxed all over. Now she could catch her breath and eat the family's meat with an easy mind. Seeing sister-in-law nod, which amounted to granting the request to keep the sisters, Su Shua swept Lin Xiaoye up into her arms. "Wonderful. Our family's finally out of debt, and sister-in-law won't have to sigh and moan anymore. Listening to you complain all day, my ears have grown calluses." Though Su Xiaoxua didn't fully understand, seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, she couldn't help curving her lips too, genuinely happy. "I told you I'd protect you too, so can't you have a little faith in me?" Seeing Su Shua so excited she'd forgotten to hide it and blurted out her true feelings, I felt a bit helpless. Lu Yuanyang felt awkward too, her expression complicated, and glanced at me a little embarrassed. "There now, you can all finally eat meat with peace of mind, right?" I said smugly. The debt lifted, the crowd felt as if a weight had been taken off, smiles on every face. Touched by the joyous air, the old man pushed down his sorrow and sighed with gratification. "Dashin, the boy Lin Feng has finally mended his ways, and even made our family's life better. If your spirit watches from above, you should rest easy too. They were chatting idly when Lu Yuanyang, ill-timed, threw cold water on it. Eating with peace of mind will be tough. Don't forget, from this meal on there's no more millet porridge. However sparingly we ration the Jared meat and rabbit meat, it'll last 2 days at most. Not to mention father's leg injury, which is another big sum of silver. She took the chance to advise. If you ask me, don't eat so freely. There are still 2 or 3 in the pot. Sell 1 or 2 for a few caddies of millet, and we can stretch it several more days at least. The crowd was taken aback, and all looked up at me, then at sister-in-law's resolute face, at a loss. The old man chimed in too. That's reasonable. Hunting by luck isn't a long-term thing after all. You might come back empty-handed tomorrow, so it's best to plan ahead. Hearing that we had to eat sparingly and sell more, I recalled that throat-choking texture of millet porridge, and my very throat felt uncomfortable. I quickly shook my head. No, absolutely no selling. I had a compass with me, so how could I possibly come back empty-handed from the mountain? Seeing how firm I was, Lu Yuanyang sighed and wanted to press further, but I cut her off with a sweep of my hand. It's settled. I hunted the meat, so it's my call. Lu Yuanyang exchanged a glance with the old man, and both sighed in unison, having no choice but to drop it. Fine, wait a bit. The rabbit meat and Jared meat will be ready soon. Lu Yuanyang turned back to the kitchen, and the Su sisters hurried after to help. Before long, the rabbit meat and Jared meat came to the table again. Only the portion was a good deal smaller than yesterday's. Plainly, sister-in-law had agreed with her mouth, but still went by her own plan in her heart. I sighed and gave a step. How about this? Take half a wild rabbit to trade for millet, roughly 2 caddies, enough for 2 or 3 days. Once I make 2 or 3 more trips, our family won't be short on grain money. Lu Yuanyang nodded at once, afraid I'd change my mind. Fine. Settled. I'll go trade in the village tomorrow. I nodded, and smelling the meat's aroma, dug in ravenously. After the meal I bathed, asked the old man for more hunting pointers, then went back to my room to sleep. Lu Yuanyang's wish came to nothing in the end. I hadn't caught her hints during the day at all, and as before was busy with Su Yingxue till midnight, keeping her and Su Xiaoxue up for another poor night's sleep. Holding the soft, lovely form in my arms, I wiped away sweat and suddenly remembered the matter I'd assigned Su Yingxue during the day, growing puzzled. Why hadn't the system stirred yet? Could Xiaoxue still have reservations? But she'd called me husband out loud during the day, so by rights. Once Yingxue spoke to her and she accepted it in her heart, the notice should have popped up already. I patted Su Yingxue's fragrant shoulder and asked softly, Yingxue, that thing I had you do this morning, did you tell Xiaoxue? Her body stiffened, and she hurriedly turned over, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She pressed her lips together and said in a trembling voice, Husband, I told her long ago. Surprised, I pressed on. And then? What did Xiaoxue say? She stammered. This, after I finished, Xiaoxue got flustered inside and said she wasn't ready yet. As the words fell, she immediately looked up at me nervously, terrified I'd get angry and cast the 2 sisters aside. But I only listened quietly, and far from getting angry, gave a slight smile. Since it was only fluster and not refusal, this matter was basically secure, needing no more than some time. Xiaoxue was only 13 or 14, an age to marry by common custom, but having once been the daughter of a great house, taking a while to accept it was only natural. I wasn't in a hurry. She was young and frail, worn down badly by the jolting journey, so it was a good chance to let her recover more. Over these few days, Su Yingxue already had color in her face every day, the trace of paleness between her brows fading. Xiaoxue, by contrast, for all her lively, spirited air, was actually pale and weak-faced each day. At the thought, I felt tender toward her. Both sisters would be mine from here on, and naturally I hoped they'd be healthy. Seeing me lost in thought, Su Yingxue quietly let out a breath. As long as her husband wasn't angry, she'd do more work on Xiaoxue's end. When she'd asked during the day, Xiaoxue had shown no refusal, only eyes full of the bashfulness that came with understanding. As the older sister, she understood. I nodded, but didn't leave it at that. Instead, I wanted to stir up the flames of war again, reaching out to stroke her soft, long hair, my hand not stopping, sliding all the way down the cascade of dark tresses. Su Yingxue's lovely form shivered, and she chided. Why again, husband? Were you born in the year of the ox? I smiled without answering. What year I was born didn't matter. I only knew I truly was an ox, and had to till my own good field properly. Another storm of wind and rain. The next day, the sun shone bright and high. I slowly opened my eyes, looked at the deeply sleeping Su Yingxue in my arms, and smiled. These few days had truly been hard on her. I'd always been one to shoulder more the more capable I was, yet now I could only pour it all onto her alone, wearing her out thoroughly. Shaking off the stray thoughts, I opened the system as usual to check today's intel. The compass stopped, and 4 lines popped up. Fate Star, Mountain Dweller. Middle Fortune, on the south side of Little Peak Mountain, a nest of wild pheasants has been found. Act properly, and the harvest will be great. Middle Misfortune, on the south summit of Little Peak Mountain, a wild roe deer is foraging. Hunt with a bow, and the harvest will be plentiful. Great Misfortune, in the Great Black Mountains, a wild boar is foraging. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. The first line was Middle Fortune again, and my heart leapt with joy. The villagers had really called it. My luck had indeed been good these days. Nearly every line a Middle Fortune, earning me full pots and bowls. Seeing it was wild pheasants, I grinned wider. Rabbit meat was tough, Jared meat greasy and pricey, and before pheasant they all stood aside. Chicken meat alone, with just a pinch of salt, was a rare delicacy, one everyone wanted a taste of but couldn't come by. Scanning down, it was still those same 2 old lines. After weighing it briefly, I naturally picked the first, easier to complete for now, and tapped it. Images surfaced one after another. A flock of pheasants had built a nest in the wild like the wild rabbits, the larger ones going out to forage from time to time and returning late. The images dispersed, and the system then gave a clear route. I nodded to myself. As long as I tapped the intel, what it displayed was basically mine. But judging by this setup, it probably wouldn't be as easy as catching rabbits. I narrowed my eyes in thought and got a bit of a headache. It seemed for this pheasant-catching job, bringing Xiaoxue along would be more reliable. She'd worked with me before, we had a rapport, and she could offer ideas for setting traps, raising my odds. Decision made. I got up, dressed, and went out. In the main room, only the old man sat, staring blankly at the mottled old wall, his face full of dejection. I took it in and sighed inwardly, thinking to myself, the old man's leg couldn't keep being put off. Once I had money, I'd definitely take him to the town clinic to have it looked at. The moment the thought rose, my urge to go up the mountain and catch pheasants today grew even more pressing. Ever since the Solomon seal could settle the debt, sister-in-law had finally been willing to make jerky for me, good for staving off hunger on the mountain. Entering the kitchen, Su Xiaoxue was crouched by the stove watching the fire, with Lin Xiaoya helping alongside. Lu Yuanyang picked up a bowl to come out, and the moment she saw me she understood, pointing to the jerky hanging from the beam and muttering, "The rabbit meat and Jared meat are both dried for you. Eat it sparingly." I was about to nod, but lifting my eyes I saw her face, wearier than yesterday. The dark circles deepened another ring. My urgency was thrown to the back of my mind, and I asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, your complexion?" Lu Yuanyang was first taken aback, then her composure broke. I hinted that plainly, and he still didn't get it, and went at it even harder than yesterday, truly too much. She glared at me hard several times. "This is all you're doing, and you've got the nerve to ask." She thought it over. This couldn't go on. She couldn't keep sleeping poorly. Gritting her teeth, her face slightly red, she said, "Second brother, if you could finish earlier at night, I'd thank heaven and earth." Only then did it dawn on me. So it was that I'd been too vigorous these 2 days. I scratched my head and said sheepishly, "Fine, I understand. I'll be mindful." Lu Yuanyang shot me a sour look, snorted, and hurried out with the bowl, her face flushed pink. Watching her retreating back, I gave a helpless smile and remarked, "Looks like the family should spend some money on repairs too." This needed money, that needed money. My head swam, and I sighed heavily. Why does everything cost money? I took a few strips of jerky off the beam and tucked them away. Just then Su Xiaoxue put out the stove fire and stood up, wiping the sweat from her brow. Turning her head and seeing me, she first froze, then lit up with delight. "Husband, you're awake." After Su Yingshue's red-faced guidance, yesterday, she'd finally understood what the commotion next door these past days had been about, and no longer mistook me for a fierce brute who bullied his own. Seeing me now, she was instead full of joy. But on that pale little face, however wide the smile, it couldn't cover a certain sickliness. I took it in and sighed inwardly, worried for her health. Seeing me silent, Xiaoxue didn't think much of it and pulled my hand, urging, "Husband, the porridge is done. Go eat at the table." Sister-in-law, and I will bring it over once we've tidied up. I nodded, but in my mind, I was calculating how to hunt and earn money to buy medicine to strengthen her body. Back in the main room, after eating, I took Xiaoxue's small hand and headed out to hunt. Lu Yuanyang, meanwhile, took a few strips of jerky toward the village chief's house. Today was the day Li Dashan collected the debt, and she had to rush to town to sell these days Mountain Hall. Not far out of the courtyard, walking the muddy country road, the villagers, though already dazzled yesterday, still turned to look one after another at the sight of us, envy filling their eyes. I felt secretly pleased, but Xiaoxue was thin-skinned, uneasy all over under those burning gazes, gripping my hand a shade tighter. Her head hung low, especially bashful. Along the way, I teased her into talking, now and then coaxing her to call out, "Husband," watching her lower her head in embarrassment and stay silent. Teasing this girl was rather fun. Soon, following the system's route, I trod through the snow into the forest on the south side of Little Peak Mountain. A few steps in, quite a few bamboo leaf-shaped tracks appeared in the snow, and my heart leapt. No wonder it was middle fortune. These pheasants were so easy to find. Lucky no one had come this way early in the morning, or they'd really have been snatched out from under me. I crept forward on tiptoe, watching in all directions, terrified of snapping a dry branch and startling the birds. Before long, dense cluck-cluck sounds came from the bushes in the distance. Pinning down the position, I didn't pounce directly, but circled behind them, lowered my head, and asked Xiaoxue quietly, "Ready?" Seeing the pheasants right before her, Xiaoxue nodded eagerly, and afraid of making a sound that would startle them, clenched her little fists and didn't dare speak. I smiled and patted her shoulder to reassure her, calculating inwardly. That patch of grass held about 3 or 4 pheasants, plus eggs, and I had to find a way to net them all. I whispered a caution. "Be careful, there are eggs in the grass, don't step on them." Xiaoxue nodded, understanding. I hunched and stepped forward silently. The moment any pheasant spotted me and was about to bolt into flight, I'd pounce at once. The few of them were strolling leisurely in the thicket. I didn't rush to move, but tilted my head to signal Xiaoxue to strike first. She was younger, and while the birds weren't startled yet, they'd be easy to catch. If I went first and they scattered into flight, even I would struggle to catch them, let alone her. Sure enough, Xiaoxue took aim at one nearby and pounced. The rest of the pheasants, startled, scattered clucking every which way. "Where do you think you're going?" I dashed out in a bound, grabbed one in each hand, took a few steps forward and pinned another, but this wasn't enough. I'd long planned it in my heart. Not a single one could get away. Clutching one in my left hand, I threw my whole body onto another that hadn't gotten far. That pheasant wailed and thrashed frantically in my arms, with such force I could barely hold it down. At the critical moment, my eyes turned cold and I paid no heed to anything else. Raising my arm high, I swung it in a full arc and smashed it hard against the ground, and the other got the same treatment. Under my blows, the 2 pheasants were soon bloody-headed and slumped still. I still didn't get up, but reached suddenly into my arms again, pulled out the one there, and slammed it down hard. Whether or not it was already crushed to death, being cautious never hurt. Seeing them all knocked senseless, I clapped my hands, let out a long breath, and smiled. "What are you struggling for? Once you're in my hands, could I let you get away?" Everything settled, I looked up toward Xiaoxue's side. She was sprawled on the ground, her hands empty. That last one had probably gotten away from her. I was privately sighing with regret when Xiaoxue, her face full of delighted surprise, called for help. "Husband, come quick. I can't hold it down much longer." I was taken aback, then it clicked. Could it be? I strode over, and sure enough, she had a pheasant pinned firmly beneath her, its pair of large yellow-brown wings flapping without cease. Unable to escape however it struggled. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Turned out Xiaoxue knew she couldn't hold it, so she'd simply thrown her whole body on top of it. A clumsy method, but one that worked. Only she couldn't bring herself to kill the bird, so the pheasant kept thrashing alive. I sighed, reached out and dragged it from under her, and slammed it hard against the ground. The pheasant let out a wretched cry, spat a pool of blood, and its head lolled, still. Afraid it would wake up and thrash along the way, I drew the hunting knife and knocked it a few times with the hilt, then got up, helped Xiaoxue up, bagged all the fallen pheasants, and searched the thicket carefully, digging out a few pheasant eggs, which I tucked into my chest. Target met. I didn't want to linger. "All right, home." I shouldered the sack and set off. But a few steps in, I looked back and Xiaoxue hadn't followed. She'd sat back down in the snow, gazing at me with a guilty face, and seeing me look over, hurriedly lowered her head and said timidly, "Husband." I twisted my ankle. Turned out she'd used too much force just now and hit a jutting rock, hurting her foot. I waved a hand, unconcerned. I thought it was something. Just a twisted ankle. It's nothing. Don't feel bad. I'll carry you. Only this way. The sack couldn't be shouldered. I untied its mouth, used the rope to bind 2 pheasants' feet, and hung them front and back at my waist. The other 2 really had nowhere to go. I frowned and asked, turning my head, "Can you hold these 2? Xiaoxue reached out and grabbed the sack, gritted her teeth and hefted it, then nodded at me. "Say so if you can't hold it," I cautioned, crouching in front of her to carry her on my back. This girl was young after all, still not fully grown in places, her body petite. Perhaps from all the hardship of the journey, she was even lighter than I'd expected. The moment I carried her, I got a read on her condition and frowned to myself. This won't do. A wife has to eat and drink well, and be properly nursed back to health. Lying on my back, feeling that warmth and the solid breadth of it, Xiaoxue's face flushed all at once. It was ordinary contact, but after her sister's guidance yesterday, she couldn't help letting her mind wander, and before we'd gone far she stammered out on her own initiative. Husband." Carrying her, I couldn't see her face, and took it for ordinary chatter, answering flatly, "What is it?" Her face red as if burning, she suddenly asked, "Husband, do you think? Am I not as good-looking as my sister?" I was taken aback. "What's gotten into you today, asking this all of a sudden?" Then I comforted her. "You and your sister each have your own charms, both of you budding beauties. Haven't you seen how the villagers all praise you?" Seeing I hadn't answered head-on, she felt a bit let down, puffed her cheeks, and said dejectedly, "With my sister here, will you not want me anymore, husband?" Only then did I understand what was on her mind, and I smiled. It seemed Ingshua's education had really worked. She'd started caring about my feelings. Though I couldn't see her face, I was certain she was flushed crimson right then. A thought stirred, and I realized this was a good chance to complete the task. So I swallowed the comforting platitudes and said in earnest, "Xiaoxue, I redeemed you not for your looks, nor for anything else, but for the bond between us. For you 2 sisters, it was love at first sight." I paused, then vowed solemnly, "No matter what, now that you've entered this family, as long as you're willing, we'll be husband and wife for a lifetime. I promise, I'll never neglect you because of your sister." At these words, Xiaoxue was moved, and all her inner unease was swept away, turning to joy, a flush of delight showing through the bashful red on her face. The next moment, the system's notice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations to the host on successfully winning over Su Xiaoxue. Reward, Hunter's Archery." Right after, both my eyes throbbed sharply, then in an instant turned mild. To my surprise, my eyesight surged. That patch of bushes 10-some meters away was now clear in fine detail, when normally I couldn't see it anywhere near so sharply. I clicked my tongue in wonder. Though this was all I could feel at once, I knew the boost from Hunter's Archery was far more than this. Only, with no bow on the mountain now, I couldn't test it. Once I got that bow from the old man tomorrow, I'd go up and try my hand. At the thought, my heart burned hot, and I looked forward to tomorrow all the more. Then the system popped up a second portrait entry. 100 Beauties Portrait 002, fallen exiled young lady of a great house. Age, early bloom of youth. Appraisal, her whole family exiled and reduced to refugees, yet lively and spirited, her figure petite and delicate. And with a pair of sisters, truly a rare find. Rating, 85. The name and appraisal had both changed. I smiled and remarked, "Same as Ingxue, there's even a bond bonus." A pleasant surprise. I casually checked Ingxue and, as expected, she'd also risen from 80 to 85, her appraisal identical to Xiaoxue's. Then, the same scene as when I'd won over Ingxue appeared. The panel listed Xiaoxue's details, with a full body model on the far right. Though her curves weren't as alluring as her sister's, she was petite and delicate, with a charm all her own, and looking at it, my heart wandered for a moment, the hand supporting her feeling a shade heavier without my noticing. Xiaoxue sensed the change at once, her cheeks flushing, but she pressed her lips together and made no sound. Seeing me take no further action, she instead grew nervous, her thoughts running wild. "Isn't this what husband wants? Why did he stop again?" She gritted her teeth, wanting to test my reaction, moved her body slightly, no longer resisting, and relaxed fully against my back. At that press, the fire I'd just suppressed surged up again. Xiaoxue was young, but as I'd said, she and her sister had similar faces but utterly opposite figures, a perfect case of each with its own character. Her sister was slender and tall, only not yet of age and a touch unripe. She was petite and delicate. Their temperaments differed too. Xiaoxue should by nature have been calm, stubborn, and heavy-hearted. But with her sister above shouldering things, she was instead carefree, innocent, and lively, fond of tagging along with me. But feeling that soft little frame, her pale, sickly face surfaced in my mind, and the heat that had just risen was washed clean by the thought. Forget it, better to wait till she's recovered. Now that I had hunter's archery, tomorrow I'd hunt the roe deer for money, and buy her some tonics to nurse her back. We'd come up the mountain talking and laughing, but now neither of us spoke, quietly feeling each other's breath as we slowly descended. We rested a few times along the way, and it took about 2 hours to reach the foot. The moment we entered the village, the 2 pheasants at my waist swayed with my steps, especially conspicuous, and were caught at once by the sharp-eyed neighbors. This Lin II doesn't even bother putting on a show anymore, hanging pheasants right on himself for us to see. Truly enviable. Humph. Yesterday he even flashed 3 stalks of Solomon's seal. How would he even bother with 2 pheasants? Someone snorted coldly, sour. Infuriating. Why won't this luck ever turn to me? I still haven't run into game on the mountain even once. The crowd chattered back and forth, their eyes fixed on us. I sighed inwardly. Nothing to be done. The wolf-hide coat was stuffed full of pheasant eggs, no room for extra birds, and Xiaoxue was weak, so I could only hang them outside in plain sight. The previous times they'd at least been in the sack, and with a little concealment, the neighbors at most knew I'd dug up something good and wouldn't clash with me over a heap of unseen things. After all, it wasn't yet the point of fighting to the death over food, and the village chief was watching, so everyone showed some restraint. But this time was different. Even if it was just 2 pheasants, in the eyes of this crowd who hadn't touched meat for days, they were deeply tempting, itching at their hearts, and they followed one after another, burning gazes nailed to my waist. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and stepped out first, pleading humbly, "Brother Lin, we're all neighbors. You can catch game from the mountain every day, so now that you're doing well, don't forget us." With this one bird poking its head out, the rest chimed in at once. "Right, Brother Lin's kind-hearted. You surely can't bear to watch us just drink dry millet porridge." "Exactly. Brother Lin's probably sick of this meat by now, so share a bit to let us taste some, right?" Seeing them close in nearer and nearer, Xiaoxue panicked and gripped my arm tighter, squeezing until my neck felt stifled. I sighed. "Xiaoxue, loosen your grip. I can't quite breathe." Only then did she realize, and hurriedly let go, her face full of apology. "Sorry, husband. I didn't mean to." Looking at this crowd's ill-intentioned eyes, I frowned tightly. This time it might be trouble. I was decisive, though, and said softly, "Xiaoxue, get down first." Not waiting for her to react, I set her down. With both hands free, my eyes went cold, and I whipped out the hunting knife, leveling it across the crowd. That bunch had only been surrounding us, not daring to strike first for various reasons, and they all looked to the one who'd led just now. But that man now stood awkwardly in place, no longer daring to step forward either. They'd caught on too. This fellow had plainly wanted to fan the flames, so that once they started grabbing, he could fish in troubled waters. Who'd have thought he'd drop a stone on his own foot, left in a bind? And looking at the hunting knife in my hand and the ferocity on my face, they all recalled my past glorious deeds, stunned for a moment, everyone waiting for someone else to test Lin Feng's current mettle first. Seeing their cowardly look, wanting to grab but not daring to move, I sneered inwardly. This situation had long been expected. These little lambs, used to being trained by the scoundrels, were bullies to the weak and cowards to the strong, timid and afraid of trouble. Where would they get the blood to raise a hand against me? Those with real nerve would have long since joined Li Dashin's crew and turned to prey on honest folk instead. What's more, at the thought, I nearly laughed. That gang of scoundrels in the gang, though the original owner was a beast, had by coincidence smoothed those relations for me ahead of time. The original owner, though a dim-wit in the gang, had at least built up plenty of goodwill, and they'd more or less give him face and not come provoke me. So these people, who didn't dare venture deep on the mountain and, on the rare occasion they ran into game and got blocked coming back, didn't dare resist, I wasn't the least bit afraid of. After a standoff, my patience ran out, and my face darkened as I barked. "If you don't dare come, get lost. Stop blocking the way and wasting my time." At this shout, they knew there was no advantage to be had, and sighed inwardly. They'd thought Lin Feng had changed his ways and become easy to talk to, and yesterday he'd seemed on bad terms with Lee Dashin's crew, so there'd been no need to worry about him leading people to block the path up the mountain. But now it seemed the ruthlessness in his bones hadn't changed one bit. Seeing no scoundrel seize the chance to stir the pot, they understood all the better. This was not the time to grab meat. Their faces ugly one by one, they cursed each other inwardly as cowards, without stopping to think they were part of that crowd too. Seeing them clear a path, I quietly let out a breath, sheathed the knife, hoisted Xiaoxue onto my back, and turned to go. Wait, Lin Feng, you bastard. A furious, exasperated curse made my steps stall. It was Lin Ergu coming down the mountain empty-handed, running into me about to leave amid the crowd, and hurriedly calling out to stop me. Excitement surged into the crowd's eyes at once. Could Lin Ergu be about to make a move to avenge yesterday's deceived trip? Quite a few present had been at the foot of the mountain yesterday, and catching on, they gloated secretly. The crowd that had just dispersed tightened around us again in a blink. The brow I'd just relaxed knit up again. Bad news, I'd finally gotten away. Don't let him fan the flames again. I cursed inwardly and set Xiaoxue down. She sensed the tense atmosphere too, sat obediently on the ground, and watched me figure something out. I slowly drew my knife and raised it to point at Lin Ergu. The crowd's steps stalled, and they all looked toward the menacingly charging Lin Ergu. But the next scene disappointed them greatly, and they cursed him for a coward. Lin Ergu, who'd put on a stern face and made as if to strike, changed color faster than anyone the instant he saw the knife, hurriedly waving his hands with a fawning smile. Brother Lin, what are you doing? We can talk it out. Don't draw the knife. Seeing him back down at light speed, I lowered the knife. Lin Ergu let out a breath, unable to work up that fury again, and could only grumble sullenly. Why did you lie to me? There was no game on the mountain at all. I didn't even see a rabbit hare. I was so angry I laughed and sneered. I told you plainly yesterday that the mountain was cleaned out, but you wouldn't believe it and charged right in. A wasted trip, and whose fault is that? At this, Lin Ergu's face went green then white, dumbstruck. I had indeed made it clear, and he'd insisted on running headlong into the wall. But recalling how he'd nearly not made it back in the dark last night going up again, and got rebuffed today too, he still couldn't swallow it, and wanted to win back some advantage. Yet facing that hunting knife glinting cold in the sun, the words caught in his throat. He'd charged up just now out of blind rage, but now, only a few steps from me, if I flew into a fury and struck. Though I wasn't so far gone as to lose my reason, he still shivered and instinctively backed off several steps. Seeing him retreat in silence, I was speechless too, and grumbled inwardly. Why do they all have the thief's heart, but no thief's nerve? Fierce enough to want to tear a chunk off me, but when it comes to actually acting, they flee before the battle. A pack of cowards. I couldn't be bothered with him further, sheathed the knife, hoisted Xiaoxue onto my back, and strode off. Back in the courtyard, I settled Xiaoxue on a stool. I took the sack she handed me, stuffed the 2 pheasants from my waist into it and tied it shut, then stood and clapped my hands, letting out a breath at the sight of the bulging sack. Sister-in-law and father were both out, presumably gone to town to sell the mountain hall. The badger meat and rabbit meat weren't for sale, but the hides and some inedible innards could fetch a decent bit of money. Only Yingxue and Lin Xiaya were in the kitchen busy with dinner, and not wanting to disturb them, I sat quietly to the side, watching Xiaoxue take off her shoe and rub the twisted spot, wincing in pain. A thought stirred. I recalled there was some bruise and injury medicine at home, used on the old man's leg before with no effect, and then set aside. I hurried to his room to search, and finally fished the packet out from the very bottom of an old wooden cabinet riddled with holes. I brought it back, dragged over a stool, and sat down in front of Xiaoxue, saying as if giving an order, "Stick out your foot." Xiaoxue was taken aback, a flush rising on her pale little face, and said bashfully, Husband, I'll do it myself. Give me the medicine and I'll apply it myself." "That won't do." I shook my head, dead serious. "This isn't something a little medicine fixes. I have to set the bone straight for you too." "Ah." Hearing that the bone had to be handled, Xiaoxue cried out, her face going white. "Bear with it, it'll be quick." Not waiting for her to refuse, I grabbed that jade foot and rested it on my leg, found the spot, and wrenched it hard. A crisp crack, and she cried out in pain, tears springing to her eyes. Nothing to be done. If I don't use force, the pain later will be more than this one moment. I patted her shoulder, smeared on some dark ointment, and applied it to the reddened, swollen area. She drew sharp breaths again and again, but gritted her teeth and refused to pull her foot back, her body trembling with pain. Medicine applied, I stared at that clean little foot, lost in thought. This girl's frame was petite, and her feet were small and delicate too. She didn't notice at first, until I unconsciously began toying with it, then belatedly flushed crimson and said in a voice thin as a mosquito's whine, "Husband, you." I came to my senses, and seeing her bashful look, smiled and flicked her nose. "What? As your husband? I can't even touch your foot." "No, it's not that." She hurriedly shook her head, wanted to say something but stopped, and in the end let me be. It wasn't until until Ing Shue in the kitchen called that the food was ready, that I withdrew my hand and stood. She hurriedly pulled her foot back, lowered her head, and pressed her lips together, her face burning hot. Before long, Ing Shue and Lin Xiaoya brought out meat porridge and a big bowl of assorted meat. I was eating heartily when Li Dashan's familiar voice suddenly rang out at the gate. "Brother Lin, today's the day to repay the debt. Open up." Right after came the underlings jeering. Ing Shue's face changed. "Husband, sister-in-law, and the others aren't back from town yet, and they're pressing the debt this soon. What do we do?" My heart lurched. I'd forgotten about this. I hurriedly asked, "When did sister-in-law leave?" "Not long after you went up the mountain. She went to the village chief's to borrow the donkey cart to town. Then she wouldn't be back until at least late afternoon." My face darkened. The knocking outside grew more and more urgent. "Brother Lin, you're not thinking of welshing, are you? Open up now, or your brother here won't be so courteous." The underlings jeered along. "You dare welsh on the boss's debt? Are you mad? Can't be. Last time he even repaid that wretch Zhang the pockmark's debt, and he wouldn't repay Boss Li's?" Ing Shue couldn't sit still. "How about we take some meat out first to shut their mouths, and hold out till sister-in-law's back tomorrow?" "No need to wait for tomorrow." I shook my head. Since they went to trade for money today, they didn't plan to stay the night in town. I glanced at the game on the table and calculated rapidly. What I feared wasn't repaying the debt, but that the moment the gate opened, this crew would pour in under the banner of settling the debt and ransack the place. I was the only able-bodied man at home and couldn't stop them, and letting them in would be no different from inviting wolves into the house. And they'd picked the very moment I just brought back pheasants, plainly meaning to net it all in one sweep. The more I thought, the clearer it became. Why had sister-in-law left only at midday? Probably the village chief and Li Dashan had colluded, deliberately dragging out the time for borrowing the donkey cart, waiting for this very moment. What a fine collusion of official and bandit. Let them in? Absolutely not. Yesterday it wasn't due yet, so I had no grounds to act. Today was different. Take the food back to the pot, shut the main room door tight, and shout for me if there's any movement in the courtyard. With that I grabbed the hunting knife and headed out. Ing Shue hurriedly caught my sleeve. "Husband, there are a lot of them out there. Don't be rash." I removed her hand. "Who said I'm going to fight them head on? This is just a tactic to bluff them." Under her worried gaze, I went out. Xiao Shue shut the main room door with a thud as instructed, which startled Ing Shue awake, and the two of them together barred the main gate tight. Outside the gate, the underlings were all itching to go. Scarface leaned in behind Li Dashan. "Boss, if he won't open up and we force the door, it'll look bad." Li Dashan snorted coldly. "So what? You got a better idea? You still want to eat meat or not?" "I do. I haven't touched meat in days." Scarface nodded hurriedly. As Li Dashan's confidant, he'd gotten plenty of perks, yet even he hadn't tasted meat in days. By the underlings' reckoning, Lin Feng's family had at least a den of rabbits and 2 pheasants, and this time he was determined to grab his fill. The other underlings, not knowing the inside story, only waited for Li Dashan to get the silver in hand so he could treat them to a restaurant meal. This crowd gathered at the gate drew neighbors to watch the spectacle, more and more of them. Didn't Lin Feng strike it lucky yesterday, picking up herbs and making a killing? So why doesn't he dare come out and repay the money today? Maybe he can't bear to sell them. After knocking a few times and seeing Lin Feng hunkered down and not coming out, Scarface couldn't wait. "Boss, he's not taking the hint, so let's just..." Li Dashan looked back at the crowd behind him. The brothers can't wait either. "Do it." Behind him, Zhang Erpo had long been unable to hold back. This kick was one he'd specially asked Li Dashan for, just to pay back that blade from last time. The moment he saw Scarface turn and nod, he raised his foot and slammed it hard at the gate. But right then, the shut door swung open with a whoosh. Zhang Erpo couldn't check his momentum, and that kick flew straight at me. Hearing the wind of it, I dodged aside, and his kick struck empty, landing with a crack on the threshold, the crisp sound of breaking bone. Zhang Erpo screamed, clutched his foot, and crouched down. I found it funny, but put on an innocent face and said to Li Dashan, "You all saw it. He kicked at me himself." I couldn't just take that kick for nothing, could I? He brought it on himself, no blaming me. Zhang Erpo nearly spat blood in rage. He thought I was staging an injury to shake him down, but a fool doesn't pass up an advantage, and he looked hopefully toward Li Dashin. Li Dashin, however, wouldn't meet his eyes and instead scolded. Useless. You've lost me all my face. Putting on such an embarrassing show in front of everyone, stupid to the core. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, and reached out his hand directly. Where's the money? Today's the day to repay the debt. I gripped the hunting knife at my waist and slowly shook my head. Li Dashin's face darkened, and he swung his arm. Fine. You dare welsh on my debt. Brothers, follow me in and ransack the place. The watching crowd erupted. What? He really won't repay? TSK. Life's gotten too cushy and it's gone to his head. He's got it coming. The confidants rubbed their fists, about to charge. Did I say I wouldn't repay? My tone was calm. The crowd froze. Could he still have money on him? Li Dashin knit his brow. Old Man Lin and the others weren't back, and he'd specially asked the village chief before coming. So where would Lin Feng get silver? He stared me down hard. Cut the crap. If you had money, you'd have handed it over 3 days ago. You wouldn't have dragged it out and be griping now. The underlings and onlookers were even more confused. He'd clearly gathered 3 stalks of Solomon's seal yesterday, so how could he not repay? It was only because the village chief's house was at the westernmost end, closest to the official road, that they hadn't seen Lu Yuanyang drive the donkey cart to town, and had no idea of the Lin family's current situation, taking it that Lin Feng just couldn't bear to hand over what he'd worked so hard for. On the surface, I didn't bat an eye, and even gave a slight smile. It's only a few taels of silver. Of course I have the money to repay. I tossed the words back lightly. Seeing me play Tai Chi and reveal not a shred of my hand, Li Dashin ground his teeth in anger, but couldn't gauge where my confidence came from, and couldn't be bothered to sort out whether I was bluffing or being stubbornly obstinate. Since you have the money, then hand it over. What are you dawdling for? I couldn't stall any longer, and had to play my last card. Don't rush. The money's coming any moment. I had my wives take all the game I caught these days to the next village to sell, and they'll be back soon. I naturally wouldn't say they were on the road. I knew full well Li Dashin was after my mountain hall these past days, or he wouldn't have bothered getting the village chief to play out this act with him. As for grabbing the old man's livelihood tools, a wasted effort. Game could be eaten and left no trace afterward, but items like the bow and quiver were different. Take them to settle the debt, and I'd just redeem them with silver later, wasting their effort. Claiming they were lost was even less possible, worth far less than my debt, and if they really dared to pull that, Old Man Lin would fight them to the death. Besides, these past days I'd only carried a hunting knife and a wolf hide coat up the mountain, and that valuable big bow and quiver were still hidden away, not brought out. If they really searched item by item, they wouldn't finish in 3 days. Having thought it through, I waited quietly with my arms crossed, calm on the surface but anxious inside, only hoping sister-in-law would hurry back to repay the debt and not let Li Dashin seize the chance to fleece me hard. The hand gripping the knife tightened again. Sure enough, hearing that all the game had been sold, Li Dashin's face changed abruptly. What? You sold it all? That's right. Father's leg injury needs treatment, and there's not much grain at home. How many days can you live on just meat? My face was calm. Li Dashin was struck dumb, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. That was all his. The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt. All his earlier scheming come to nothing. But seeing how certain my expression was and how every word made sense, all about the Lin family's genuine hardship, he couldn't help but believe it. These words set the crowd abuzz too. In just a few days, how did Lin Feng change like this? Could his body have been taken over by a spirit? The scoundrel's parents were shocked too. I've beaten and cursed my Debeo for years with no change. So what method did Old Man Lin use to make him this sensible? A big sister type beside them agreed. If you ask me, he's been body snatched, otherwise it's too absurd, it doesn't add up. There were also those who didn't buy this nonsense, and frowned recalling the Lin family's affairs these past days. An old man suddenly lit up. What body snatching rubbish? If you ask me, Lin Feng got married and his wife opened his mind. Following this line of thought, the crowd suddenly felt enlightened. Wasn't that it? Ever since he bought wives, Lin Feng had gone up the mountain every day and come back fully loaded every time. This wife was probably a lucky star. So they all turned in unison to gaze at the Lin family courtyard, as if to stare the Su sisters out. The superstitious lot still weren't convinced. Someone like Lin Feng has married wives several times in the village, So why haven't we seen any other family's son turn over a new leaf? This struck a chord with a good many, right? How do you explain that? I say he's been body snatched. The two camps each held their ground, and soon fell to squabbling. The gang of scoundrels was shocked too. No way. Has Brother Lin really changed his ways? He won't run with us anymore. Someone waved a hand. If he won't, then don't. He likes that hard labor. Let him do it. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a total fool. Blocking and shaking people down was so satisfying. A little intimidation got you something for nothing and let you strut around the village. So why toil up the mountain to hunt? Li Dashin suddenly realized. Wait, whether or not he went into search, one look would tell truth from bluff. If it was as Lin Feng said, fine, but if it turned out to be a bluff? He snorted coldly. If this boy had really bluffed him, he did have some skill. Brother Lin, this way of yours is a bit unkind. His eyes were shadowed. My heart tensed. Had he seen through it? But since he hadn't spelled it out, I'd just treat it as him still probing and stall as long as I could. Letting them in was absolutely out of the question. Who knew whether he'd disregard my face and force a search? Once he searched, the thing couldn't be hidden. I alone couldn't hold off so many, and the game would surely be lost. Li Dashin simply changed tack, turned, and waved a hand. Brothers, it's cold out here. Let's go inside to rest and wait. His tone heavier, plainly forcing me to yield the way. The underlings behind him clamored in agreement and were about to press forward when I barked, wait a moment, you're going in, but did you ask me? Li Dashin raised an eyebrow and said mockingly, what? Brother Lin won't even let the brothers come in and sit. This was a pit dug for me. I hadn't yet openly said I was leaving the gang, and on the surface we were still brothers, so he had to be careful not to chill the crowd's hearts. But the moment I said yes, a heart-chilling word, he could seize on it to brand me, kick me out, and then justifiably lead people in, with no one able to say a word against it. I immediately declined tactfully. It's not that I don't want to let Brother Dashin in. There's a real difficulty. My niece is ill and shy of strangers, and seeing outsiders might frighten her and worsen it. Saying this, I beat my chest and sighed, my face full of heartache. Otherwise I'd have invited the brothers in long ago. Why would I make everyone stand in the cold wind till their legs went numb? My heart aches too. What a sharp tongue. The underlings behind him were all moved. Li Dashin's smugness stalled, and his face darkened again. But he'd seen through it too. Selling game, a sick niece, one way or another he wouldn't let them in. He was certain Lin Feng was lying, that the game was most likely laid out on the table, and he was just waiting for old man Lin to come back and repay the debt so they'd have no grounds to enter. He sneered. Earlier, when Lin Feng was still one of the gang, striking would chill the brothers' hearts. But now, with a table full of game and the brothers' eyes gone red, what talk was there of sparing feelings? They'd only resent him for getting rich and forgetting everyone. He laughed a few times and dragged the talk straight back to the debt, tearing off the mask. Enough, Brother Lin, no more nonsense. Do you have the money or not? If not, we're going in to take everything valuable. My heart lurched. In the end, he'd seen through it. But my face stayed composed. Brother Dashin, didn't I make it clear? My niece is ill, so can't you wait outside a bit? Then I feigned throwing caution to the wind and shouted, do you have to force my niece into sickness on top of sickness? Fine, then go in. With that I made a show of yielding to advance, stepping aside to clear the door. The other brothers instead couldn't bear it and urged one after another. Boss, since Brotherly has his difficulties, don't make it hard for him. What's the harm in waiting outside the door a while? Right, we're all grown men. What's a little cold wind? Though Scarface didn't understand Li Dashin's move, as a confidant he had to stand by him, and hurriedly turned to hold the line alongside the other confidants. Li Dashin knit his brow. This had gotten hard to handle. He'd meant to swallow Lin Feng's batch of game alone. He'd take the silver to a restaurant to lay out a banquet and secure his position, and wouldn't share it with these underlings, which was why he'd kept it from them. He hadn't expected to drop a stone on his own foot. He knew full well there was probably something fishy inside, but didn't dare gamble on chilling the brothers' hearts. He glanced at a few faces in the crowd, staring at him, excitement flickering in their eyes. Damn it, a pack of wolf cubs, watching me every moment. Glorious on the surface, boss this and boss that, but plenty of them eyed his position in secret, just waiting for him to slip up. There were 20-some scoundrels in the village, forgetting loyalty at the sight of gain, following whoever gave them benefits, and truly devoted ones numbered only these few. The village chief, wary of the gang growing too dominant, had slipped a few people in to check each other, and those few, backed by the village chief, disregarded him more and more, jumping around forming cliques. He couldn't easily move against them and could only turn a blind eye. Taking the money from fleecing Lin Feng to lay out a banquet was precisely to secure these few. Once the face of brotherhood couldn't be held up and shattered completely, someone would step up to replace him at once, and he'd be left living under another's roof, which he could not accept under any circumstances. At the thought, he could only suppress the itch in his heart, sighed, and silently waited for the Sioux sisters to return. Time ticked by, and the few confidants in the know grew more and more restless. Scarface leaned into his ear and urged in a low voice, "Brother Dashin, still not making a move? The brothers can't wait." Li Dashin was silent. Scarface frowned. "So what if the brothers don't back it? We just charge in, and at worst split the game we find with them." "No good," Li Dashin said low. "The moment a few of us charge in, those fellows will bring the people they've colluded with and take advantage of the chaos to denounce me and seize power." Scarface understood at once and felt helpless too. It was precisely those few who'd ruined today's plan, and he ground his teeth in hatred. Li Dashin patted his shoulder, said no more, and kept waiting. Scarface stood mulling it over for a while, then had to go back with a face full of reluctance to explain to the brothers. As I'd expected, sister-in-law and the others returned in the early evening, not even taking time to return the donkey cart, driving straight to the courtyard gate. Hearing that familiar donkey bell, the taut string in my mind finally slackened. The old man followed, limping behind. One look at my expression and at the donkey cart, and he guessed most of it, and sighed. The wives, faces full of vexation, forcibly held down their fury without letting it out. This was, after all, a gang matter, and with so many eyes watching, a scene on the spot would only tear the gang apart and hand the village chief a pretext, and the next time they gathered, the one leading probably wouldn't be surnamed Lee anymore. "Second brother, how are things at home?" Sister-in-law hurried through the crowd over, and only after seeing I was unharmed did her suspended heart settle. "You wretch, Li Dashin, you brought people to bully our Lin family the moment we went to town to sell for money." Lu Yuanyang, the instant she arrived, pointed at that hateful face and cursed a blue streak. Li Dashin got a headache from the cursing, and already fuming inside, it was salt in the wound. He impatiently thrust out a hand. "Enough! Hand over the money." Lu Yuanyang snorted coldly, but wasn't in a hurry to give it, and first turned her head to ask me, "Second brother, say the word. If he did anything to our family, this first debt gets paid depending on how things went." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She started cursing the moment she arrived, giving me no room to cut in. Steadying myself, I shook my head and said in a low voice, "It's fine. They wanted to go in and I stopped them, otherwise." I left it unfinished. Lu Yuanyang understood and shot Li Dashin a vicious glare. Knew you thugs couldn't sit still, always have to pull some little stunt. At least the worst hadn't happened, so she let it go. She pulled a pouch from her bosom, stared at it a long while, then gritted her teeth and handed it over. "Here, 3 taels of silver and 500 coppers, enough for you to make trouble with." Li Dashin took it, opened it, and counted carefully. The amount matched, and with a dark face he waved a hand. "Move out." The underlings burst into cheer. Silver in hand, we can finally eat meat. It's got to be Brother Lin, generous when he pays up. But Li Dashin and the few confidants wore iron-gray faces and said nothing. One tactless underling leaned in to flatter and was shoved away, running into that unfriendly gaze, and shrank back in fright, cowed into silence. Having schemed and fleeced Lin Feng hard, they should have been happy, but the game at their lips hadn't been swallowed. So how could they be cheerful? They knew too that the crux wasn't Lin Feng's tongue, but the internal split. Exploiting outsiders they could do freely, but when it came to brothers actually striking each other, it was hard. Seeing Lu Yuanyang produce such a large sum at once, the watching crowd clicked their tongues in amazement. Old man Lin's trip fetched no less than 3 taels this time. Someone snorted sourly. "Is how much they traded for any of your business? If you ask me, Lin Feng may not have this luck from here on. Right? This scoundrel's luck's run its course. From now on he can go honestly farm the land." A chorus of agreement. They'd long found Lin Feng an eyesore. Why should his family eat meat every meal while they could only drink dry millet porridge? Not to mention the game on the mountain was only so much, and every extra one he caught was one less for others. Seeing him come back loaded every time, they only felt he'd snatched their share and couldn't make their hearts settle. The crowd stared enviously at that bulging pouch, until Li Dashin swept a displeased glance their way, then sheepishly withdrew, and seeing there was no more show to watch, dispersed. Watching Li Dashin's party leave in resentment, though I'd lost a large sum of silver, I felt gratified and couldn't help laughing out loud. Still laughing. This silver would have bought our family months of millet porridge. Lu Yuanyang glared at me. That silver I earned hunting on the mountain to repay too. The debt's cleared, can't I have a laugh? I pursed my lips. With the compass anyway, chances to earn a sum like this in a few days were plentiful. In sister-in-law's eyes it was big money, but to me it was just a few more trips up the mountain. Seeing I took it entirely in stride, Lu Yuanyang sighed, then on second thought felt gratified. Such ability in just a few days. It seemed the old man was right. She'd been prejudiced against Lin Feng before. This boy had truly changed his ways and set foot on the right path. All right, let's go in and eat. Everyone's road-worn and hungry. The moment I mentioned eating, a wave of exhaustion and hunger surged up in me. Oh right, I remembered. Xiao Xue and I went up the mountain today and caught another nest of pheasants and picked up quite a few eggs. Yingxue's not great at cooking, so the noon meat's just been reheated. Good thing you're back. I want egg custard. Speaking of this nest of pheasants, there was a little episode. At midday, by the bushes on the mountainside, I spotted a few colored tail feathers from afar. Xiao Xue's twisted ankle slowed her, and she fell behind, so I crept up alone and took from my back the stiff bow I'd hidden for days, the very one the old man kept at the bottom of his chest and wouldn't lightly show anyone. I nocked an arrow, drew the string, and held my breath. The first pheasant had just poked out its head when I let go. A muffled thud, and the arrow pierced clean through its neck. The creature flapped twice and went still. The rest scattered in fright, but in this waist-high brush, how far could they flap? 2 more arrows, each drawing blood, and I kept them from getting even 10 paces away. Retrieving the arrows, even I was startled for a moment. This body had run with Li Dashin's crew before, its hands on others' purses, and had never properly drawn a bow. But with this bow in hand, the aim, the strength, the timing of the release, it was as if it had long been carved into sinew and bone. No wonder this fine bow had always been hidden and never shown. In this poor village, to reveal the bow was to reveal wealth. Drawing envy was the small part. Drawing covetous designs and courting disaster was the big one. Today there'd been no outsiders in the woods, so I dared to cut loose and give it a try. Fine. When our family's great hero speaks up, how could I not oblige? Lu Yuanyang teased. I smiled. Sister-in-law was in a good mood and had finally come around about me completely. The 3 of us walked toward the courtyard, and seeing the house door tightly shut, both the old man and Lu Yuanyang looked at me in puzzlement. I rubbed my nose. Nothing to be done. Earlier Li Dashin's crew took me over the wall a few times, though always when no one was home. They may not really send someone to climb over now, but better safe than sorry. Hearing this bit of dark history, both their faces went dark in unison. The old man stamped his cane hard. This pack of brats, more and more arrogant, they'll come to no good end sooner or later. Then his tone turned, and he felt gratified. Thank goodness Lin Feng had turned back. If he'd kept running with that crew, there was no telling how he'd have ended up. Lu Yuanyang nodded again and again, her gaze at me full of relief. I called out toward the door. It swung open with a whoosh. It was Xiao Xue, who'd heard the old man's voice and run over happily to lift the bar. Father, sister-in-law, and husband. She greeted them one by one, and coming to me she suddenly paused, her face flushing red, her voice shy. Oh, Lu Yuanyang's eyes curved, looking at Xiao Xue, then at me with a mischievous grin, and mimicked the repetition, "Hus, band." Xiao Xue, mortified, went crimson all over, covered her face, and ran inside. Lu Yuanyang first laughed, then turned to me, her face full of curiosity. These past days Xiao Xue's been calling you Brother Lin, Brother Lin. So how'd she suddenly switch today? Is something going on between you two? Tell your sister-in-law about it. I gave her a flat look. She's my wife to begin with. So what's wrong with husband? Stop prying. Seeing I wouldn't talk, Lu Yuanyang's interest was piqued instead, and she grabbed my arm and leaned in to press me. We're all family, what's there to hide? That press brought her close, the soft warmth beneath the cloth pushing against my arm. A rush of heat shot up in me, and I hurriedly turned my face away, gave a dry cough, and forced the thought down. Eat. Eat. Why so many questions? I'm starving. I pulled my arm back and turned toward the table. Having pried no gossip loose, Lu Yuanyang shook her head with regret, took the firewood into the kitchen, and the old man sat down at the table. Seeing this, the Su sisters set down the meat porridge they'd barely touched and followed into the kitchen. Just now, while I was out facing off with the gang, The two of them had stayed pressed to the door listening to the commotion outside, the cursing coming in waves, frightening them witless. Only now, seeing me back safe, did they set their hearts at ease. I turned to look at Lin Xiaoya. Beside that bowl of meat porridge was a ring of bones gnawed clean, and seeing the other's porridge nearly untouched, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've got nerve, girl. The gang's blocking the gate outside, and you've still got the appetite to eat with your head down. Her mouth was stuffed full, and she mumbled, I'm just a kid. What use am I? Better to eat the meat while it's hot. Such a shame if it goes cold. Eat. Eat. All you know is eating. Were you born from a rice barrel? With manners like yours, how will you ever marry off? The old man reached out and poked her forehead, growing angrier as he spoke, his force heavier too. I owe Grandpa. Lin Xiaoya covered her head and scrambled down from the table, rubbing her reddened forehead and begging for mercy again and again, until she lowered her head and admitted fault, at which the old man nodded with satisfaction, then squared up to lecture her more. Only then did I remember the real matter. Father, this trip into town to sell the mountain hall, how much did it fetch? The old man's stern face relaxed in an instant, and stroking his beard he held up 5 fingers, smiling. 5 taels of silver and 800 coppers. What? Nearly 6 taels. I was delighted. Could it be the hides were worth that much? That's only part of it. The old man was a bit sheepish. Seeing you didn't want the innards to eat these past days, I hauled them to town with Yuan Yang and sold them together. He was afraid I'd blame him for acting on his own. Seeing that I not only wasn't annoyed but nodded happily, his suspended heart settled, and he privately rejoiced. Paidly dashing over 3 taels, still 2 left, enough to buy a few months of millet and get through this winter. I struck while the iron was hot. Right, Father, I've gotten a bit of a feel for the bow up the mountain these past days. Tomorrow, how about you properly teach me a couple of things? And while you're at it, lend me that bow of yours to use. Yesterday that one arrow had pierced the pheasant's throat, but the old man hadn't been there, so I needed to give knowing archery a proper origin. Just say, I learned it from Father, and Father's bow works well, and then showing my skill later would follow naturally. The bow. The old man knit his brow. Giving me the hunting knife was one thing, but that bow was the last resort at the bottom of his chest. If he really gave it to Lin Feng to take up the mountain, what if one day his hands itched again and he pawned it off? But seeing my sincere face, and recalling how these past days I'd been driven, earned money, and improved the meals, he softened after all. Even if I truly betrayed his hopes and sold the bow, at worst he'd pawn the land deed at the village chief's and redeem it. The old man sighed and nodded, but didn't say it too fully, leaving himself room. Fine, tomorrow I'll take you myself. I was delighted. As long as he'd loosened his grip on this, there'd be plenty of ways to make the bow fully mine later. The matter settled, I chatted with the old man about hunting again. Before long, Lu Yuanyang brought over 2 bowls of egg custard, the sisters following with a few bowls of millet porridge. My eyes lit up, and I pulled the bigger bowl in front of me. They were eggs I'd caught anyway, so eating a bit more wasn't excessive. I dug a spoonful into my mouth, smooth and tender, melting the moment it touched, and I nodded again and again in praise. Lu Yuanyang said nothing, but the corners of her mouth turned up. A bowl of egg custard was soon down to the bottom, and I stared at the empty bowl and smacked my lips. A pity the eggs picked up on the mountain weren't many, wouldn't last long. I privately vowed, once I had money later, I'd eat egg custard till I was sick of it. Thinking of money, I remembered the remaining 2 taels. By the way, was that 2 taels used for Father's treatment? Why haven't I seen it come out? Lu Yuanyang and the old man's chopsticks stopped in unison, and they exchanged a glance. No dodging this. It wasn't treated. Lu Yuanyang's face was bitter. We paid 400 coppers in consultation fees, and Dr. Sun took one look and said Father's injury, which looks like it's on the surface, has actually reached the bone, needing several taels of silver at least. On the way I asked around, and he's the only doctor in town. Fine for minor ailments, but for serious ones he opens his mouth like a lion and mostly can't cure them anyway. The moment Father heard the price, he wouldn't hear of it, and I couldn't stop him. The old man sighed. Since it mostly can't be cured, why waste that money? We just repaid Fenger's debt. How can we take on another mountain of it? The mood sank. The old man waved a hand. Enough. Let's not bring it up. The more we talk, the more it weighs on us. We'll speak of it later. Now I understood. They'd come back neither bringing goods nor using the money for treatment. When it came down to it, they still didn't trust me, afraid the money would go down the drain again. I felt helpless. The original owner's image was deep-rooted in their hearts, and a few days couldn't turn it around. I could only prove it slowly with action later. But for now, everything that should be sold had been sold, and there'd be no need to go into town short term. The money couldn't be spent in my hands anyway, whereas sister-in-law often had to deal with villagers to buy grain and go to the village chiefs to borrow the donkey. Those people I couldn't be bothered to handle, and she had the experience. Sister-in-law, you hold the money for now, and see to grain and rice when the family runs short. I held up 2 fingers, but 2 conditions. 1, you can't spend it all, leave me at least half. 2, when I want to use it you must give it, not a single copper hidden, hand it over exactly as is. Lu Yuanyang frowned in thought, and looking at my resolute face, swallowed her words, sighed and nodded. She knew perfectly well where this money came from, couldn't call the shots, and simply didn't bother making up lies to fob me off. From here on, if grain and goods appeared out of nowhere, she couldn't very well say they were all borrowed. I'd surely realize it was the 2 tails at work, and in the end she'd have to give it to me anyway. I nodded with satisfaction. I'd been prepared with a whole speech to lay down rules and make her understand who called the shots now, and this spared me the words, without hurting the peace. The old man let out a breath too, and instead felt a bit guilty. Had he known Fenger would be so unbothered, why would he have been on tenterhooks, terrified of being called to account? It was only because the family couldn't make ends meet that he'd resorted to this, and he only hoped Fenger wouldn't hold a grudge. The meal done, I bathed, chatted with the old man about hunting experience for a good while, then went back to my room. The thought of hunting the roe deer at Little Peak Mountain tomorrow set my heart burning. I pushed open the door, and Ing Shue was in the covers. Xiao Shue hadn't come, which didn't surprise me. She was young and not fully recovered, no rushing it, and she wasn't going anywhere, so a few days made no difference. As for Ing Shue, she'd earlier disdained me as incapable and used Xiao Xue's monthly cycle as a pretext to play out the whole act, but now she'd changed her view completely, and instead wore a face full of remorse. Ever since sister-in-law's crosswall complaint last time, I'd started minding this ramshackle house's soundproofing, holding my movements back, and though I still went at it till midnight, it never quite satisfied. Holding the exhausted, deeply sleeping Ing Shue, I grumbled inwardly. This ramshackle house, once I earn money, I've got to fix it up properly. Meanwhile, in a thatched hut on the village's west side, several of Li Dashin's confidants sat in a row around the stove, the firewood blazing. It had been borrowed during the day from villagers coming down the mountain, each with a dark face, and for a good while no one spoke. Scarface broke the silence first with a cold snort. Damn it, is the boss just letting this go? I've found Lin Feng an icer for a while. Catching game is one thing, but he flaunts it under our noses every day, without the slightest thought of sharing a bite with the brothers, treating us like decorations. That one line lit the crowd's fire. A slightly plump, burly man stood up too. Right? Even if he doesn't want to share, he should at least make the gesture. If you ask me, ever since Lin Feng struck good luck, he's never come back to the gang. Plainly he's made it and wants to cut ties with us. In their eyes, the game in Lin Feng's hands had long become their own pocketed goods. Li Dashin had let go for the sake of brotherhood, but these few confidants couldn't swallow it. At the thought of those nests of rabbits and pheasants, every one of them drooled, resentment born of envy. Hating him for not sharing meat, hating his luck, and hating even more that his life got sweeter and sweeter while he pointedly left the brothers out. Not fearing that a brother lives hard, but fearing that a brother lives rich. That was exactly the case now, and then some. Scarface suddenly had a thought. How about we follow Lin Feng up the mountain and see what tricks he's really pulling? How he has a haul every single day? The crowd fell silent for a moment. They rarely went up the mountain, and being asked to suddenly climb it, most of them balked from the start. When it came down to it, blocking people and grabbing goods at the foot of the mountain was faster and easier, so why toil up after him? Don't be fooled by Lin Feng going up the mountain daily without complaint. He went with a clear goal, a return every time, excited each day, so naturally he could bear it. This crew was different. Long used to getting something for nothing, savoring the thrill of plunder, turning them from the ones who grab into the ones who work, was practically an insult. A tall, thin confidant probed. How about we go block Lin Feng at the foot of the mountain and give it a try? That poked a hornet's nest. A middle-aged man with graying temples lost his color. Are you mad? Lin Feng's still one of the gang on the surface, and if you block him just like that, how will the other brothers see it? They'd always struck on the stretch coming down the mountain, and going there to block Lin Feng risked running into others. Once seen, it was as good as handing a blade to those few in the gang itching to act, and by then evenly Dashin would suffer along with them. The crowd pulled long faces at once. Brother Lou, that's two against the rules. Do that, and even the boss can't protect us. Right, don't bring that up again. If we're going to block him, it has to be after following him deep enough into the mountain. In that case, we might as well tail him and see. We're going up the mountain anyway, and I'm curious what he's really up to. Scarface, unwilling, seized the moment to revive the tailing idea. But the middle-aged man and the plump, burly one waved their hands flatly, and the rest shook their heads too. Scarface sighed inwardly at the pity of it. With the talk going nowhere, they called it and dispersed each their own way, leaving only that tall, thin fellow in place, meeting Scarface's eyes. Scarface, as if he'd known the man would stay, grinned and punched him in the chest. I knew you were this sort. The tall, thin fellow cursed with a laugh. Damn it, stop hitting people at the drop of a hat. Then he leaned in, and the two began plotting in low voices. The next morning, I slowly woke to find Ingxue with both arms wrapped around my waist, deep asleep, and a light struggle failed to break free, which made me smile. I pried apart her fingers, lifted her arm away, slipped out quietly, and sat on the edge of the bed. The thought of hunting the roe deer today set my heart burning again, and I couldn't wait to summon the compass. It spun rapidly, and, as usual, popped up 4 lines of pale blue text. Fate star, mountain dweller, middle misfortune, frozen sky and snowy earth. The fish shoal in the west pool of Little Peak Mountain is disturbed by the cold wave. Not suitable for fishing. Middle misfortune, frozen sky and snowy earth. A wild roe deer forages on the south summit of Little Peak Mountain. Not suitable for hunting. Great misfortune, frozen sky and snowy earth. A wild boar forages alone in the Great Black Mountains. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. I was startled, my brow slightly furrowed. A string of middle and great misfortunes crammed together meant the weather was awful today. All 3 advised me not to go, especially that roe deer, which I inwardly lamented. But the intel didn't mark, must arrive by such and such hour today, meaning there was no rush, and picking a good day another time would be fine. It seemed today I wouldn't be going up the mountain. This chestful of fervor was misspent. Lament aside, the second piece of intel still had to be tapped to avoid wasting a slot for nothing, and maybe next time it would roll something better. A tap of the fingertip, and the scene surfaced clearly. In a dense wood, a wild roe deer grazed leisurely with its head down, and right after, a 3-dimensional route unfolded before me, which as usual I could follow simply by summoning the system. Pushing open the door to the main room, I saw the old man sitting by the long table, wiping that big bow with an old rag. My eyes lit up. He still remembered yesterday's promise. I'd planned to use the pretext of learning archery to show off my talent and awe him before going to hunt the roe deer. But now that I couldn't go up the mountain, being idle was being idle, so it was a good chance to practice more and see if there was anything of his I needed to fill in. I reached out to ask for it. Father, that bow in your hands, as we agreed yesterday. Lin Changshan sighed, reckoning that even if he didn't hand it over, this boy would come take it every couple of days. He simply stopped hiding it. Here's the deal. Come with me to the back courtyard first, and I'll teach you to shoot. If your talent's truly good, the bow's yours. Really? Thank you, Father. I was delighted. I'd been prepared with a whole speech, and hadn't expected him to be so ready. But the old man shook his head. Learning the bow isn't as simple as you think. If you can hold the bow properly today, I'll thank heaven and earth. Seeing me utterly unconcerned and full of confidence, he sighed with a helpless smile. I was this confident back then too. At your age, one ought to be cocky. But soon, you'll come to face reality. With that, one hand on the bow and one on his cane, he limped out. I swept a glance around, spotted the quiver in the corner, grabbed it, and followed. The moment I stepped out, cold air rushed at my face, and I couldn't help shivering and frowning. Though I wasn't going up the mountain today, I'd gotten the weathers wrong. Intel, and specially put on the wolf-hide coat, yet still felt cold. The temperature had truly plunged. Looking at the snow on the ground, a good stretch thicker than usual, my heart sank. If it was like this in the village, no need to mention the mountain. Heavy snow had sealed it, and there was probably no getting up at all. No wonder all the intel had turned to misfortune. Going into the mountain in this weather was courting death. Luckily, the family still had a few days' mountain haul stored, so the roe deer hunt could be pushed back. Walking through the mud brick houses toward the open ground behind the village, I met quite a few villagers, all teasing with smiles. Oh ho, the Lin boy's going to learn archery from his father? He's really changed his ways. Amazing. And who knows what method old man Lin used to turn the prodigal back. I've got to come by and ask for pointers. One fewer scoundrel in the village was good for everyone, and those who'd avoided me before were now glad to strike up conversation. Especially those few households with good-for-nothing sons of their own, their eyes full of envy. An old man sighed outright. Why don't I have this blessing? When will my boy ever turn back? Which drew a chorus of agreement all around. Right, mine can't even be brought up. Bring it up, and he flies at you. Praised until his face glowed, Lin Changshan puffed out his chest as he walked. A burly man couldn't help stepping up. Brother Lin, how exactly did you do it? Teach the brothers too. It's my fault for spoiling him back then, and now I'm reaping what I sowed. The old man knew him. His family had a headache-inducing good-for-nothing son too. He smiled bitterly inside. What method did he have? Cut off food as punishment, and that boy stole money from home in the dead of night to go stuff his face in town. Discipline him with the rod, and it only provoked more rebellion. And the day after a scolding, he'd surely find someone to brawl with to vent. He'd used every trick, and in the end could only let the boy be. But this couldn't be said, so he only waved a hand. There's no secret to it. It's all up to the boy himself. Once a child's mind opens, he naturally becomes sensible. The words were hollow, but under the crowd's eager gazes, the pride in his heart still couldn't help rising, and the corners of his mouth quietly turned up. Seeing he didn't seem to be holding back, the crowd could only sigh and disperse. Delayed a while, the two reached the back of the village. Here the trees were dense and few people came, remote and quiet, perfect for practicing archery. The old man stood, turned, and handed the big bow over. I'd already slung the quiver crosswise on my back, took the bow, reached back, and drew out an arrow. The old man knit his brow. Feng'er, don't rush to shoot. Lay the foundation firm first. He began teaching at once. First thing, learn the horse stance, how to knock the arrow, how the fingers hook. Halfway through, he stopped short. He saw me smile calmly. No need, father, watch this. Before his stunned eyes, I dropped my shoulders and elbows, set the horse stance, and slowly drew the bow to full in one smooth motion. Lin Changshan's eyes went wide, and he gave a dry cough to save face. Talent's not bad, the form's quite standard. Seems you've a good memory, still remember everything I showed you from when you were small. Startled for a moment, he still pressed the matter down, taking it as talent plus a foundation absorbed from watching since childhood. But the next moment, my hands released, and the arrow shot out wrapped in a sharp whistle of split air. A crisp crack, and it lodged firmly in the tree trunk, the tail still trembling violently from the leftover force. What's this? How is it possible? The old man was completely dumbfounded, his mouth hanging wide open. I shook out my aching arm, my pride rising. If not for the heavy bow, the cold weather, and my body not warmed up, I could have shot even farther. Years of hunting had given the old man real strength, and even I could barely draw this bow. It was all thanks to the fact that the moment I knocked the bow, a whole set of archery techniques welled up in my mind, and an instinct arose in my body, or I might not have hit at all. Lin Changshan was speechless for a long while, turning this uncanny business over and over, utterly unable to find a reasonable explanation, and finally said in astonishment, Feng'er, this? How did you do it? It's too uncanny. Thinking back, his own first time touching a bow had been on the battlefield, and on the first day, even holding it steady was a problem. This boy, though, had it down in one step. Even if he took the bow himself, he'd only shoot a bit farther, the rest no better, and this was Lin Feng's first time drawing a bow. Just a kind of feeling, I guess. Maybe I've got good talent. I rubbed my chin and put him off with a straight face. Lin Changshan choked. On feeling, you could set a firm stance right off and put an arrow through a tree trunk? Who did I think I was fooling? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd meant to knock down this boy's arrogance, but after deliberating a good while couldn't pick the right words, and could only sigh and let it go. Forget it, forget it. I've nothing left to teach you. The rest is a matter of practice, so drill on your own. Seeing he made no mention of handing over the bow, I gave a light cough as a reminder. Ahem, father, so about this bow. You brat. It's yours. The old man waved a hand, his cursing with a laugh carrying a trace of melancholy. In his years in the trade, this archery was what he was proudest of. He'd meant to show the second son a masterful skill, make him face reality and curb his rashness, only to be outdone instead, at a loss for words for a moment. With talent this good, how could he not give it? I hefted the big bow in my hand and nodded with satisfaction. The strength to wield it was a stretch for me, but the feel and the killing power suited me. That distance just now was roughly 15 or 20 paces, enough for use on the mountain. As for whether it could pierce the hide of a large beast, I carried the bow over to that tree and first tried to pull the arrow out. It didn't budge, letting out a huh. I set the bow on the ground, gripped the arrow tail with both hands and heaved, and only then pulled it out. The shaft had split in several places, but there was a deep arrow hole in the tree. No need to think hard to understand. This force was enough against medium to large game, but a pity the shaft was wood and couldn't take such impact, and a few more uses would probably shatter it. When I had time, I had to get some good arrows, or I couldn't use my full strength. Lin Changshan read my thoughts and sighed. Ah, you figured it out too. Nothing to be done. There's no money at home, and arrows are consumables. Forging them from iron costs too much. We can't afford it. I patted his shoulder. It's fine. In a few days I'll bring down a big one, and that'll cover it. The old man nodded without taking it to heart, treating it as me consoling him. This mountain wasn't the family's own, so how could you bring down a big one just by saying so? Catching some small game was already good. Then he stood to the side watching me lodge arrow after arrow in the trunk, moved by many thoughts, and suddenly tilted his head to remind me. By the way, Fenger, from now on after drawing the bow on the mountain, remember to rub your arm well when you get back. Draw too much, and it easily leaves a chronic ailment. I was taken aback. This was one thing the system really hadn't mentioned. It seemed this hunter's archery only pulled my level up to a hunter's height in one step, but didn't bother with the peripheral matter of upkeep. All right, I agreed. Before long, both arms ached badly, so I stopped, handed the bow to the old man for maintenance, and we walked back together. Halfway there, the two of us stopped short in unison. A crowd was gathered in the middle of the village, clamoring noisily, as if something had happened. My heart lurched, and I thought of Zhang the pockmarked, frowning to myself. The disappearance was discovered this fast? I'd thought that since he was alone, it could drag out a few more days. The old man curiously went up, and I quietly followed at the back of the crowd. He grabbed Auntie Zhao in front and asked in a low voice. Auntie Zhao's face was full of worry. It's old man Lin. Zhang the pockmarked's gone missing, and who knows if the tigers come out again. The village chief, Zhang Daming, saw us and hurriedly asked with a grave face, Lin, the Lin family's second son, have you seen any trace of Zhang the pockmarked? He'd been at home minding his own business when Li Dashan rushed over with news that Zhang the pockmarked had gone up the mountain to block people yesterday and vanished today. That broke Zhang Daming out in a cold sweat. Not long ago, the tiger had rampaged at Little Peak Mountain, and Zhang the pockmarked had gone missing at just this time. Could the old affair of Lin Dashan's tiger hunting party, with its dozens of lives lost, be about to repeat? He hurriedly called people to ask around, and several villagers who'd been up the mountain all said they hadn't seen him since he went up yesterday. Zhang the pockmarked. I feigned a blank face, frowned in thought, and shook my head. Haven't seen him. Zhang Daming sighed in disappointment. Seeing that most people had arrived and the situation was clear, he had to speak up. Then, tomorrow, we'll go up the mountain to search for Zhang the pockmarked's body. One tael of silver each. At these words, dead silence. The reward was generous, but the tiger might still be crouching up the mountain. So who'd trade their life for this one tael? Zhang Daming's gaze fell on me. Lin family's second son. How about you go? You had a bond with Zhang the pockmarked after all. Called each other brothers before, so you surely can't bear to see a brother's corpse left in the wild. He was calculating to have me started off, then press a few gang members to make up the numbers. I sneered inwardly. That bond was the original owner's. What's it to me? I refused at once. Uncle Zhang, it's not that the mountain can't be gone up, but I just finished practicing the bow today, and I'm truly worn out. I can't go up these couple of days. The longer I stalled, the better. Lin Feng, that's not right. A human life's at stake after all. How can you just wash your hands of it? Zhang Daming frowned and pressed again. Uncle Zhang, no need to press. No is no, so find someone else. My attitude was firm, giving him no way down. Zhang Daming's face went iron gray. He hadn't expected this boy to be so hard-nosed as to rebuff him to his face. He silently made note of this grievance, muttering inwardly. Could this Lin Feng really have been body-snatched, like a different person? By past form, he'd valued brotherhood most, and as long as it was started off and he was set up as the leader, for face's sake he'd naturally see it through in earnest, and others wouldn't dare slack off and go through the motions. But this time, he couldn't be coaxed. His scheme fallen through. He could only wave a hand and let it go, planning to go into town tomorrow to report to the authorities and get people to search. But the mountain might have a tiger, and the town was short on manpower, so this matter would probably be shelved. Thinking it over, His face was full of bitterness. The old man and I turned back to the compound. The moment I entered the house, warm air rushed at me and most of the chill left. The firewood in the kitchen crackled loudly. Sister-in-law and the others had probably lit the fire early to ward off the sudden cold, and were sitting around the stovetop. Seeing us back empty-handed, they didn't mind. In this wretched weather, not going up the mountain was perfectly normal. Second brother, Zhang the Pockmarked, died up on the mountain, so it's very dangerous up there these days. Don't you go. Lu Yuanyang's face was full of concern. The Su sisters beside her nodded again and again. Sister-in-law showing such concern for the first time warmed my heart, and I smiled. Don't worry, I go up the mountain often these days, so how could I not know what it's like up there? I've got it figured out. What situation Zhang the Pockmarked was in, how could I not know? I was the one who killed him, but that stayed rotting in my gut. As for the village rumors that the tigers come out again and ate Zhang the Pockmarked, the more absurd, the more I enjoyed hearing it. Lu Yuanyang opened her mouth, but seeing my utterly unconcerned look, knew it was wasted breath and could only shake her head helplessly, sighing inwardly. Let's hope so. Second brother's always like this. Sooner or later he'll come to grief on the mountain. Having drawn the bow outside for half the day, the moment I returned to the warm room, my taut nerves suddenly slackened, and drowsiness came pressing down like a landslide. I rubbed my growling, protesting stomach. Sister-in-law, I'm hungry, let's eat a bit early. Lu Yuanyang agreed, and led the Su sisters into the kitchen to get busy. Hot porridge came to the table, and with porridge in one hand and gnawing jarred meat in the other, I was soon full, wiped my mouth, and leaned back against the stool. The spots on my body, stiffened by the cold wind, had finally warmed up. Watching the family sit quietly around, all with satisfied faces, my heart felt soothed. Home really is comfortable. No need to think about all that scheming. No need to burrow up the mountain in heavy snow. Meanwhile, at the snow-swept foot of the mountain, it was another scene entirely. By the bushes, two people huddled together shivering. The tall, thin fellow gave out first, his voice trembling. Brother, are you really sure Lin Feng's still coming today? This wretched weather's freezing. All the other brothers gave up coming. Let's go back. Scarface looked at the snow filling the sky and the emptiness all around, and said through gritted teeth, wait a bit more. This boy's downright uncanny. Back with a mountain haul in 2 or 3 hours. We're already here, and it's still early. Hard words, but his own heart was pounding too. Watching the foot of the mountain was because Lin Feng had to take this path up, and the moment he showed they could tail him. By gang rules, watching the source was forbidden, too conspicuous and easily caught by villagers, and besides, with everyone crowding here, whose was the game? A bloody clash was only a matter of time, so they could only each watch a side path and trust to luck. But in this wretched weather no one was willing to come, which was exactly the good chance to block Lin Feng. So he'd broken the rule and crouched here. Picking today had another layer of calculation too. His gaze darkened. He'd tearfully aired the account of Zhang Erpo's public humiliation until the whole gang knew. Recalling Lin Feng's hard-nosed look blocking the gate, this fellow might not hand over his goods obediently, and might even strike. If it really came to blows, he wouldn't mind letting Lin Feng go missing on the mountain too. With Zhang the Pockmarked as precedent, tidy up the trail, and the village chief would still just take it as a beast's doing. He was different from those useless gang members. In idle times he'd run with the brothel faction to rob prisoners escorted by government soldiers, so he'd seen blood and dared to act. This tall, thin fellow beside him already hated Lin Feng to the bone, and once pressed at the moment, in his panic he'd have no choice but to follow him down the dark road to the end. Under a cover of heavy snow, the traces would vanish in a blink, and the body tossed into a mountain ravine would be the end of it. A pity. The idea was beautiful, but reality was bony. They watched until the sky went fully dark, and not a shadow of Lin Feng appeared. Only then did Scarface admit it. Though it was within expectation, he was still unreconciled, and had to rise, his face dark. Let's go. The weather's too bad today. No surprise he didn't come. The tall, thin fellow shot up at once and cursed him, pointing. Scarface, screw you. Playing me are you? Scarface forced down his anger to explain. In this snowy weather nobody's willing to go up the mountain, which is exactly the good time to block him. Blame him for not coming. Good time my ass. You knew he probably wouldn't come and still drag me here to freeze for nothing. Is your brain broken? Give you face and you throw it back. You nodded to blocking Lin Feng too, and now you're pinning it on me. The pent-up wicked fire could no longer be held down, and the two dredged up old accounts, cursing more and more fiercely, until they finally grappled into a heap. The next morning, I opened my eyes from the warm covers and pried the soft body off me. Today I had a big thing to do, so I deliberately slept early last night. Dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed, I couldn't wait to open the system, only hoping the weather wouldn't act up again today. This matter got shakier the longer it dragged, and there was no telling which day that roe deer would dart back to the Great Black Mountains. The Great Black Mountains were nothing like Little Peak Mountain, full of medium to large ferocious beasts, and going in, the worry wasn't finding game, but whether you'd come out in one piece. The compass spun and popped up 4 lines. Fate star, mountain dweller. Minor misfortune, the fish shoal in the west pool of Little Peak Mountain is disturbed by the cold wave. Not suitable for fishing. Middle misfortune, deep in the Great Black Mountains, an herb grows in the dense wood. Go before mid-afternoon for a harvest. Middle misfortune, a wild boar forages alone in the Great Black Mountains. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. I quietly let out a breath. The weather had turned, and I could hunt the roe deer today. More important, apart from the second line, the danger level of the others had dropped a grade. The wild boar that had been great misfortune these past 2 days was middle misfortune today. I rubbed my chin and reckoned. It seemed that ever since I got hunter's archery and my strength rose, the fortunes the compass rated fluctuated along with my mettle. The same game, marked great misfortune when I was weak, dropped to middle misfortune once I got stronger. This fortune-telling probably wasn't fixed, but a how dangerous, reckoned by my current ability. Having thought this through, I made note of it. As for these 3 lines, fishing the west pool was small potatoes. That herb, though tempting, maybe another windfall like the 3 stalks of Solomon's seal, grew deep in the Great Black Mountains, and that location alone put me off. Herbs had a high ceiling but a low floor too, and running into a common sort like Solomon's seal, however many years old or good-looking, still couldn't match that 1 stalk I'd gotten before. Besides, my real business today was hunting the roe deer, and I couldn't pick up sesame and drop the watermelon. I understood the logic of money to earn but no life to enjoy it. Even if a 1,000-year ginseng king were buried there, without confidence, I wouldn't go. I glanced over the herb line's images to note them, didn't even look at the route, and closed it. Reaching the main room, the old man was wiping that big bough as usual. My eyes lit up, and I went up pointing at the bough. Father, when I caught pheasants up the mountain a few days ago, I spotted traces of a roe deer. Only I had no bough on hand, and wasn't confident, and feared rashly chasing would only startle it, so I didn't follow. The bough had been promised to me yesterday, so it was as good as settled, but making up a pretext could both push the old man along and lay some groundwork for coming back with a roe deer. Who knew whether he'd change his mind? The roe deer trace plus yesterday's archery, this combination of blows, and I needn't fear he wouldn't hand over the bough. Lin Changshan indeed nodded with gratification. Well done there. My hunting knife alone couldn't catch a roe deer. Seems these days of teaching you weren't wasted, and you know what game calls for what tool. Saying this, he set the old sackcloth on the table and handed over the bough. Take it. I trust your archery. Hunting a roe deer's no problem. The bough came into my hands just like that, and for a moment I was a bit dazed. I understood the old man's misgivings. This was the livelihood tool he kept at the bottom of his chest. In the end, he trusted me, trusted my archery, and trusted even more that I'd turned back from the prodigal path and wouldn't do those good-for-nothing things again. This handover meant he'd fully accepted me in his heart, and from now on I was the Lin family's proper hunter heir. Carrying this bough up the mountain alone from here on would everywhere proclaim his acceptance of my entering the trade, and my every move outside would bear on his face too. This mattered to him, and it mattered to me. What are you standing there for? Take it. The old man pushed the bough forward again, chiding with a smile. Only then did I come to, took it happily, and stroked the rough bough body. This time it wasn't a borrowed practice piece. From now on, it was fully mine. I was full of eagerness, but the old man abruptly doused me with a bucket of it. Though with such heavy snow yesterday, even if there were traces, they're mostly buried by now. If you ask me, this roe deer business is dicey. I laughed inwardly. Ordinarily, yes, but I had the compass. On the surface, I still looked as if I hadn't taken it to heart. The old man sighed. This child was good in every way now, only that a few strokes of good luck had made him a bit cocky, so a rebuff to blunt his edge might not be a bad thing. Thinking so, he said no more and waved for me to go about my business. Sure, father, you just wait to eat roe deer meat. I smiled and went into the kitchen. Sister-in-law hadn't gotten up to cook yet, and it took me a beat to realize I'd risen early, so I made do. reheated last night's leftover meat, wolfed it down with the old man, tidied up, and headed up the mountain. From the foot of Little Peak Mountain, I hurried along with my head down, in no mood to chat with villagers. I'd been thinking about this roe deer too long, seeing it in the intel every time but unable to act. And now that I had the archery and the ability to take it down, I wished I were standing right in front of it the next moment. Following the panel's route, I strode into the south summit's dense wood, deeper and deeper. Before long, a length of brown antlers stood out sharply among the white snow and the trees. Found it. I crouched at once, crept close, and hid in a clump of bushes near it. Parting the branches to look, the roe deer was grazing with its head down. Vigilance was lowest while feeding, exactly the good moment to act. I reached back to take the bow, drew an arrow from the quiver at my waist, and slowly drew the bow with the arrow nocked. Unexpectedly, the roe deer seemed to sense danger and jerked its head up. My heart tensed, and I hurriedly held the draw, the arrow pinched between my fingers, my mind racing for a plan. After a brief standoff, seeing nothing amiss around it, it relaxed again and lowered its head to graze. I let out a breath and thought, truly worthy of the name, a roe deer really is dim, dropping its guard this easily. At once I held my breath, cleared my mind, and slowly aimed the bow at its head. Aim, release, all in one motion. A whistle split the air, the arrow shrieked out, and before the roe deer could react, its head took the arrow, a line of blood spurting, and it toppled on the spot, its body still twitching without will. Done. I felt as if a weight had lifted and strode over, but didn't get cocky. I bent and reached out a finger to check its breath, and only after confirming there was no breathing and it was thoroughly dead did I abruptly rise. This was a huge score. These days of chatting with the old man hadn't been wasted. Tracking, setting traps, judging game's worth, everything he knew he'd poured into me. Tracking wasn't hard with the compass, but the other know-how helped enormously. Take this roe deer. If I could peel off the whole hide intact, the hide alone was worth at least 5 taels of silver. I recalled the old man's wistful look when he mentioned roe deer hide. He'd hunted half his life and only run into it a few times in the spring hunts, occasionally getting 1 or 2 in other seasons, exceedingly rare. Medium game like roe deer mostly denayed in the Great Black Mountains, rarely coming out, and even out they only lingered a few days in the outer reaches, that is, the depths of Little Peak Mountain, before going back. One like this that had come out alone and kept loitering in the middle stretch of Little Peak Mountain was truly uncommon. At the thought of hauling it back and the old man's disbelieving face, I felt smug. Musings done, I hoisted the roe deer onto my shoulder and headed down, resting several times along the way before gritting my teeth and hauling it back to the village entrance. More and more people were coming down the mountain along the way, and the moment they saw this roe deer on my shoulder, they all froze in place. Burning gazes nailed my way. Several groups who'd been walking in 2s and 3s grumbling also fell silent, staring eagerly at my back. Some tailed me without realizing, passing their own doors utterly unaware, just to get a few more looks at the roe deer. Before long, a long string of people trailed behind me, noisy and clamoring. Tagging along to watch was fine, as long as they didn't get in the way. But once in the village, someone hollered at the top of their voice. Look, look! Lin Feng hunted a roe deer and brought it back today. In an instant, the whole village's gazes nailed over in unison, everyone's face full of disbelief. The crowd erupted like lit gunpowder with a roar. Once someone spelled it out, the discussion all around no longer avoided me, and voices rose in unison. TSK, Lin II's really something now. He's going to make a name in the village. My word, he even brought back a roe deer this big. Haul it to town and sell it. That's enough for him to eat meat every day for weeks. Someone sharp-eyed stared at the small hole in the roe deer's forehead and said in puzzlement, "That's not right. This wound looks like it's from a bow." Lin II was still a wreck a while back, so how'd he learn archery in just a few days? At once someone shot back with a look reserved for idiots. Look at who his father is. Our village's famous hunter Lin, top-tier archery. With his old man teaching the bow, wouldn't that be twice the result for half the effort? Besides, Lin II was taken along by his father every day as a boy, so he's got a foundation. Mentioning the old man reminded me of the old affairs I'd heard in his idle talk. A few years ago, before being led astray by scoundrels, the original owner had learned to hunt from him since childhood. The old man was a discharged soldier with archery honed to perfection and had laid a foundation for the original owner early. So my suddenly knowing how to shoot followed naturally in the old man's eyes. taken as his own good training back then, and he was pleased about it. In those days, on the strength of his hunting, the Lin family had counted as a well-off household in the village, second only to the village chief Zhang Daming. The old man was kind-hearted too, often helping the poor with a few coppers, and the villagers respected him and had wanted to call him Hunter Lin. But he was too thin-skinned to bear it, and simply let people call him Old Man Lin. The good times didn't last. The original owner, flattered and fleeced by scoundrels, grew giddy and squandered his way into dissipation, and the family fortune declined from there, until even making a living was hard. Luckily, I'd crossed over, propping up this teetering edifice, and even bought 2 wives and brought back a mountain hall every day. Whether on purpose or not, the crowd, while talking, imperceptibly pressed toward me. I frowned inwardly. Being surrounded dead center as the toast of the village by so many, stared at again and again, made my scalp tingle. My fear was that someone envious would rush in and grab my roe deer. I gave a few dry coughs to try to salvage it. Actually, I drugged this roe deer and knocked it out, believe me? The crowd all wore flat looks in unison. The roe deer sat there in the flesh, its forehead without the slightest sign of poisoning, and someone had even sneaked a touch in the earlier scramble and found the meat warm. So who'd believe that line? That one holler alerted the whole village. First, the villagers coming down the mountain surrounded it to look and asked with a babble of tongues. Then more people surged over following the clamor, gasps of amazement rising one after another. There was nothing I could do. Game this big, I couldn't have hidden it if I wanted to. The lively scene drew sister-in-law and the others out too, and they came over with smiles to look. I'd gone out early, and with the system guiding the way plus the archery, from going up the mountain to hauling the roe deer down, it had taken less than 2 or 3 hours all told. Lu Yuanyang and the others squeezed in, and the moment they saw me, all froze in place. By their reckoning, I wouldn't be back until the afternoon at the earliest. The old man, going by his years of experience, had even figured I'd probably come back empty-handed, maybe not until after dark, and had prepared the jerky made these past days against my going hungry on the road. That was on the reminder from when I'd had her make jerky earlier. Who'd have thought I'd come back this early hauling one this big? Lin Changshan, being a hunter, understood better than anyone what this meant, and at that moment stood open-mouthed, too shaken to speak. I could roughly guess at that bit of shock in his heart. Had it been him hunting this roe deer alone, he might not have managed it, let alone this fast. Yesterday, the whole mountain was heavy with snow, all the beast tracks buried, as good as having to search anew. Following a trail to a dead end and researching nearby was routine, and spending an hour or two, or even a wasted trip, was nothing unusual. Yet I'd done it, and come back so neatly too. The more he thought, the more startled he grew, his gaze at me fixed and blank. He'd have to grill this boy properly later. Sister-in-law, though, spoke up smugly first. Move, move, move. This is my second brother. Look all you want, but don't get in the way of me taking his load. See how tired he is, panting hard. The crowd looked over at the sound and admiringly parted a path. Lu Yuanyang ran up to me humming a little tune. You all right? A roe deer this big isn't light, is it? It's fine. A mere roe deer, easy to carry. I'd rested several times on the road, but that didn't stop me showing off in front of others. Lu Yuanyang leaned in, and only then noticed the arm carrying the roe deer still trembled slightly, and shot me a glare. You and your tough talk. Saying this, she took the bow off my back and the gear at my waist piece by piece, and I suddenly felt light all over. Only, packed 3 layers deep inside and out and jammed solid. A few minutes' walk would drag on who knew how long. I set the roe deer on the ground, at a loss. A middle-aged man in an old cotton coat jumped out to accuse me. Right? I really misjudged you. I thought you'd changed your ways and become a proper hunter, but you're the same as ever, selfish to the core. The words had barely landed when a few others chimed in. But my earlier groundwork hadn't been wasted, and someone immediately rebutted, the very one grateful for the old man's past aid. Lin II's already fair enough. You haven't been to town so you don't know. The price of meat's risen a lot now. It's expensive. At once someone snorted and picked it up. If you've no money, just say so. Making this scene, isn't it just to get a free meal? Can't grab an advantage so you turn nasty? That flushed the old woman's face green then white, but she still traded on her age. So what? Lin II grew up right under our eyes and caused everyone plenty of trouble, so what's wrong with asking for some meat? An old woman my age. He ought to honor me with a couple of pieces. That one line drew another round of jeers, and she stamped her foot cursing back in fury. The two camps looked about to come to blows, held off only by not wanting to actually fight in the village. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected someone to still remember the old man's kindness and be willing to speak for me. Turning to look at Lin Chongshan, his face was full of gratification, as if he felt those old acts of charity had been worth it. A warmth welled up in me, and I waved a big hand. Enough. Those who can pay, buy. Those who can't, don't dawdle here. Then I turned to sister-in-law and the old man. Sister-in-law, note down those few who just spoke for us. Charge them a few coppers less on the meat today, my treat. And I slapped my chest. That group erupted at once, cheering and thanking me. Lin II's a straight shooter, a true son of old man Lin. But it's a deal. Mind, you've got to keep your word, afraid I'd renege. I smiled without a word, taking it as agreed, and only then did the crowd feel at ease. Wonderful, we can finally have meat again. These days I've smelled the Lin family's meat every day, driving me half mad with craving. With the mood eased, my suspended heart settled. Letting them descend into chaos would have been no small matter. I'd grown tired of eating nothing but rabbit and Jared meat these days anyway, so selling some for money was a fair trade. I hurriedly reminded her, sister-in-law, remember to keep a share for us. Don't let the coppers dazzle your eyes and leave us with no meat for dinner. Seeing the villagers all recover their senses, a few who'd wanted to fish in troubled waters shook their heads in frustration. They'd been hoping to grab a chunk of meat in the chaos, and now that was off. A batch withdrew from the crowd, leaving only those who genuinely wanted to buy waiting eagerly. The meat's all at home, and you've jammed the road solid. So what am I supposed to bring out to sell? I swept a glance over the tightly packed path and shrugged helplessly. Oh, sorry, Brother Lin. A burly man smacked his forehead and came to, turning to glare at those still standing dazed. What are you standing around for? Still want to eat meat or not? Hurry and clear the way. Only then did the crowd part a path, gazing at me with burning eyes. Being thronged and watched by so many people, for the first time not because I was surrounded for doing something bad, filled me with an indescribable satisfaction, and I walked with my head held high and chest out. The old man was already grinning ear to ear. Sister-in-law was more restrained, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help turning up, her expression plainly reading. Look, this is my second brother, impressive, isn't he? I hoisted the road deer up again and, thronged by the crowd, headed for the Lin home. In no time the gate of the compound was packed with people, jamming all the way to the doors of a few neighboring houses, a boiling clamor. The neighbors opened their doors one after another to look. The Chen family lived close, and Mrs. Chun came out first, grabbing someone to ask, "Hey, has that Lin II run up debts again? Who is it this time? This child really doesn't let his father rest easy." Behind her trailed a few gawking neighbors whispering. I said this Lin II couldn't stay honest, hunted a few days, and his hands are itching to gamble again. Right? Isn't eating meat at home good enough? He has to send his money out, stupid to the core. The person asked immediately changed face. What are you talking about? Brother Lin's doing perfectly fine. What rumors are you spreading? Can't bear to see him do well, want to hurt him. A big hat clapped on, and Mrs. Chen's face turned ugly. She hurried to explain, but got more and more muddled. Huh? Not gambling debts? Then why are you crowding his door, I thought? The person snorted. Enough, don't bring that up again. Careful Brother Lin hears it, and, displeased, won't sell you any meat. Sell meat? That Lin Feng's willing to sell meat. Having taken a scolding, Mrs. Chun had instead pried loose the news she most wanted to hear, and she and a few neighbors beamed with delight at once. They lived close and had wanted to be first to the water for the moon, to grab some benefit, or at least to fall back and buy some meat to satisfy the craving, but had been flatly refused before and gotten their hopes up in vain a few times. Now hearing he'd sell, they hurriedly exchanged a wary glance, and each ran home, probably to fetch money. By this time I'd thrown the compound gate wide open, the crowd surged in, and the space outside emptied. To guard against anyone helping themselves, Lu Yuanyang specially had Su Xiaoxua sweep the courtyard once and move the clutter into the main room first. I meanwhile carried out the stools and set them in 2 rows, and mounted the roe deer on them again. The moment the crowd saw this setup they understood and buzzed with discussion. Didn't think I'd see old man Lin show this butchering skill again this year, and in winter no less. And who knows if the hide can come off whole. Look at who caught it. Brother Lin goes up the mountain, and is there anything he can't catch? Someone seized the chance to flatter me, and though my face stayed stern, my heart was already floating. I noted him by the sound. Sharp-eyed. I'd have sister-in-law charge him less when she sold him meat. Amid the discussion, Lin Chongshan walked slowly out of the house, a different man, his face solemn, his usual cane gone, replaced by two sharp small knives in his hands. Limping but full of spirit, he stepped forward, stroked the roe deer's smooth pelt, and sighed with feeling. Didn't think I'd get to use this craft again, and in winter too, a rare thing. A glint sharpened in his eyes and moved to beside the roe deer's head. First, following my arrow hole, he used the small knife to pry out the arrowhead broken off inside and tossed it on the ground. Then came the moment of truth. His wrist dropped, cutting steadily crosswise along the wound, and hide and flesh parted without the slightest tear, that hide as if imbued with a spirit, peeling obediently wherever the knife went. All around, people clicked their tongues in wonder. Watching clearly at his side, I inwardly admired him. The old man's skill really was no small thing. Who knew how long passed? And yet it seemed but an instant, the whole hide peeled off whole by the old man. He set a horse stance, his waist snapping into a sudden turn, and that bloody hide flipped over and shook open before the crowd. Only then did the crowd come to, stunned by this stroke of near-miraculous skill, and even a bit wanting more. I glanced at the few chunks of leftover flesh still attached to the hide, and felt a chill. But the old man didn't change expression. His knife rose and fell, and a chunk of meat came away cleanly. Lu Yuanyang behind him hurriedly stepping up to receive it and bag it. Working a good while more, the two slowly soaked the hide into a prepared basin of water, and only then was it done. The old man wiped the sweat from his brow and laughed. Good thing the leg injury's no hindrance. The hide peeled smooth, just a few blemishes, worth 3 or 4 taels of silver at least. After resting a while, he called me to cut the roe deer meat with him. Meat wasn't as precious as hide, so any way you cut it was fine, a good chance to practice. Lu Yuanyang's bag was swapped out again and again, not stopping until the fourth. Her face was weary, but the corners of her mouth stayed excitedly turned up throughout. The meat ready, it came to the business of selling. We carried the bags into the house batch by batch, leaving only one outside, the roe deer meat. I'd been reluctant to sell it, and only brought it out seeing the crowd so enthusiastic. Then I dragged out 3 more bags, rabbit meat, Jared meat, and pheasant meat from left to right. The crowd had long been unable to wait. Watching the old man's masterful skill was worth it, sure, but in the end they'd come for this meat. Now every one of them stared at the bags and swallowed, their eyes as burning as starved wolves, as if the next moment they'd pounce and grab. I frowned inwardly. Drag on, and there'd be trouble. I hurriedly pushed down the stray thoughts and said in a low voice, "All right, the meat's here, so bye-bye the rules. My father sets the prices, and everyone line up properly." The words had barely landed when this crowd, like livestock loosed from a pen, swarmed up with a roar, coppers held high. "Brother Lin, I want a caddy of rabbit." "Old man Lin, I spoke up for you earlier. You said you'd go cheaper." "Brother Lin, I..." The calm was torn to shreds in an instant. Lu Yuanyang, grinning ear to ear, stretched her throat and put her street-cursing talent to work. "Quiet, all of you. Listen to my father's set prices first." This big voice that could usually command a scene was today swallowed by the waves of hawking. Those close by were willing to shut up, but those a bit farther didn't stir in the slightest. I was sharp-eyed and saw a few sly ones already quietly reaching for that bag of pheasant meat. Nothing short of a hard move would hold them now. I reached back, drew the bow, and knocked an arrow. That hand was about to succeed, the brows and eyes already curved with glee, when I loosed an arrow, lodging it right in the outermost pheasant, stopping just before his fingertip. The man snatched his hand back like it was scalded, his face going white. The surroundings fell abruptly silent, a different world from the clamor a moment ago. At the same time, I made note of the other 2 or 3 who'd reached in and hadn't managed to dodge. The crowd settled down, gazing at me eagerly awaiting the word. I wasn't in a hurry to speak, and stepped up to pull the arrow out steadily, saying mildly, "Still buying or not? If you're buying, don't make trouble, or I'll turn you all away." Who'd let the fat meat at their lips fly off? The crowd hurriedly nodded in agreement, some even reversing course to bitterly curse, no respect for the rules, forgetting they'd been the most eager to stir it up a moment ago. Seeing the scene steadied, I raised the arrow to point at the one who'd stuck his neck out, a fairly young-looking tall middle-aged man. "As for you, quite the slippery hands. I don't think you're here to buy meat in good faith, so get lost." That unlucky nail sticking up, cried foul loudly at once, wearing the look of one wrong to the heavens. "Lin II, don't slander me." I was cramped from the crush and wanted to squeeze out for air, and my hand landed on the bag's edge by accident. And you smear me over that? Is this how you treat a fellow villager? I didn't take up the argument, stuck the arrow back in the bag, drew the hunting knife, and said word by word, "Get out." With this sort, reason with him, and he'd climb the pole with the snake and wrangle endlessly. Force instead worked. Sure enough, the moment the knife left its sheath, the middle-aged man's bravado deflated 90%, the image of Zhang Erpo clutching his hand and shambling down the mountain popping into his head out of nowhere. By rights, Lin Feng might not really dare to strike in the village, but this man had been a scoundrel not long ago, so who could be sure he wouldn't swing a knife if his temper flared? The middle-aged man shivered, shot the knife a vicious glare, and forced out one last bit of bravado. "Won't buy, then won't. Who cares?" He turned to leave, but his face was as gloomy as could be, utterly at odds with that couldn't care less. The interlude passed. I sheathed the knife and looked to the old man. "Father, you name the prices." I'd assumed buying things would naturally start with asking the price, and hadn't expected this crowd to insist on kicking up a fuss right to the last step. All eyes fell on him, which scratched right at Lin Changshan's itch, and forcing down the corners of his mouth, he waved a hand. Sure, rabbit meat." Estimating the market price for each item in turn and setting the prices, and with the crowd looking to me and my nod, they swarmed up again. The intensity was too high, and our little household couldn't take it. I simply went into the house and pulled out Su Xiaoxue, who'd been helping in the kitchen. It was mealtime and the fire was already lit, so I could only put Su Yingxue through a bit of hardship, handing the kitchen over to her, with the girl Xiaya kept inside to help tend the fire. With 4 of us at it, the scene barely steadied, and meat sold share after share. That expelled middle-aged man stood outside the door watching the crowd carry off game and head home beaming, and the more he watched, the more he regretted it. Had he known, he'd never have coveted that little advantage or put out that hand. He'd come with plenty of money, enough that gritting his teeth he could have bought even 2 or 3 tails of roe deer meat. And while crushed at the front, he'd been beautifully fantasizing about a mouthful of game, only for that one move to ruin a fine situation. But as the saying goes, what's gotten free tastes better than what's paid for, and that was why he hadn't been able to resist. The selling went in orderly fashion, with no more disruptions. Of the 4 bags, apart from the roe deer meat, which was too expensive and rarely asked after, remaining full, the rest were nearly grabbed clean. Latecomers could only stare unwillingly at the deflated bags, then reluctantly cast glances at the roe deer meat. A few came to beg me to sell the roe deer meat cheap or add some more rabbit, and I gave not an inch to any of them. Being willing to bring it out to sell was already the height of generosity. They turned to beg sister-in-law and Su Xiaoxue, and were flatly refused too. In the end, only Lin Changshan was left frowning and pondering, but recalling how I guarded my own household's harvest so, he found it awkward to say much, and could only sigh and shake his head to signal he was helpless. Only then did the crowd give up and disperse, sighing and moaning. The gate slammed shut with a bang, and everyone inside let out a breath in unison. This hour plus of high-intensity meat-selling plus keeping order would have made an Iron Man seize up on the spot. Tired as it was, looking at the coppers piled into a little hill on the stools, I felt not so tired after all. Sister-in-law was full of drive, stuffing fistful after fistful of coins into the bag, and in a blink those few bags of reeking raw meat turned into heavy coppers. Having tidied up, she hefted the bag in a half, clapped her hands in deep satisfaction, and reported to me, "Rabbit, Jared, and pheasant meat, a dozen some caddies each, all sold just half as you said, no problem?" I nodded. I'd meant to gauge her attitude to begin with, and now she truly submitted to me. I turned to the old man to ask the takings. "Father, how much did we earn today? You set the prices and hawked alongside the whole time, so you know best." Lin Changshan stroked his beard and pondered. "Rabbit meat at 15 coppers a caddy, Jared meat at 20, and pheasant meat the priciest, 40. Coming to the end, he happily held up 4 fingers. By that count, not even counting the roe deer, all told we sold 4 some taels of silver. For taels. Lu Yuanyang's pupils contracted, and she cried out in shock. She'd already felt she'd struck it rich just looking at that hill of coppers, and hadn't expected it to reach this point. Thinking how a few days ago she'd wrangled with Lin Feng for ages over half a rabbit carcass, over the money to buy millet, and in just a few days had earned this much, Lu Yuanyang felt dazed. And if not for the bag of coppers weighing heavy in her hand as a reminder, she'd have half suspected she was dreaming. Even her gaze at me had changed. In the midst of the celebration, Su Yingxue came out from the main room. "Husband, the food's ready, you all." Before she finished, she was stunned by the sight before her. This is all what we sold. The mouth of a bag was pried open at one corner by the coins, revealing coppers packed full. Her eyes went wide. Born to a great house since childhood, she'd seen far more wealth than this and shouldn't have been moved. But after all these upheavals, and having been cheaply sold for 3 taels, a hard blow to her pride. Plus witnessing with her own eyes the sisters-in-law fretting over having no grain and no money, she'd come to truly understand the weight of silver and coin. Now, watching us sell to a full pot and brimming bowl, she was of course both startled and delighted. I waved a hand, unconcerned. For taels all told, nothing to make a fuss over. Your husband earned 3 taels in a single trip before, so this money's just SOSO. Lu Yuanyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and chided, You don't run a household, so you don't know how dear firewood and rice are? This money alone, just for millet porridge, is enough to feed us a whole winter, and you still call it too little. Fine, fine, fine. Let's eat first. We've been busy half the day and ought to rest. I hurried to change the subject and picked up that bag of coppers to head for the main room. Hunting outside was tiring enough, and if I had to fret over these household matters too, it'd wear me right out. Reminded by Su Yingxue, everyone realized it was long past mealtime, hunger surging up, and hurried in to take their seats. In the kitchen, Xiaoya was up on tiptoe peering over the edge of the pot, long lured by that meaty aroma and unable to move a step. Lu Yuanyang put away the last half bag of money, and only then did the meal begin. The dishes all served. I didn't see that glossy, oil-sheened roe deer meat, and felt a bit let down. Su Yingxue sighed and explained, Husband, I don't know how to cook roe deer, and just handling the deer took a lot of work, so I could only plain stew it. I said I understood. She was, after all, no match for sister-in-law, who'd been in the Lin family for years and was used to preparing the old man's game. In cookery, sister-in-law was first-rate, the ingredients wild and fresh, that texture superb. Eating well every day, with beauties by my side at night, this life was fine. I picked up a piece of roe deer meat, oil running all over my mouth. Even without seasoning, that gamey flavor alone was fresh enough. Seeing me nod again and again, the crowd hurriedly picked up their chopsticks too, and all praised it after a taste. Even the family's pickiest mouth, the little girl Xiaoya, usually so choosy that the adults got headaches, cradled her bowl and shoveled rice in big mouthfuls, eyes shining, stuffing piece after piece into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, so good. Watching her own daughter's greedy look, Lu Yuanyang was half amused and half heartsore, and hurriedly picked out a tender piece for her. Eat slower. No one's fighting you for it. There's more in the pot. Before long, I was stuffed full. The primal need settled. It was time for real business. Father, now that we've got money, let's go into town tomorrow and get your leg treated. Lin Changshan was taken aback, and amid his gratification shook his head and sighed. Forget it. That doctor's son in town looks unreliable, so don't go to him. Spend all that money, and it'll probably all go down the drain. I frowned. I understood his thinking, nothing more than fearing wasted money. But there was only this one doctor for miles around, and not going to him meant going to the county seat over 10 li away. The road was far, to say nothing of the expense of lodging and meals, and the county's consultation fees were far dearer than Dr. Sun's, so the bit of silver on hand might not be enough. I could only sigh inwardly. Say what you would, it came back to money, and I'd have to think of more ways to bring in income. I turned instead to ask the roe deer's price. Father, this roe deer of mine today, how much can it sell for? Give me an estimate. Lin Changshan stroked his beard and smiled. A roe deer is treasure through and through. Just the blood alone, handled well and sold to an official, is worth a fair bit. Then he shook his head in regret. A pity our family lacks the means, so a lot of the good stuff can only go to waste. After a round of explanation, he slowly held up a 7. All told, it can sell for about 7 taels and 400 coppers, and that's the usual market price. With demand short right now, it'll definitely fetch more. Lu Yuanyang and Su Yingxue's chopsticks stopped, and they cried out in unison, that much. The two exchanged a glance, faces full of delight. Watching my smug face, Lu Yuanyang went dazed again. Today, everything felt unreal, like a dream. That day, glad tidings struck her nerves wave after wave, until Lu Yuanyang felt a bit numb. In her daze, she thought of Lin Dashan, who'd gone missing into the mountain not long ago, and her feelings turned complicated. She'd never expected that with the pillar of the house fallen, Lin Feng would turn back from his prodigal ways and take up the family of his own accord. A pity only that the eldest brother would probably never get to see his little brother turn back. Missing for so many days, And with that heavy snow on top, she'd long since, like the village chief, concluded he was most likely gone. But with no body seen and no lid nailed on the coffin, a sliver of hope still clung at the bottom of her heart. Who would willingly watch her own man come to harm? Every time she thought of this, she didn't dare think further. In the midst of her grief, a violent pounding suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate, followed by a coarse voice everyone knew. "Brother Lin, your big brother Lee's come to see you. Won't you come out and greet me?" "Lee Dashin, why's he here?" Everyone looked at one another, then turned to me in unison, wanting to see how I'd react. I frowned, taken aback too, and hurriedly explained, "I don't know why he's come looking either. We didn't arrange anything." Apart from the Su sisters, only then did Lu Yuanyang and the old man ease up a little. After all, Lin Feng's old ways were too deeply rooted, and the moment they saw Li Dashin at the door, their instinct was to fear he'd go out and mess around again. Lu Yuanyang's temper flared, and she grumbled, "This Li Dashin's like a dogskin plaster. Once he sticks, he won't come off." The old man frowned, but didn't complain. He knew a bit of the old business. Li Dashin bit down on the Lin family and wouldn't let go because when the Lin family looked unable to carry on, pushed to the end, they'd have to pawn the land deed to the village chief for a winter's grain. And this was exactly what the village chief wanted, and one of the jobs assigned to Li Dashin. The old man had some old connections in the village, and down on his luck as he was, he knew those dirty dealings well. By rights, with Lin Feng suddenly rich these days, Li Dashin shouldn't strike again. But in their eyes, Lin Feng was still that easy mark, and out of sheer habit they figured there was an opening to exploit, which was why he'd come hurrying over to scoop up another haul. "Since you've cut ties with them, I'll go out right now and drive the whole lot off." Lu Yuanyang set down her chopsticks and made to charge the door. She truly feared Lin Feng would get tangled up with this crowd again and fall back into dissipation. But I pressed her hand down. Her heart lurched, and she turned to demand, "Second brother, what are you doing? Don't tell me you still want to run with those scoundrels." I shook my head and said gravely, "Sister-in-law, leave it to me. Say what you will. I'm the pillar of this house now, so if something happens, I should be the one to shoulder it." Saying this, I pressed her back down onto the stool, went to my room and grabbed the hunting knife, and strode out without looking back. On the way, I calculated as I walked. For now, this gang relationship still had its uses, warding off no small amount of trouble, and I didn't want to tear it open yet, wondering if I could bluff my way through. Really, sending sister-in-law out would mean tearing the tie on the spot. From then on, with no gang rules to restrain them, even brothers with some bond would, before fragrant meat and silver, turn their faces as easily as flipping a page. This matter had to be settled sooner or later, but if it could be dragged out, drag it out. Once I had money, there'd be plenty of ways. Having thought it through, my heart settled. I drew back the bolt and pushed open half the gate. Li Dashin's hearty laugh came to meet me, the words tinged with envy. "Brother Lin's riding high today, aren't you? Earned a full pot and a brimming bowl? Makes me green with envy, the envy of all." I frowned as I sized him up. The few following behind him were all confidants. Nothing good behind this visit, and probably deliberately keeping a low profile, unwilling to break gang rules openly. Only, scanning to the end, I was slightly startled. I didn't see Scarface or that tall, thin man. Could they have been kicked out of the confidant circle by Li Dashin? The thought flashed and vanished. Whatever became of those two, it was no concern of mine, so let them do as they pleased. I withdrew my gaze. "Speak, what did you come for? Don't dawdle, out with it." Li Dashin knit his brow and said in a sour, mocking tone, "Oh ho, a few days apart, and you've grown a spine? Hunt a few days of game, and you're on top of the world." The crowd behind him joined in jeering and cold laughing. "Right. In the gang, you're nothing but a small captain. And when the boss comes to your door in person, if you won't be grateful, fine, but you put on a sour face too, truly not knowing what's good for you. If you ask me, he wants to quit the gang. Why else vanish for days on end, like he's hiding from us?" I frowned. What their mouths called the gang, I knew perfectly well. The trouble was precisely this. I happened to be a hunter who could shoot, unlike those amateurs in the village. If I really made a mortal enemy, what would I do about arrows in the dark later? Unless I simply killed him and strangled the thread in the cradle. But this crowd had, after all, seen blood, and right now the cost of offending far outweighed the gain. So it wasn't worth it to me. Yet the money the roe deer had fetched, I coveted and couldn't bear to part with either. Li Dashin fell silent, calculating, and his confidence gradually hushed too, waiting on his decision. I sneered inwardly. He'd deliberately picked evening to come to the door, aiming for that daytime roe deer, meaning to share in the spoils. Given his character, if I showed a shred of softness, there'd be endless trouble ahead, and the only way was to be hard from the start. After a good while, Lee Dashin waved a hand and piled on the concern. Here's the thing. I'll have the brothers pool some money later and help you clear your trouble. Look at you, with such a big difficulty. Why didn't you say so sooner? Had I known, we could have dragged that debt out too. His turning so kind and warm, all of a sudden, I didn't believe for a second, and this man surely had something rotten cooking inside. Sure enough, the next line came. Brother Len, 3 days from now we're opening the Heaven and Earth house. Will you come? Guaranteed to get your family completely out of its bind. I nearly laughed in anger. This so-called Heaven and Earth house was a gambling den. The soft approach having failed, he'd switched to setting up a trap to swindle me. That trick worked on the original owner. Fine, but wanting to swindle me? Not so easy. For now I'd fob him off, and when the time came make up a pretext not to go. So I feigned a face full of excitement. Great. Brother Dashin, I'll definitely come. I'm worn stiff these days. My hands have been itching for ages. Perfect for unwinding. Seeing me, take the bait. Lee Dashin's mouth curled, and he shot me a contemptuous glance and patted my shoulder. Good. Then we'll await you, Brother Len. Saying this, he called his confidants to leave first. The confidants looked at one another, not understanding why the boss was withdrawing without achieving his aim. Only that middle-aged confidant seemed to see it clearly, sighed inwardly, and followed. With someone taking the lead, the rest, however puzzled, could only hurriedly leave along with them. Watching their backs, I let out a long breath, and only then did the hand gripping the knife loosen. I only hoped that when I didn't go 3 days later, they'd take the hint and stop pestering me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind a hard move. I shook my head, turned, and went back inside. The next morning, I woke as usual in the embrace of a soft body, gently broke free, dressed, and sat on the edge of the bed, opening the system to check the intel. Fate star, mountain dweller, minor fortune. In the outer reaches of the Great Black Mountains lie a scatter of ownerless goods. If a party of many goes cautiously, there will be a great harvest. Minor misfortune. In the west pool of Little Peak Mountain, the fish shoal is disturbed by the cold wave. Not suitable for fishing. Middle misfortune. In the Great Black Mountains, a wild boar forages alone. Its hide and meat are precious, but it can easily gore you to death. Looking at that minor fortune, I was first taken aback, then greatly puzzled. The Great Black Mountains, such a perilous place, was marked as fortune for the first time, and it even said great harvest. Scattered goods? What did that refer to? As for cautiously, a party of many, that made my heart lurch even more. The tiger hunting party. My pupils shrank violently. Could it be that Big Brother's party finally had news? But those two words, a scatter, faintly carried something ominous. Missing for so many days, and having endured that vicious snow, the chances of survival were slim, and every household in the party had been clinging to a last shred of hope, thinking the best. Now that the intel lay plainly before my eyes, given its never-failing accuracy, I sat silent on the edge of the bed for a long while, and in the end could only accept it and sighed helplessly. Since crossing over, I'd never once met Big Brother Len Dashin, so there was no attachment to speak of. But the original owner's memories were vivid and real, all those bits of brotherly life playing out clearly before me, leaving me melancholy and unsettled for a time. From the bottom of my heart, I didn't want him to have come to harm. Pushing down the emotion, all I could do was look ahead. Only, I didn't know how sister-in-law would take it when she found out. I only hoped she wouldn't collapse over this. I pushed down my feelings and scanned further. The West Pool and the wild boar hadn't changed, and with no mind to go, I dismissed both together and fixed my eyes back on the first line. After hesitating again and again, I reached out and tapped it. The familiar scene surfaced, but different from usual. What first met my eyes was a place thick with trees, green and white mingled, 7 or 8 figures fallen among them, objects of various sizes scattered all around, too far off to make out clearly for the distance of the view. I frowned and murmured. It hadn't surfaced a clear scene like before. Before I could think it over, the scene abruptly changed. Another dense wood, fewer fallen this time, about 5 or 6, with the same litter of belongings beside them. The scene flashed and cut rapidly, the count dropping batch by batch. My face grew darker and darker. My earlier guess was utterly confirmed by these scenes. All wiped out. Counting up the people in the scenes, I frowned. The number didn't match the memory of those who'd set out. Far too few. Back then, the village chief had called the roll, and over 30 had marched into the mountain in a mighty column. And now there were only a dozen, some all told, fully half fewer. It seemed the rest had fallen deeper in the great black mountains. No wonder the middle misfortune had specially warned against going deep. So there was this layer of meaning underneath. The scene closed, and a clear route up the mountain surfaced, but different from usual. Before there'd been only 2 red dots, the foot of the mountain and the end point, but this time it was 3, all clustered on the second mountain, matching the number of times the scene had just flashed. I fell silent again. This situation was probably not something I alone could handle. Even if the route was the safest of all the destinations, it didn't mean there was no danger along the way. It was now entering winter, and the beasts were mostly hibernating, greatly increasing safety, but the sheer base number of the Great Black Mountains beast pack sat there, and I might run into one. 1 or 2 I could still handle, but meet a pack, and I'd leave my life in there. I'd have to gather people to go together. But Zhang the Pockmarked's affair hadn't passed long ago. Going to Little Peak Mountain would be fine, since people had seen me come back safe, and maybe 2 or 3 would still be willing to follow. Going to the Great Black Mountains. I smiled bitterly. Probably not a single one could be gathered. And there were each household's kin, so by rights they shouldn't be this cold-blooded, but everyone treasured their life. And knowing full well the mountain had tigers, who'd walk toward the Tiger's Mountain. And they had no compass, so how would they know this route was safe? To rouse a few leaders with a reward, the price would surely be steep. I was an ordinary hunter, not some rich dog like Zhang Daming. So how could I put it up? Throwing in all these days mountain haul might be enough, but that had already crossed my bottom line, and I dismissed it at once. As things stood, I could only go persuade the village chief. This was the whole village's affair to begin with, and should be led by the village chief. Besides, he'd be only too glad for someone to take the lead and scout, and would most likely be happy to see it happen. Having thought this through, I nodded to myself. Let that rich dog Zhang Daming bleed for this trip. The plan settled. I let out a breath, but my feelings were too complicated to dare probe deeply, and I couldn't bear to think of the villagers' looks of utter grief when they saw their kin's corpses. I went out sighing to the main room, where the old man sat early, as usual, wiping that big bow. Seeing me come out, he was first surprised. Then his mouth turned up, his face full of anticipation. Up early again? Did you spot some games tracks yesterday? Quick, tell me, what good stuff is it? Saying this, he sighed and shook his head again. The student surpasses the master. In just a few days, your accuracy at bagging game has nearly caught up to my best ever. This was winter, and Lin Feng could still have a catch every day. No wonder he prized it like the other villagers. The old man's best record had been set in a spring hunt back then, taking top place among these few villages in one stroke and making his name resound. The more he thought, the more his heart surged. Come the spring hunt, with Lin Feng's luck plus his archery, there was no telling what astonishing record he'd set. And by then, as the father, his own face would shine along with it. He wished the spring hunt were here now, to watch his sun blaze bright. I shook my head helplessly. The old man was daydreaming again. No wonder, though. Ever since the leg injury, he'd gone idle, with nothing to do all day, and could only pass the time dreaming. Watching him like this, my heart ached, and I secretly vowed, this leg, I'd find a way to cure it for sure.